don't want to drink that.
Yeah, so if you saw what this is, a 2.5 gallon pot that this all steams up in, and you should see the residue that was at the bottom. A section of the bottom, about an 8-inch diameter section of silt and solid materials that were forming a beach. You know how the waves, when they go back and forth across the beach, they make these ripples and stuff.
Yeah,
There was this on the bottom of the pan, sludge, like solid material that came out of this water
that's
that if you're drinking tap water, you're drinking. Unless you like, if you filter it, okay, you're going to filter some of that out, but not all of it.
that's
Like
disgusting.
I'm steaming all of it out, and the shit on the sides is like a calcium deposit, yellow, nasty shit. It's brown. It's really gross.
So that's the stuff that they calcify your pineal gland with. And your pineal gland is your third eye. That is what they talk about in the scripture. Open the eye and let the
I
body
think
be filled
so.
with light.
I really think so. There's something
No,
to
I'm
that
telling you for a
thing.
fact. Fluoride is what they add to calcify your pineal gland. That's what you're extracting from the water.
So listen to me. The little tiny bit of runoff that's water. Like I could actually, the benefit I'm receiving from the water. Like I don't even feel like I need to take a shower every day. I think I could take a shower every 2 days, and I think I feel better. Just rinse my face off, do a little, you know, praise the Lord. Like what do they do? The cross,
Right.
sign of the cross, like a
So
little.
here's a question for you: how much water do you drink on average per day? Not before, sorry, before you started to distill your water. How much water were you drinking per day?
About a half a gallon to a gallon, somewhere right in that area, almost a gallon,
Eight
especially if
cups.
I'm writing.
Give me cups. That's what, 8 cups?
Yeah, probably 6 to 8 cups, I'd say.
Okay, so imagine you're intaking what you're boiling out now, right? So you are intaking that amount of stuff that you're boiling out now.
Yeah,
So if you're
exactly.
to distill 2 gallons of water,
Uh-huh.
right? Whatever you're boiling out of that, that's what you're talking about. You're intaking, and you're not having to take a shower and stuff. Like, because we process these things, right? We are
Mhm.
processing plants,
Mhm.
right?
And,
Just like
and
energy.
yeah, and I was eating a lot of meat, and I was having some difficulty. I think it was too rough, especially I was having some other issues, and but that's kind of all the only food I had. So I had to start going back to eating really bland, like just oatmeal with maybe just a little bit of brown sugar and some milk in it, but not too much milk, and just eat like really bland foods. And I did that today and felt better. Then I relapsed and ate a cookie, and then my stomach started hurting again.
Are you on any other diets too?
No, I'm on the diet of whatever food is available, I will eat. If I'm out of food, I have emergency food I can eat.
You're on the seafood diet.
Shoot, like no food diet.
I see food and I eat it.
I see food exactly. That's right.
All I would tell people about meat is go to lamb, because lamb is your best source of zinc, and we hardly ever get enough zinc in our diet. So go to lamb once or twice a week. Go to white chicken, and go to salmon, and
Yeah.
do your brown rice, do your broccoli, do anything that's green, do anything that's red, and just kind of go from there. And I tell anybody, avoid bread at all costs unless you just want to indulge yourself once in a while, but avoid
Yeah,
bread at
that's
all
what I do.
costs.
But
And
listen, some of that stuff I can't eat. Like I can't eat that brown rice. I can't. I used to love it. I used to think I loved it, but it causes me serious problems. I can't eat rice of any kind, actually. And bread, I definitely stay away from. Now, a good cracker now and then with some cheese, I'll go for that sometimes, or even just some French toast. Very seldomly, I don't even like. Yeah, I hardly can buy a loaf of bread because I'll have to put it in the fridge, so it'll have to last me like 2 weeks because I just won't eat it.
and another thing I had to get used to, because I grew up with milk chocolate, as a lot of us did, with and M's and stuff like that. But the thing you have to get into with chocolate is 88% chocolate, 85% chocolate,
Yes,
90
that's what I
may
like
be the
that. The
it may be
90%.
the best food you can actually consume is 85 to 90% chocolate. It may be the best food out there. Period.
It's really great. It's very good.
According to who?
Oh, 88% chocolate. If you look at the ingredients in the back, it basically gives you everything you need, and it helps your digestion. It thins your blood, and so things that thin your blood that are natural, and things that help you with your digestion
You just, I'm
is
sorry,
really great as well.
that cacao, which is the chocolate comes from, you're calling it chocolate, but 80 plus whatever it is, that's cacao. And you're saying that it contains everything that you need. That's very dangerous advice, my friend. It doesn't contain everything that you need. I'm sorry.
Everything.
I don't think I said everything. I said it's perhaps the best thing you can possibly eat. I didn't say everything. And if you go by the fact that 88% chocolate is a natural blood thinner, and it's actually helps you with your digestion, those are two things that are awesome. And then you just read the back of it, what's in it. It's really awesome as well.
Were you telling to somebody that has been dealing with digestion issues since he's a kid? And chocolate, actually, I used to eat a lot of raw chocolate straight from the farm. My friend used to bring it from Ecuador, and I thought it was healthy for me, and it actually used to mess up my stomach. And when you look into it, for some people, not everybody, but for some people that we are sensitive to what is called oxalates. Oxalates is a type of crystal mineral in foods that actually creates inflammation in the gut, and raw chocolate like that, cacao, is pretty high in oxalates. So some people are not compatible with that type of food.
And some people comes down to a percentage, and if that is the case for an individual person, then that's a case for individual person. But by and large, 88%, 90% chocolate is considered very, very, very good for people. Most people don't know that. They do the milk chocolate route, or they do the 72% route. Do the 88% route, try it, do it every day for a month or two, and see what it does for you. For me, I've been doing it for 6 years, ever since I had my heart situation back in 2016, and it helps me tremendously. So for me, it's a good thing. For what I've read, it's a good thing for people. People, have a hard time getting used to how, what do you want to call, not sweet it is, and so they have a hard time with that. But it's just something that needs to be explored, as well as all greens and all reds and salmon, lamb, and white chicken.
You guys like the Mediterranean diet?
I don't have a name for those things. I have shied away from calling anything.
What about chicken
particular
liver,
diet.
beef liver? I've been enjoying that pretty much actually lately.
The most nutritious food known is liver. Actually, it has most of the constituents that the human body needs, and it's very compacted in nutrition.
Isn't that strange? And it's cheap because I think people don't like when I grew up, they kept it like they wrapped it just like
Yeah.
they did steaks, this bloody piece of pork, and I think now they have to put it in a container because I think people won't buy it because of the way it looks, but it's cheaper than almost everything else.
Yeah, it's actually people. A lot of people cannot stand the taste, the you know how it feels. It feels like grainy. It feels
Yeah,
like,
high on taste.
Right.
I like it.
but gram per gram, liver is probably the most nutritious food in Earth.
I'm gonna start eating more of it, but is it possible to overdo it with something like that or not really?
Well, the thing is that liver is pretty high in some things like heme iron, and everything in excess could cause problems. But if you eat it like twice a week, you should be fine.
I got
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I get. Yeah, that's probably good.
Yeah, I think Sonny, we don't want to eat salmon every day or white chicken every day. We don't want to eat everything, but once or twice a week, and you find 3 or 4 or 5 meats that are good for you, just alternate that. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find more lamb. Like the store, they only had it once, and then they didn't have it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to get some more lamb. The last time I put the lamb and the bone, like after I ate the meat, I put the bones and made a bone broth. That was the best bone broth ever, man.
I love bone broth. I feel that.
I cooked it for like 12 hours. Like,
Now y'all making me
My,
hungry.
my girl makes the best bone broth. I challenge you.
I never really did it before, and actually, I just had some organic vegetable broth, I think, or chicken broth or something in there, and just put it in the slow cooker and just let it cook and left it alone. I didn't do anything to it.
Yeah, you can get creative with it. Like the bone broth. Yeah, we make what is called like we call it bone broth, but it's actually a mix. We also put chicken feet, and
Oh my
this
gosh!
is from a
Really?
doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, this comes from a doctor, and this doctor cures arthritis and bullshit like that, like joint problems with this. And it's chicken feet with bones that have a lot of cartilage.
Yeah.
And they you do that for your fasting water every day.
Interesting. You know what? Because I knew someone, and their parents. I guess this girl's mom was Italian, and they invited me over once. This was many years ago in Venice, California, and they had a big, huge pot of chicken foot soup, and I did eat chicken foot soup. I actually liked it.
Yeah,
Very chickeny tasting.
they look weird, but they're not bad when they're cooked correctly.
Hmm.
Cucaracha. Cucaracha.
The thing about chicken feet is it has the raw materials and some specific acids that helps the joints. And bone broth has a lot of minerals and collagen and specific
Yeah,
things that helps the joint also. It's a
for good.
combination of specific raw materials for the joints and the gut.
Good, awesome stuff, man. Anyway, I'm gonna get ready to go outside now for a little while. I'll talk to you guys a little later.
Wait, whoa.
Have a good night, man.
No, you're
Well,
supposed to play a song, bro.
like, play what kind of song?
Any fucking song, bro.
I'm supposed to play a song.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna make
before you go outside, play a
I'm
fucking
gonna
song.
make something up here. Here's this song.
It'll
Probably just be instrumental because I wasn't really prepared.
That's fine. That's fine.
With my old strings. These strings are so old. I played with some people that said, "You sound like a dick. Why don't you put the like tuner on your guitar instead of tuning?" But don't you like to hear an instrument tuning? When I went and saw like a orchestra or something, like I kind of enjoyed them all going do, you know, like get all in tune.
It depends. I play guitar too. I see it from both ways. If you're like in a live band and you're playing like rock, metal music, you don't want to be tuning with like all that distortion and stuff.
That's
That can
true.
sound nasty.
Oh, that's true. I can understand that.
But like acoustic guitar, I do like the tuning. Very pleasant instrument.
Oh, my nails are too long. Shoot, I'm so laxed. Hold on a second.
Do you paint your long nails, Sonny?
No, not anymore. I'm fresh out of nail paint. Yeah.
Thank God for that.
I'll get you some in the mail.
No thanks. I've used it on my guitar before because it's a cellulose, like paint, like the cellulose paint.
So
So what?
you think you can tell?
Okay, is that a request?
Not really.
Maybe.
Yeah, wish you were here.
I'm out of breath.
Best rock tune ever. Bah. Best rock tune ever in the
Radio
history of mankind.
Creep with Radiohead.
Yeah, it's alright. It's alright. It's not. It's okay.
I haven't heard it. Oops.
Sonny,
Yep. Yes.
how we doing? So,
Okay, don't sing it until I do the. Remember, there's a part in the beginning. It's an intro.
There it is.
baby. Here we go. So you think you can tell? Heaven from hell, blue skies from me. Can you tell I can feel from a cloud stream? The smile from the veil. So you think you can tell? Did they get you to stay? Your heroes ghosts. Hot eyes for peace. Hot eyes for rose. Cold cup of a train. Did you say? I walk on part of the wall. Over these roads, baby, How I wish you were here. Our souls swimming in the Wish over here. We just lose our souls swimming in the fish
Shout out to the fishbowl. So well done. That was amazing.
Thank you.
You ripped, dude. Well done, man.
Thank you, Sonny.
Thank you.
That's probably the best tune ever in the history of mankind.
Thanks, you guys. You guys are great. I love y'all.
Drew, Sonny. Love you too, bro.
I just leave the Discord on, so you guys are talking to my plant when I'm away. So be nice.
Everyone bully him. Make his plant cry.
Well, you might have to select a few people to mute. Like
no, I'm joking.
like
It's
the
a joke.
liars. The ones that
do
want
it. Science experiment.
continually lie, they need to be silenced with a silencer. One more word out of you, you lying son of a bitch, and I'm gonna plug you shut.
You bastard.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Clint Eastwood movie script.
Do you feel lucky, punk? Well, do you? No. That's good, man. We'll go with that. Windows shutting down.
Have you guys seen that new rocket that Elon Musk is supposedly building that's like 700 feet tall? And it's got this big rocket booster on the bottom. And it's got like 60, I don't know how many engines on it, but it's got so many engines on the bottom of it that it's like ridiculous. I seen a little video on it today. I watched it just out of curiosity. And oh my God, it is so ridiculously unrealistic.
Overpowered.
Well, it's just obviously not it's not gonna work. Even if they say it's doing what it's doing, it's just obviously not. It's just
We know it's not going to
it's
work.
almost as tall as the Eiffel Tower, just short of it.
Hey, God Rockin', will it make it out to the ocean so they can go fetch it out?
I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. I predict it's going to be one of those accidental explosions.
Oh,
That's
Man.
good entertainment.
Yeah.
It's got to make it at least out to the Bermuda Triangle so they can scare everybody so they can go get it when it goes into the ocean.
Yeah, I just, when I tried to explain this, you guys have probably heard me more than once about the rocket launches. They go up, arch over, and then you see them the whole way down until they disappear into the horizon. And the key thing is you can still see it the entire time. It's visible with the naked eye. So how far away can you see a commercial airliner or an object the size of a rocket or whatever? How many miles does it travel before it reaches its vanishing point? Probably no more than 200 miles, I would imagine. And so when it's arched over and headed down, and they tell you it's fallen over the edge of the planet, that's would have to be over 4,000 miles away, and you can still see it. That makes a lot of fucking sense. No sound barrier, never hear a sonic boom. And it just looks like it's barely moving as it's going across the sky. And they tried to tell you it's going 17,000 miles an hour, 5 times the speed of a bullet. Yeah.
Hey, God Rockin', I got banned from Twitter a year ago, 20,000 followers, had it for 10 years. and Elon Musk still hasn't restored my account yet. Should I complain?
I would say you're probably wasting your breath, or your finger, or your typing. Probably going to be a waste of time. But
Oh, I thought Elon was my friend.
no, Elon is nothing more than a puppet working for the controllers.
I thought he was my friend.
We all did. He looked so photogenic, so, quirky and nerdy
Right. And retarded.
and South African. So exotic.
Oh boy.
Yes, brothers and
Be
sisters.
careful, we're streaming, boys.
We're streaming. Uh-oh. What does that mean?
Don't want to get reported for hate speech.
Yes.
I love to hate Elon Musk. So that's love.
Wait a minute. Is he white? Well, then that's fine.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. You can ridicule and do anything you want to the white race now. They deserve it.
They need to be paid back for bringing out that whole Christianity thing to the, to the European West.
If Elon brings back my Twitter account, I'll vote for him for president of the UN.
That would be a landslide election.
Elon, please, I want my Twitter account back. Please, Elon, please.
I don't think that they'd be able to steal enough votes with the whole Diebold voting machines and stuff like that, or whichever company they're using to steal the votes now. I don't think that there'd be a possibility of stealing any of that vote.
I wonder if he's going to put vote for Elon on the side of his next rocket.
You can't vote for him. He's white.
Well, we could always dunk him in a tub of colored paint, make him something else, I guess.
That's blackface. That's racist.
What is racist? I don't even know what that word means.
Any sort of race that keeps you from getting political power is racist, basically.
I always thought a race was something that you did, like when you run a race. Like you have to get out and put your tennis shoes on and run like a son of a bitch.
Yeah. I think people thought of the races as these root peoples, these races like a root. I think race is related to the word for root, something from which a tree grows of some sort. Basically, they're saying that there's something about this people that allowed them to grow in this way versus something about this people that allowed them to grow in this way, whatever it is.
I'm checking my feet right now for roots. I don't see any.
Ideological roots, political roots, roots of power, that sort of thing, roots of position, that sort of thing.
So non-visible.
Yeah, it is kind of ideological.
You got to check your feet for refraction if you want to measure your shoe size.
Oh, boy. Boy, I'm so sick and tired of that word refraction. Oh, boy. They just do not want to give up on it. There's so much bullshit.
Hey, God Rockin'?
Yes, sir.
Refraction, 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 refraction.
If you were here right now, I might just
beating your fucking head.
Oh, okay.
As much as I love you, that deserves a slap.
That definitely.
Oh, is that like a Will Smith, Chris Rocksmack? One of those fake ones?
Yeah, a little harder, a little bit harder.
Bigger.
Okay. All right. Anger issues. I see you have anger issues.
Oh, no,
Refraction.
No, I don't have anger issues. Just get angry enough.
that makes me happy. Now I got a reason. I got a real reason.
Give me a reason
Yeah.
to be angry.
Yeah, I just finished putting together a presentation on refraction, so I'm just waiting for a Glober to come in here and chant it.
Do you know Drake's? As it almost sounds like Get Beget. His voice is very fucking calm, isn't it? Drake's has got a voice that's really catchy. I'm just waiting here. Am I wrong? Am I right?
Well, there's no wrong and right in that. It's just what it is. Drace has got him and his sister both have got a very, very pleasing type of speech, and they're fun to listen to, both of them.
Well, I don't know about fun.
Well, you just don't know how to have fun then.
But soothing. Yeah, I have no idea, bro. Drace Wilson Harmony.
So, question. If the moon is
the moon
semi-translucent,
and the
right,
earth,
it doesn't cast a shadow, right? And sometimes we can see through it. Does the word refracted not work to our advantage in that standpoint?
No.
No, I don't think refraction does anybody anything but distraction. Refraction should be completely changed to I don't know, how would you change that from refraction to distraction?
Yeah, just distraction.
I'm like
11/6R distraction going on here.
Hey, am I distracting you?
My distraction.
I'm like 80%
Am I breaking your
sure I just ran
concentration?
into Miley Cyrus.
Hey, she actually did a really good song, right? Zombies.
Like I delivered some food. This cute bright-eyed, big smile girl was like, "Hey, thanks," in her deep voicedness, and I'm like, "You can't stare, idiot. That's kind of weird. You're in front of some girl's door, but she definitely looks like this girl, Miley." And I wanted to say, "You're not." Nah, you're not. Okay, whatever.
I might be.
I've done that before. There was this guy, the guy from People of Earth, the one with the afro, the black guy. I met him, and I'm like, "Are you?" He's like, "I am." That was a pretty cool moment.
I am what I am.
Yeah, I am what I am. Hello, Papa. Some crazy shit, bro.
Have any of you guys looked at this stupid, I don't even know what it's called, Advanced Earth Calculator?
No. Moving on.
It's, I can't remember the guy's name.
It's the Flat Earth Insanity one?
Yeah, it's so insane, yes. But it's got so many R's in the calculation that it's like, what do they call that when you're using curvature?
Begging the question?
Is that what it means when you're using the radius to prove the radius?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they just do it over and over again. It's a lot of fun because you can just tell them, well, you have no measurement for the radius in the first place, so it's all just stories.
Right. That was my point. Exactly.
It's hilarious.
Oh, you have a point?
Yeah, does a Glober have a point?
Not a valid one.
I'm just gonna start trolling them with, you guys haven't accounted for distraction. You got to account for distraction.
That's a terrible point.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also true. How do you account for that much distraction?
Yeah.
So, Godrockin, where can I find this advanced Earth curve calculator?
Well, I've got it up on my screen. I'm trying to figure a way to put it on the.
I played around with that one before, and when maxing out the refraction index that they have in that calculator, the maximum distance to the horizon that it gets for the Black Swan is 1.8 miles. And that's way over the top, like way past 7/6R refraction. So there's like, even though they're begging the question, there's nothing they can even do to make any of it work.
So they take it from 1.22 miles to 1.8 based on refraction only?
Yeah, and that's way past the standard, the 7/6R standard refraction that they use. That would take their geometric horizon in the Black Swan to about 1.4 miles. So they're adding a bunch more in there, and still it's not enough because they need to multiply their radius to like 268,000 miles.
Yeah, the funny part is they never actually account for what the conditions would be if those conditions existed in reality. They're crazy, man. It's crazy.
Yeah,
now I know who Dries is. That's a good fucking rapper, bro.
I put it in the live stream. It's the Walter Bislin calculator.
Okay, so that's a different one than the one I was talking about, but same deal.
It's so ridiculous. Oh my God, when you look at it, it's just like, are you fucking kidding me? Because I went over to Panda's server and I had it out with him for about a half an hour over refraction, and he gave me this, posted some drawing of the globe with the light curving and then going through all these layers of atmosphere, when he's trying to tell me at the same time that the light stays like at the same distance off the Earth and then curves up over the curve and doesn't pass through any other layers of atmosphere. It stays in the one, but his drawing showed it, the light coming from way out in space, going through every layer of atmosphere you could possibly think of. But I tried to explain to him, I said, that's not where the light's coming from, bro. It's coming from 6 feet off the ground. Why are you showing it coming from a mile off the surface of the Earth?
It's so preposterous because they have to just measure curvature of the Earth to begin with for any of this stuff they say to have validity. They can't just keep making excuses for why they can't show it to us. That's not proof of their globe.
Well, the entire heliocentric model is exactly that. I mean, you can't show anything to support any of it. So, and you'd think that would be a red flag for any competent brain that functions properly. You would think that if you got to use every possible excuse or every possible made-up scenario that you can find in order to explain the globe Earth, that seems like that should be a red flag. But for them,
What?
Just kidding, bro.
Hey, I'm about 15 feet from my television, and I see refraction. So can I calculate that out to about a mile or so? If I could watch my TV, how much refraction there would be?
Yeah, just use some 7/6R standard distraction.
So when I'm watching Don Lemon on CNN, I'm not actually seeing Don Lemon. I'm seeing.
You're actually watching Don Lemon? What the fuck's wrong with you, bro?
You got to account for standard distraction.
If I'm not watching Don Lemon, I'm actually seeing Anderson Cooper. Is that what you're saying?
Why would you?
Anderson Cooper, Don Lemon? What the fuck's wrong with you, bro?
I watch CNN sometimes to see what the enemy is planning to do. I watch it to see what the enemy is doing to us 3 to 6 to 9 months away. You know, I go back to the football analogy. Let's say that it's halftime of a football game, and you want to find out what the other team wants to do to you in the second half. You go into their locker room, if you could, and listen to what they game plan for you. That's what CNN does for us. They are telling us what they're going to do to us in the next 3 to 6 to 12 months. So I won't be surprised.
That's actually a true story.
Yeah.
That's the Comedy News Network, right? I watch that one. It's funny.
Oh, my friend. It could be the Clown News Network. It could be the Comedy News Network. It could be lots of different things.
It's the same thing.
Actually, I'll post something about all the things that it could be. Let me find that and I'll post it.
My God.
It's funny, whenever I say I watch CNN, before I say anything else, somebody always goes, "Do you watch CNN?" And I go, "Wait a minute. There's a reason why I do it." But everybody, I can't even get another word out. They go, "You watch CNN? What's wrong with you?"
You
It's so funny. It's
I'm
so
sorry.
funny.
I'm sorry, but I concur with them. What in the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
You guys are hilarious. And whenever I say I'm sitting here watching CNN, I have it up like on 6 or 8, so so it's not very loud. I just watch the bottom part, where all the the bulletins are.
What do you mean 6 or 8's not very loud? That's almost the top of the volume level. What?
No, top of my volume level is like 65 or 70.
Oh well. All right, fuck. Got me on that one. I concede.
Oh my God.
Wow, my screen just went black. I can't get nothing to work on my computer. I can hear you guys, but my screen is completely black. Nothing coming up.
CIA.
Back when I was into politics, I made a little meme about CNN, what it stands for. So I just posted it.
Corrupt News Network. That'll be all right. We just ended there. Constipated.
Feel free to add anything you want to.
For fuck's sake, that's a good animal. Crappy news. Chrissy's clown. I like that one. Clown news network.
Okay, allow me to do this one more time, okay? Hey guys, I watch CNN. You watch CNN? I see you there. What are you doing that for? What are you doing that for? You guys are hilarious.
That's fun. Crazy News Network. My balls are not in the news network. That's there, but I just made it up. Balls.
Oh.
Yeah, that was good. Hey.
It happens every time.
I just make shit up, bro.
Oh, you know what? I am convinced CNN just makes stuff up. They are not based in reality. They just make stuff up.
I don't care whether you think my balls are fucking round or triangular. I just make shit up, bro. We square balls network. Counterfeit conspiracy, criminal crappy. basically them.
See, there was a time when I thought Fox News good, CNN bad. Now I think Fox News bad, CNN bad. So that's how I think now.
They're both bad.
Yeah. Or if you want to do the beer analogy, you have CNN, and then you have Fox News is CNN Light. So you can do it that way.
That makes sense. Clinton News Network. Corrupt news. Chinese.
Did I put communist? Yeah, there's communist. Okay, good.
Oh, it's definitely there. Because you see it's fucking there. Fake news. You're fake news.
Yeah, I used to be consumed with politics, and I had been since 1980. So when I realized in 2020 it was all a joke, I had to forgive myself for believing something for 40 years. That was all a joke.
How'd that go?
Oh, I'm still in rehab.
Ah, Jesus. I'm still in rehab.
Yeah, I forgave myself over the medical stuff and the.
I'm not quite yet, though.
I forgave myself over the medical stuff and the flat earth stuff. I didn't know any better because I wasn't allowed to know any better. But I could have told myself 40 years ago it was all crap, and I didn't.
That's fucking brilliant, bro. That's actually brilliant. The Spurs news created new clown, crying, crazy cabal. Can you take tears? Whoa! Fuck's sake, tears, bro.
Just the last point on politics. I know we shouldn't talk politics because it can be very personal to people. But I was a Trump cultist for over 4 years, from March of 2016 to June of 2020. And so when I hear a Trump cultist, I know a Trump cultist because I used to be one. Just like if you're an alcoholic, if you're an ex-alcoholic, when you see one, you recognize it. When if you're an ex-drug addict, when you see one, you know one. So when I hear a Trump cultist going on, I know when I hear one because I used to be one.
I gotta tell you, that was probably the funniest thing I ever seen.
What if you are a drunk master? Do you recognize other drunk masters?
Doesn't matter if you're drunk or not, bro. You think drunk people care if you're fucking drunk or not?
I don't know, man. Drunken masters. Like PMAC, Helio, Boo.
I am actually. I don't care, bro. I have a seat in Cog this. That's all mine, bro. But that was funny.
Who's in this?
You.
Oh, yeah.
Get back. Get back.
I'm a this VIP.
So am I. Jesus, we have something in common, bro. What's up with that?
Wonder how long it'll take Matthew to catch on to the advanced Earth curve calculator with his fun little thing called refraction. That's such a joke.
So little time. Tried to make a move just to stay in the game. I tried to make way, can't remember my name, but I don't feel the same.
You might get the channel shut down because of copyright music content.
Everybody sings and I don't feel the same. Bam, bam,
People
bam,
will
bam.
throw track back until we see them back.
Try to understand that I
Try to understand why you are so drunk.
but I don't feel the same. Everybody's saying.
Yeah, I'm muted you, PMIC. Let me know.
Michael, check.
Check, check.
Okay. I just had to restart my computer. I couldn't get nothing. My screen went black. Never really had that happen before. I think it's probably
into the alt universe. Reflash was required.
I think it was someone's fault besides mine. I'm looking for someone to blame.
Yeah, those people that build the computer it's their fault.
That would have been me.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? The ones that build the parts, the ones that build the software that runs the computer, those people.
Oh.
Jesse. Back again, huh? Good to see you, man. I see Sasha. Who else do I see?
Well, I've been in the cinema room. I was trying to get Says Who to come join.
Awesome. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for being here. Hey, shout out to someone in the mods. Can I get access to share pictures and videos on this account, please? It's Kiwi on Kilowatt. Boys, I'm packing it in. Have an amazing night. I will catch you guys tomorrow.
What? Don't bad me, bro. I say no. Nothing.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up the mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show. The Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just saw. Title knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo. The only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo. The FP commando. With knowledge and ammo. 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location, it's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation, not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration, you feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation, perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FES no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, a supposition and superstition, or all around false decognition. Welcome to the cloak deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and omission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the most highest opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission, we get no commission and all the suspicion, but there's one condition: be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
Hey, we have 28. Good song by Grace. Well done, Grace. 28, you said you have a question. Go right ahead.
I was just gonna mention how I saw. I was just wondering. Did Netflix remember? Like, there's like a Netflix special or whatever, and it was like about flat Earth or whatever. And there was like an experiment that they were like, "Oh, look, they like the flat Earth or debunk flat Earth or whatever." But like I was wondering if there's like a video where like he explains himself, because I think it was I forget what his name is, YouTuber that does like flat Earth or whatever, and he was in that, and like he did an experiment where there's like two boards or something, and like there's like holes in each board, and then like he was gonna like shine a light. You guys know what I'm talking about?
If you look in live stream voice text chat, I have a video where the man in the documentary you're speaking about was in this Discord when someone tried to use him as proof of Earth rotation. So it was a very good conversation. So I highly recommend watching the video.
Oh, okay, sweet. Okay, I'll check that out. And it's just okay. Is it the one where the guy's hugging the tiger?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll check that out. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of like, so if that ever comes up, and I'll be able to like explain to somebody like what's going on. And then I've also wanted to like, because I remember someone explaining this to me, but I forgot 'cause it's been so long. The eclipse on the moon, or like the lunar eclipse or something. And I remember someone explaining that. That made a lot of sense to a reason why you would see sort of like the shadow or whatever. But I'm gonna check that video out first.
Yeah, check the video. Maybe he will answer your question on that particular thing. And the lunar eclipse, those are, that's phenomena that we observed, and some people have an idea and what might be happening, but until we can verify that, it will be mostly speculation, don't you think?
Yeah, because like, wasn't there like I remember someone explaining that sometimes you even see both the sun and the moon at the same time, but then also like an eclipse, and it's called like a specific phenomenon, or I forget how it's pronounced.
Selenium eclipse?
Yeah, and I was like, and it's sort of kind of like explained maybe a different way, or something else is going on. It's not exactly how we figure it is, but
yeah, what it does, the selenium eclipse does, is it debunks the fact that the Earth is what's shadowing the moon. because they're both in the sky at the same time. I mean, that would be, and not only that, the shadow's coming down from the top rather than the bottom. So even if it was close to the Earth and the Earth was possibly some way causing a shadow to be on the moon, it would most certainly have to be coming up from the bottom, not the top, because the Earth is below the moon, not above it. And so it pretty much blows that out of the water. The moon has what's called phases, and it goes through these phases every month, and it starts out with a little sliver, and then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger until it becomes a full moon, and then it reduces and reduces and reduces, and they're called the phases of the moon. And they don't have anything to do with the Earth blocking the sunlight, is what the deal is. Because we can show you, like you said, the selenium eclipse proves that there's a shadow on the moon, but the Earth is in no way in any position whatsoever to where it could be causing the shadow. So yeah, so what's causing the moon's phases and the different shadow sizes is simply the moon itself. It's a light that produces its own light. It's not reflecting the sunlight. It's also a light itself, and it has these what they're called phases, and it it's a very mysterious thing and how it would do that, but it does. It produces light, a sliver of light, and then it grows and grows and grows, and then it reduces back down to a sliver. Then it disappears for 3 days. That's called the new moon phase. And the thing about it is nobody can ever find the moon during that new moon phase. I mean, not because you can't see it, but they've tried to find it with radar or various different methods to try and figure out where it goes, but nobody can figure out where it goes. So there's a mystery about the moon that's really quite amazing, but nobody can figure out really what's going on with it. So, and that's just frankly because we can't go there. No one's ever been there to actually do any, hands-on research about it. So it's all just kind of still quite a bit of mystery about it. But the thing about the Earth causing the shadow, that's pretty much debunked. Like I said, because you see the moon and the sun in the sky both together. The Earth is below it, below both the sun and the moon, but yet the shadow is coming down from the top. That's not where the Earth is. It's at the bottom. And so not only that, they're both in the sky. The Earth is not in the way of the sunlight in any way. They're both up there, and the Earth is down below them, so there's no way it could be casting a shadow on the top of the moon, if you see what I'm saying. I mean, that would be basically impossible. That's why they call it the impossible eclipse.
Okay.
You've obviously seen it before because you knew the name of it and whatnot. You've seen the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time, right?
Yeah, I've seen. I haven't seen it myself, but I've seen like videos of it, and it was quite
right.
Like videos that were like clearly not edited or anything, like person of poor quality video, but you're like, oh well, like clearly that's not like that guy doesn't know what he's doing, but he's at least videotaping something that's pretty crazy.
Right. I mean, there might be some guys in here that can add more to the story than I just did. If there's anybody in here that can add to the story for the guy or add to the observation, please jump in, say something, help this guy out.
Looks like they're having like a discussion there in voice chat with somebody.
What do you mean on the text?
Yeah, they're having a discussion with somebody.
Yeah, they do that all the time, pretty much.
So, okay, I'm gonna watch this thing, but who is the guy that's in the Netflix special? Do you know what his name was? Is he Miggy? Is his name
Bob Nodell?
Oh, Bob Nodell, and like, okay, his name is probably Bob on this, I guess, or Globe.
Yeah, it
Is he?
starts with Miggy wrapping up his 3 points as some random guy is just talking, and then I wanted to capture the starting point where he tries to argue that Bob proved the rotation, and then when Bob comes in, it's just so funny.
Okay, I'll check it out. All right, I'm gonna watch it now and be quiet.
I think the best thing that gyroscope proves is it's a waste of $20,000. You know what I mean? That proves it for sure. That's proof no matter what side you're on.
Yeah, it's a good point, Flatterday.
Dude, you could have bought a brand new SUV or all kinds of stuff with that money. Shit. How you doing, God Rockin'?
Not too bad. About yourself, brother.
All right. The freeway's brilliant, dude. I've never seen it like this. My whole life I've lived right here. Driving back from Santa Barbara to Ventura is like 5 miles per hour, bumper to bumper on the freeway.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's been like that for the past week or two. They've been doing the construction on the freeway right here since 2016, though. It's crazy.
Wow. Yeah, the same here where I live. It seems like as soon as they get part of the freeway done, they start working on another part of it. And yeah, they increased it to 5 lanes here, going both directions into Salt in and out of Salt Lake. And it didn't seem like it helped at all. Even it took them so long to get it done that they did it for the Olympics. I think originally they wanted to try and get the traffic situation worked out for the Olympics before they came, and it didn't even help. It took them so long to get done with it. By the time they did, there was more people here. There was more, just whatever. I think the traffic situation, it's the same situation you got going on down there. There's just so many people that, I think you could add the freeway. You could add 5 lanes to the son of a bitch on each side, and it wouldn't make any difference.
Well, the thing is, it got sometimes it's at a point where it's only 2 lanes here, and it's never been a problem. Traffic's never been slow until they started tearing apart the freeways.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like it is now. It's like, that it's not like they're just like, oh my God, people are bottlenecking. Like, they know what they're doing. It's just another way to waste our time and waste our gas. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good point. Anything to have us cost us more money to survive.
I'm not saying like that's the main reason they're doing it, but they never do shit for just one reason. They have multiple. They'll kill so many. Put it this way, they kill multiple buildings with one plane. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. They proved that on 9/11, didn't they?
Yeah, they're really good at that.
Yeah, they are.
It's like they maximize like everything they can get out of a possible scenario, dude, to the fullest.
Yep.
Leave no stone unturned, huh?
Yeah, they got this stuff planned out for years and years in advance, and they know what they're doing. You're right.
Do you remember in the 90s how Saddam Hussein was supposedly burning like oil, those oil containers, and we're like, oh, oil is going to go up, gas is going to go up, and now all of a sudden, like all the oil thing and the gas is in Russia now. Before it was like in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's funny because they have a lot of like huge outdoor plants right here with like hundreds of oil rigs, dude, just going right here.
Are they all pumping, or are they shut down?
No, they're pumping.
I don't know if you could do that.
There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of oil wells here where I live in Utah that are capped off, and they're not even pumping anything out of them. They're just capped off.
Yeah.
A friend of mine gets royalties every month. They pay him to not pump oil.
They pay him not to pump oil?
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep.
This was you?
fracking bastards. These fracking bastards.
Yeah.
Fucking bitch.
It's just like Bill Gates. It's just like Bill Gates buying up all the farmland and then paying farmers not to grow stuff anymore.
Yeah, that's going to be the big hit here pretty quick, let me tell you.
Do you see a pattern?
Yeah. Hey, and another pattern is everything that they say they're running out of inventory, like in stores and stuff, is all stuff that has nanoparticles in it. Diapers, Tampax, baby formula, toilet paper. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all synthetic stuff, dude. But they put an urge on people to wanting to get it if they think they're running. People will try to get anything they think they're running out of. If they're running out of globes, people will be running the store trying to get globes. You know what I mean? On Black Friday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Chris Hatton. Fuck me, Chris Hatton. What a fucking weird.
Who is that?
That's Chris Hatton. He played the guitar 2,360 times. He traveled around the fucking earth. He's a fucking ball bag.
Huh? What do you need?
He eats shit. Goggles. What's he doing with the goggles? Hang on, what's it? Was this the COVID? Or what the fuck is this? What the fuck is he trying to say? Well, up here in space, the COVID has actually traveled up here in space.
No, that's no.
No?
Hey, don't say the word, by the way, but it's
I'm sorry, the big C.
It's a safety measurement because when you miss on the toilet, they use some bags and a mask and these goggles so they don't get it in their face.
Oh, wipes.
Yeah.
They use the
So,
wipes.
for example, if your poop would float around, you would use that bag and you would use a mask and goggles to collect it.
I would like to poop on his face. I just poop on his face, man. Bloop.
Payback is muted.
Hello? Me again?
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
They do.
They live. They live. We sleep.
Why am I moving like Jesus? Stop it, bro. Fuck. You're too fucking easy on the hammer, you motherfucker.
They're talking about, the topic, and you're talking about pooping in someone's face or something. Come on, bro.
Listen, if you couldn't see the humor in that, I have no hope for you.
I don't want to visualize. I don't want to visualize you pooping. No, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. We're good.
That wasn't what I said. Chris Hadfield is a pooper. I didn't mean you actually fucking imagine me fucking being crazy. Pooping. Holy shit, bro. How weird are you? What's wrong with you? I threw up. Seriously? Alright, bro.
You know what I imagine? Imagine coughing. You know when you sometimes cough and you spit everything. Like we know how wet coughing sometimes can be, right?
Can be hard.
Imagine coughing in the International Space Station right next to your colleague or something.
You sound like you actually enjoy it. It's like, this is something I would love. Never mind, bro.
Here is pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some
No
eggs.
enemies. Don't ask me how I got fucking eggs on the fucking space
Golden
station.
eggs. And don't ask me how I got to eggs on Space Station.
That was good.
Space Station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chugga. You go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on Space Station.
Hey, can I stop you right there?
Huh?
Fuck off.
Hey, you don't even need to warm up the morning coffee.
No, do me a favor. Fuck off.
He asked politely you to fuck off.
Yeah, politely. Fuck off. That's crazy, bro.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not a question I would ask. That's a question.
Not an 8-year-old's question.
That's an 8.
That's my question. I want to know what I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going. Money is a good thing.
So a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. They ran out of money.
Right.
Here's a funny thing. Go fuck yourself.
P-Meg, why are you saying this all the time?
They didn't run out of money. They stole the money that was given to them, and they're not gonna use their money.
Well.
They're holding it.
What?
Well, you're not going to spend money on something that you can't accomplish. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. It's like, I'm going to spend all of this money on going somewhere that you can't go there. There's just no possible way to do it. So we're just going to throw away millions and billions of dollars trying to go somewhere where we know we can't go. So.
Isn't that fucking fantastic?
But still, we're gonna take the money and tell you that we went.
Yeah,
we didn't.
Of course.
So yeah, they didn't run out of money. They just took it.
Oh.
The taxpayers stopped giving. Well, actually, they keep getting the money anyway. So yeah, whatever. Yeah, good point. Good audio clips. That was some good audio clips for sure.
Oh, thank you.
They take tax out of everything, bro.
I'm glad that NASA and SpaceX exposed itself just by their own codes.
I'm about done. I'm going to get a couple of people. Maybe we could start a riot. I'm just going to say, now listen, the taxes and this, the taxes and that. Your earnings, the taxes, the petrol, the taxes, and everything, the taxes. I'm about done with this shit. Right? So you just need somebody to go, no, fuck you, we're done. Right? So the government go, well, in our respect, this is a very anarchistic fucking view of things that people should do. You shouldn't actually do these things. This is something not controllable. Well, fuck you. We're done. We're done, bro. Do you know what I mean?
All right, P-Mac. If we're done.
I don't think you understand. I don't think you actually understand.
No, I don't understand.
Well, you're fed up. But listen, Jamesy.
I get you that you're fed up.
understand.
This isn't the platform for that. This isn't the platform for that.
Okay.
Just kidding, bro. Yeah, you're right. You're right. 100%.
When is the platform for not paying taxes?
This is not financial advice.
When is the platform for not paying taxes?
This isn't medical advice or legal advice either. Strictly for entertainment and educational purposes.
Yeah. If you want a platform for that purpose, just make a Discord server and some people might join it.
I'll join it. Count me in.
Hey, I got one follower.
That's a good idea.
I'll join
it. Fucking brilliant idea. You join it too?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Everybody's joining it, man. Hey, suddenly you got a fucking Discord server that just blows up, bro.
That's how dreams become reality.
Come true.
That's what dreams are made out of.
Space dust?
See, now you're getting it. Now you're
I'm still not getting it, but I still.
Well, you definitely got it, bro.
Joined it.
I shut up, motherfucker.
Discord servers are not all they're cracked up to be. I've had one for about 3 years. I think I've been there 5 times.
The dreams are made of these. Who the fuck are you? Shut up, you motherfucker.
Yeah, it's all about marketing. Levelist is right. You should call yourself something like anti-taxers, and you should really like
anti-globers, government. Sorry, government. Did I mention government? I hate government. I hate them.
But they love you.
No. They do.
Oh yeah.
No, they definitely.
They love you.
Not. No, they do not. I'm
best for you.
No, yes. Well, they do. If you believe in all that, yeah. They definitely do not want to see me. No. I'm the worst. I'm actually their living nightmare. What the fuck? What's the reason for government?
For someone to steal your money.
Exactly.
To reinforce the globe belief.
Exactly. So what's the point? So they're charlatans stealing shit. What's the point?
It's so you can have floating cars in space.
I don't know what that German motherfucker just said, but yeah, ich bin Liberty.
Do you like beer, P-Mac?
English, dude.
You what now?
Do you like beer?
What's BM?
No, beer.
Oh, beer. Yeah, I like
Australian for beer.
When you're German, you like beer, yeah?
No, do you like beer?
No, I hate it. It's the worst thing that ever happened.
Oh, okay.
The vodka.
I like beer and vodka. I like both. Sorry.
Vodka.
Told you.
Okay.
Vodka.
In Germany, in Germany, vodka drinks you.
Yes, it does. It loves you to death.
I'm sipping on the wine. But you guys are great, man. You guys, I love you guys, man.
Is vodka really made from potatoes?
No, it's actually made from vodka.
Okay.
It's actually Russian sweat.
It's not made from potatoes necessarily, but
Nah, no, I'm just kidding. It's made from Ukrainian fucking sweat and tears. But yeah, I love it, bro. I do. It's good to see you.
he loves you.
I do. Hey, see what keeps me going? I actually love people. I love everybody, and I don't have one bad bone in my body. That's why I am fucking brilliant.
And we have some new people in here.
I would never try to take that away from you, sir. Never.
Yeah, I don't even care if you did, man. It doesn't matter to me.
Well, I expect a Christmas card next year.
Hang on. Have too many.
Sure, what's your address again?
45 Fuck You Street.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I got it.
Well said, my friend. Well said.
At Associated Press.
March at NAP. What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your roadster up there with Starman just cruising along with the Blue Planet? And how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And the colors all look kind of weird in space. There's no atmospheric occlusion. Like everything looks too crisp.
Did we ever figure out what that?
But we didn't really test any of those materials for is it space hardened or whatever. So it just has the same seats that like a normal car has. It's just like a normal car in space.
The same tires.
Didn't have actually a test for hard space. Yeah.
And if you look closely, on the dashboard, there's a tiny roadster with a tiny spaceman.
Yeah, that soft plastic
Hot
dashboard.
Wheels roadster.
That might have been a better idea.
He's actually giggling. He's like laughing his way through the story, telling you the truth. Actually,
that'd be cool.
He's got Duper still light the whole way through.
He knows life's a fucking joke.
I mean, it's kind of silly and fun, but I think.
Well, he's a robot, didn't you know?
So
He's a robot, dude.
It's funny.
Normally,
it's not like he has an option.
They've launched like a.
It's not really funny, but okay.
And that's so boring.
It's laughable.
It's kind of funny when you listen.
If you think anybody is a robot, that's funny.
Something that's going to get people excited around the world.
Okay.
All of our country's leaders are all robots. Every one of them. We know that.
Hang on a minute. Hey, Clay.
There you go.
Seal, stop playing that for a
it.
second.
You just heard.
You're all robots. You're all programmed from TV and music and movies. You all reference songs every time you talk and reference movies every time it's something like tickles your fancy that it reminds you of this movie or that TV show. You're all programmed.
Where's
God is a
dare
God is
How dare you?
Hang on. Why would anybody go through the trouble of making a fucking robot when they went through all the trouble to program you in the first place?
Yeah, that robot needs a programmer, right? And
who says you're not a robot too, dude?
You guys have been programmed.
You're definitely a robot.
Whatever.
That's something a robot would say.
That's exactly what a robot would say.
Deuce is right. He's right. You a bunch of robots.
It's atypical, bro.
To fit in,
You'll see eventually. You'll see.
Where's my fancy? So the next time you go to the toilet, I'm going to stop you.
My point is where the robots. They don't need to create a fucking robot. They don't need to spend the money. We would already had robots all over the place by now, besides fucking Roombas.
Roomba.
The fact is that they don't need to create a robot. They already have. You're like a couple hundred years in the making.
My God. Yeah. It's kind of strange.
Exactly what I'm trying to say, bro. Exactly.
I reject that comment. I'm not a robot. I'm flesh and blood, and I bleed.
No, I believe you are, but they don't believe you are. I'm not the one with the penchant to try to control you.
Sure feels okay.
The penchant.
Why would it sound like I'm trying to control you when I'm trying to awake you?
I don't know. Because I'm used to being controlled, try to be controlled, I guess. It's a defense mechanism.
We're being programmed. How are we not robots? I don't understand.
Hey, maybe those things that they show you in the movies and the TV screens that they label robots, maybe that's a lie. Maybe you are the robot.
Maybe no, we
Just lying to you.
Exactly. We definitely are.
Think about that for a little.
We definitely are robots.
The funny thing is like you'll think you're an individual. You'll go to some place like fucking In-N-Out Burger and think I'm gonna order off the menu. I'm gonna get the mustard fried bun and animal style fries. Motherfucker, they told you about that. They made you want it.
Imagine waking up.
Yeah. And then somebody from New York will go all the way to California and be like, oh, I'm going to In-N-Out. They'll order one of the three, and you'll be like, loser, you don't even know about the hidden menu. The fact is they were told to go to fucking In-N-Out, and they listened.
Yeah, you've been programmed. You've been programmed before you left home, and you even wanted that thing in the first place.
Yes.
You fucking loser! You don't know about the hidden.
You mean they have human fingers at that place? Like someone told me, and they weren't kidding.
Actually,
That's the sound of all your brains going.
That was okay.
Honestly,
Shut up, P-Man.
The most scariest.
It's true.
The most craziest thing is actually when you hear a song, just a little bit of the song that you have heard on the radio, even already as a child, and the whole thing can play in your mind. At least that's for me.
Yeah, it's a trigger. It's always been a trap. You don't hear your own music because it's all been created for you, and every emotion you could possibly feel, every emotion you can feel, you can possibly relate to the music
true,
you've heard.
Then there would be someone who could predict everything I did. Exactly.
Yeah.
Ask Google about it.
Actually, there could be.
Mm-hmm.
Ask Facebook. They might know.
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, have a little bit of fucking robot here.
I would also not completely generalize it. On some parts, I would say yes, but yeah, I think there's a lot of different.
No, I'm not saying all of you all the time, but you don't even use your own language, right? You've been programmed from the start.
Yeah, I mean, it would be hard to use my own language.
He's waiting. Nice waiting.
I mean, no means no in every country, so that's the same language, right?
Yeah, no butthole means no butthole in every country.
Yeah.
P-Max fucking got his brain fried over there.
My brain is actually fried.
Everybody knows except him.
No, P-Mac knows. He just hasn't thought it out yet.
That's true. I know, bro.
It's funny, we get to flat Earth and we think, oh, we've broken out of the conditioning, and then I hear people incessantly quoting movies, TV shows, and songs to equate to their emotions or their experiences. I'm like, you're not broken. You're slotted into a small thing to isolate you. And I'm not saying flat Earth is a small thing, and I'm not saying it's there to isolate you, but it has, and it is. It's a small movement, and it has isolated you. But you're not broken out of their system until you see their system.
Only way you can break out or like completely be uninfluenced by it would be by you living somewhere where you would not have any source of
but that's
like
impossible.
digital stuff like a smartphone, radio, or whatnot, and be alone for yourself. I mean, you can even be programmed by other people, what they think and say, right? We even copy behavior of some people, like when we like someone and he says something, sometimes we start saying the same thing.
Yeah, because they're funny and you like them and you want to emulate them and you want to be liked by them.
Yeah.
It's parroting behavior to socially conform to their standards.
Yeah, but how can you escape it? You yourself, no one can really. That's just
Well, no, you're right. You can't escape it because you're a pack animal. You want to feel loved. You want to feel like you're part of something, and that's not wrong.
Hey, I'm a lone wolf. I'm a lone wolf.
Jemsy, you have a family.
Black Days.
Oh no.
You don't have a family, Jemsy?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not a lone wolf. You can't be.
Yes.
What's funny is there were people who used to isolate themselves from general society, and they wouldn't speak to anyone, and they would go live on an island. They were called monks, and they would try to isolate themselves as much as possible, even from each other, to have a greater experience of what they were and what their reality was, because it was muffled from the people around them in greater society. And I know it sounds like I'm being like I'm deriding people for this. I'm just saying.
No, I totally get where you're coming from.
We are not special just because we see something that most people don't. It actually is generally a malady because it isolates us from the people we love or want to love. And I'm not saying that there's no absolutes here in general. That doesn't even hold true for everyone. Love can be found. Love can be attained in this form. It's just it's more difficult because you are more aware. The more aware of your surroundings are, generally, the less happy you are. You look at a child, a baby monkey in a cage. That baby monkey is perfectly fine. You look at a 20-year-old monkey in a cage. That monkey is fucking miserable.
I forgot what I want to say.
You mean they gave him 3 hots and a cot and he complained? Wow.
The more aware of your surroundings you are, the more unsatisfied with your situation you become. And most people in this chat,
or maybe it's because they're locked in a cage. Maybe, I don't know.
Right, you're locked in a cage. We're all locked in a cage, is what I'm saying.
But it's a big cage. I don't mind so much.
Right, and it's perfectly fine if you're okay with it, but it's isolating when nobody around you, well, not nobody, but most people around you meet aren't on the same plane of reality as you are. It's a
or maybe I'm not on the same plane as reality as them.
It's a distinction without a difference.
I don't know.
Oh Lord, I didn't.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's possible. All these things are possible, but I don't know. I guess when I see one, I'll believe it, right? I mean, I could say it all day long, but until I actually see something like a robot that looks like a person, I guess I won't ever really believe it. Unless I see some actual form of evidence.
I'm just saying, why would I was just defending my point of why would they build? They don't need robots.
Yeah, no, yeah, I hear where you're coming from. No, I hear where you're coming from. I've had a lot of people ask me that same question. They're like, "Well, what would be the point? Why waste the money?" I'm like, I don't know. I didn't think about that, but
they've literally built billions just in the entertainment industry alone.
Well, I'm basing most of my belief in it is not really solid. It's more like I believe in the idea. It's not necessarily that I've researched it and I proved it to myself. But the way I look at it is this: is it would make a lot more sense than a lot of the crazy stuff that we get told, right? It would make a hell of a lot more sense why all people are like they are if they were just a computer program, right? It would make a lot more sense.
It would be more comfortable to be able to say that there's no way that these people could believe or do or say the things they do. They must be not of us. But the fact is that if you just deal with a person on an individual level, you will come across a wall of inconsistency and not betrayal, but beguilement, where they try to throw an error of who they aren't upon you for you to believe that's who they are. Nobody wants to say, yeah, I'm kind of gross. You know what? I stink. You know what? I lie sometimes just to get by in the day. You know what? I really have this weird thing where I do this, and they're not going to tell you all that. They're going to let you believe the mask they put on from day to day. So, like, it's really not that hard to believe that people will do disgusting, despicable, horrible things to great numbers of people just to get by.
Yeah, sure. I did such things.
We've all done it. No one here is pure. We're all capable of the tremendous evil and all capable of unspeakable good.
Right.
I'm not impugning anybody. We all stink. We all poop. Nobody's perfect.
Right.
Hey, speak for yourself, man.
Okay, you don't poop. Fine.
I didn't say that. I just said. It just never stinks or anything. That's all.
No, I know. It's fucking somehow it comes out either lily or roses with you. It's crazy.
That's why I need my Lord and Savior. Otherwise, I'm just.
Actually, it's mostly both.
No, I agree. You have to surrender yourself to something greater.
Yes.
Because you know how bad you can be.
Yeah.
And you know what it takes to hold you in line, and that is to believe that there is something that is infallible out there, something that is pure, something that is the love you have that is a hole in your heart that you've been searching for your whole life. I agree.
I mean, it's not even believe, it's receiving, right? Because in a relationship, you receive strength, power, energy to stand against this evil heart that you have, right?
Right.
That we all have.
Yeah, receiving is one way to say. I would definitely say obedience. Because like if you have a wife, you have to obey her. She has to obey you. And I know it seems like a horrible word, obey, but it's either you obey the ones you love and trust, or you're obeying people you don't know and most likely don't have your greater interests at heart.
No, I agree. I think it's actually in a relationship, it's very healthy if each one knows what they have to do.
You both adhere to the obedience of the relationship. If you're not willing to do that, you're not willing to have a relationship.
Right. Well, I unfortunately haven't found someone that is capable of understanding the conversations I would want to have. So I'm just waiting.
You know, sometimes sometimes a dumb person is just or more able to accept the love you have. You don't always need a sparkling conversation.
Never thought about that actually.
You really don't. It's just the
No,
truth.
If
they can reciprocate, reciprocate your spirit, that's what matters. Having a conversation is really secondary.
Right. I just love to talk, you know.
Right, but don't be so picky as to think that you're going to find somebody on your level. Most of the time, you don't in life.
True.
And I love a dumb woman as much as I love a brilliant woman.
Right.
I'd much prefer a funny woman. The dumb and you know, super intelligent, that it's neither here nor there. But if she's funny, that I'm in.
Why would you want a dumb woman? I mean, I get
I'm okay with a dumb woman.
I get if she's less intelligent than you because you feel, you know, it might make you feel inferior. But a dumb woman, come on.
No.
A dumb woman.
Okay. Understand, when I say a dumb woman, she has to, like, I dated this one girl and she was just amazing, and I would have conversations with her and she's like, I am just too dumb for this. I'm like, you're not. Listening is fine. She knew that she wasn't going to comprehend what I was saying.
Right, but I'm just saying,
most
I don't think I can
talk to you aren't going to comprehend. They're not going to comprehend what I'm saying. So why do I need that as a you know, as an indicator of who can reciprocate my emotional state and what I need in life? I don't think it's a good one. I think it's as valid to look for as beauty. Beauty's great.
Yeah, you don't need her to know about the glow for you to, you know, talk to her, right?
Right. No, if they can, you know, I'm just saying, don't. That's one of those high, lofty things. Most people you meet are dull.
You think so? I don't know. I think most people are interesting. I mean, in their own ways, I guess. But
when I say dull, I mean mentally dull. I don't mean
talking about me.
I don't mean not fascinating.
Yeah. Well, if you fit into that category, I guess we are talking about you.
If you feel attacked, it's because you are.
Oh man.
Yeah, but you did it to yourself.
You guys are playing games with me.
Okay, robot.
Yeah, you must be a robot.
No, error.
No, not me. I'm a dog. I'm not a robot. How dare you? I don't know. What's worse, though? I mean, is it worse to be a dog or a slave or a robot?
Trace gets it. If she's kind and considerate, that's something of value. Her intelligence, that's like a bonus thing on top. But honestly,
yeah, I agree.
Pick a woman who thinks you're funny. Don't worry about her, whether or not she gets the greater context of what you're saying. Pick a woman who thinks you're funny. That's the best compliment you'll ever get in your life.
That's absolutely correct, 100%. If there could be more correct than 100%, I'd pick it. Yep, that's the one there.
And pick a woman you find cute, not beautiful, because she'll be cute her whole frickin' life.
You know what I found out? When I went back and looked at all the girls that I had a huge crush on in high school, I realized they got really ugly. And only the few girls that I refused to date because I thought they were kind of ugly, you know, the girls that were attracted to me that I turned down, they turned out to be pretty hot. And it really pisses me off.
It's funny when
What about you? Did you got any prettier?
I think I'm a good-looking dude, but I don't know. I guess everybody has. You have to decide for yourself on that one. I think I'm decent looking, but I don't know.
Go ahead, Deuce.
funny.
I cut you off. You deserve it.
It's fine. It's funny when you think about somebody in their struggles in life. The stronger they have to be, the stronger they will be. And so I think that goes with beauty as well. When people have to work hard at being beautiful, they'll do that for the rest of their lives. When they're given the gift of beauty, that will fade. But when somebody takes care of themselves, it doesn't matter about their pug nose or their elongated chin, for God's sakes. They're going to make it work.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, yeah, I agree too, because I was the kind of person that gets very jealous. So whenever I dated girls that were really hot, that attracted every guy wanting to date them and try to pick them up, it bothered the crap out of me. I just couldn't handle it. It made me jealous. It made me a mean, angry person, and I ended up not sticking with the girl because the girl thought I was a jerk for being so damn jealous. So I realized early on that I just couldn't date too hot of a girl, not because I didn't want to, but just simply because it just made me a weird person.
It gave you a fever. She was too hot, it gave you a fever. That's why.
No, I just mean I don't want a woman that every man in the world wants to get with. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I don't know what it is about me. Maybe it's some insecurity of mine or something, but that's just always the way I felt. I've always felt like if everybody wants to sleep with her, I don't want nothing to do with her.
You don't want to have to compete.
And I'm dead serious about that.
I don't know, man. That sounds like some type of fallacy to me.
I used to feel that way too. It's not a feeling that's estranged from most people. They don't want everybody wanting.
No, I agree. It's an insecurity, but I mean,
But when you say everybody, what do you actually mean?
I mean, everybody feels that way. Everybody feels some form of insecurity. Most people, most people who are there's 6% of people who won't ever feel that way, and that's because they're psychopaths. But most people will feel like either one, they don't deserve something, two, they're not up to the task, or three, that there's some hidden part of them that if they just let out, everybody will hate them for. It's normal.
It's fear. Yeah, it's your own fear.
Bro, Rookie, yeah, I get it. It is a fallacy then.
Well, no, I don't think you can call it a fallacy because it's only an argument unto yourself.
Well, yeah, I mean,
it's a fallacy to yourself because I'm dating the hottest girl out there. Everybody wants to be with her. Therefore, I don't want to be with her. But not everybody wants to be with her.
I don't know. I don't know how to explain it any other way.
I mean, you committed a fallacy on yourself. That's amazing.
Maybe, but it's just how it is.
You know what the trick is? At least what always worked for me.
I see where you're going, though. I see what you're saying.
Is if you do not give a woman any attention, especially the very hot ones, if you don't give them any attention where everyone looks at them, especially the men, obviously, they will be the ones interested in you because you have not yet given them any attention.
Only if you're attractive enough. Only if you're attractive. That only works. That only works if they were interested in the beginning. It doesn't work every time. Hang on.
Are you speaking from experience, though? I mean,
you can sit there and ignore a woman all you want. If you're fucking ugly, she's probably happy you are ignoring her.
Yeah,
that only works. That only works. She already wants you.
Okay.
Yeah. She already thinks that you're a potential. Then exactly. I got what you're saying.
Yeah, I guess
it's funny. You're right, though. That's why everybody's laughing because they're like, "Well, I can't argue with that."
I guess I'm lucky then in that kind of way.
Well, that's funny. There are a certain percentage of all people who will find you attractive. And it deals with not just your looks, but your charisma, your potential energy when you're at rest. What do they see in you? It's not just your looks that women look at. It's the way you carry yourself. It's the way you use your words. It's how gregarious are you, or how how do you control the people around you? They look at that. It's not just your looks. So when you look at these, top 20% that you're like, oh my God, just to be with that woman. The fact is that she's already assessed all of these little things. And like I said, if you don't hit her little quotients in those areas, she doesn't give a shit if you're ignoring her. She doesn't even notice.
Right. Yeah, I'm more like an actor, I guess. I'm pretty good at acting. I'll be honest, It's just I don't know.
Although there are girls that will respond if there are every once in a while there'll be a girl that'll respond to that, but yeah, it's very rare that they do it against their good nature. They usually follow their heart.
When I'm around a person that I obviously find attractive or whatnot, I can see at myself in the third person perspective. So every little mimic I do with my face, every little word that I say, everything is like pre-planned, and I can't even. That's a characteristic of mine that I that I thought about so often, but I can't get behind why I have this. Like I can't change it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, you worry about every little detail and all. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, but not that she knows that. It's like it's like I'm acting or something. I don't know. It's weird how.
Yeah, I know what you mean. No, that's not acting. Actually,
I'm still me, but I'm like. I just know. I just can predict certain things very good, and I don't know. It's weird. Even though sometimes I may feel in my heart. Even though sometimes I may feel a bit.
I think this is. I think all of this. All of this is Drew's fault.
Everything she does is bad.
T-Mac is the biggest robot. He's the second one to come up with the song, but he's the first one to sing it on stream. Biggest robot, P-Mac.
Humanoid.
Yeah, T-Mac, you've been programmed.
Yeah, it's weird. I also, if it's not about talking to someone actually, but just being in a room or something, I analyze everything.
Like a robot. Like a robot.
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
like
okay.
Yep.
I talk to someone while I'm.
See there how you just fell right into it.
I'm talking to someone, for example, and while I'm talking, from my perspective, when I see someone doing something in the background, while I'm talking, I'm thinking about also what this person is up to, or what he's thinking or talking with the other guy. I don't know. It's very weird, and I can't suppress that. It's just
that's your nature, because you're supposed to be aware of your surroundings. Your conversation. No, not everybody's built like that. That's generally the vigil man, the person who's there to defend you. So we all have our roles. That's not a foreign thing. I'm not saying you're not special, but you have a purpose, and that is your purpose. You're fulfilling your purpose. You're being unto your kind. That's the correct way to be.
Yeah, some people call it overthinking it.
Yeah, but it's
right, and those people who say that you're overthinking it are generally women.
I'm not in. It's not like that. That it annoys me. I actually enjoy that. This like autistic kind of way of having everything in eyesight. If that makes sense, because I cannot suppress it. I cannot change it. I cannot suppress it. That's probably also why I'm a truth seeker. I always need to look into everything that interests me. I don't know. It's just.
Hey, but when you said that girl was, you said that it will work for you. That you will ignore the woman and they will want your attention. You said something like that.
Yeah, sometimes when I'm at a party,
is that a fallacy? Is that a fallacy or no?
Not for me, actually. It always works.
Wait a minute.
Because you're saying that they want you because you're ignoring them, but there might be so many other reasons that they want your attention, not just because you're ignoring them.
It's a passive. Okay. Don't get me wrong. It's not a straight up like you would imagine ignoring. It's a passive ignoring in a certain way where you don't. I see a lot of men.
You're being passive ignoring.
Listen, I
Chemsy,
see.
it works for him because he's a 10 out of 10, bro.
I think he's talking about like when a girl puts the moves on him or whatever, and he ignores her, it makes her crazy. And it usually does. He's right.
Yeah.
Oh, you date crazy? He dates crazy woman?
Well,
yeah, don't we all?
Well, hang on.
Guys,
Jamesy,
explain it.
Jamesy, do you not have women in your life?
Oh yeah, plenty.
Okay, then you should take that whole statement back because you just called them all crazy.
Okay, let me.
No, this guy said that because he ignored them, that makes them crazy. And I asked him, hey, he dates crazy woman?
No, it's all about self-awareness and also about Selbstbewusstsein.
When I say plenty, I say I have a family and I have woman in my family, and that's plenty enough for me. Cause
So if you're self-conscious,
good enough for me.
If you're self-conscious of your, whatever you do, especially when it comes to your facial expressions, I see a lot of men that expose themselves what their real inner feelings are when they talk to a girl that is pretty attractive or whatnot. I personally can be like a hitman or something where you can't read my facial expressions, even though maybe my inner feelings is like I'm going crazy right now. I can still be in that, it's like that, and
So you are projecting a fallacy because you're making a face that is not what you actually feel or mean, and you're making a face contrary to that. Wow.
Like an actor, yeah.
Wow.
I could be a good actor, yes. I can talk to you from 1 minute to the other and can look like I would be crying or whatnot.
Well, we better watch out for this one. He's a real.
Are you a German paid agent?
Man, I really could be a good agent, actually. Yeah.
Oh no.
Hey, Chemsy, why are you yelling?
Because I have my headphones deep inside my ears, and I want to hear myself when I talk.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
No,
So I'm yelling on top of my speak. So
Yeah.
I can hear what I'm saying.
Fine.
What?
Calm down, Glad.
What was that?
Glad's cooming.
Hey, but anyways, we have a new member in the server. Is Crumb Liker. Welcome.
Welcome to the Russian Spy server.
Is it P drinker?
Please
Kram.
don't be drinker.
Kram, we have this guy, Deuce Volt. He would like to speak to you about the topic in the server.
I actually never talked to Dois Volt yet.
Well, welcome to my server.
What's the fun the show?
Somebody throw the fucking bottle back, please.
Cool server, bro.
I like your server. It's so nice.
Welcome to my server.
Somebody gave the bird some alcohol.
Hey, Glad, why are you yelling?
What's going on? What is
He's yelling because you're yelling.
He's yelling on top of my yelling. Damn.
Someone.
And on top of BMAC. Wow. That's some good competition. And he's also yelling because his mic is like 20 feet away from him.
Everybody and just let me talk. Just got my windows rolled down.
Hey, speaking about robots, go ahead. Glad.
Robots.
Hey,
Oh, this is
robot,
boring.
when someone directs the speak to the robot and says speaks, the robot has to reply. Go ahead.
I am roboting. I am not trying to robot.
You're not doing very good job, son.
He's actually driving, and his mic is outside of the vehicle.
No. You put it out the window? No. How dare you?
Hey, Cramp Liker, are you taking a shower or?
He's peeing, maybe.
Oh, he's washing his hands.
Yeah, he's washing
Man,
his hands.
that was a mistake.
He was showering. That's gross, man.
Do you think PMAC is still singing?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Did you mute him?
Maybe he's trying to tell us something, you know, SOS.
Yeah, he's calling you in his robot speak of being programmed of how he's feeling.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he's
I
trying
thought
to
robot
show
speak
you.
was like
You know what
He's trying to show you how bad of a singer he is.
You know what the weird thing is? You're just talking about robots all the time. The weird coincidence by this is that I was in a room the past 2 hours watching with Sasha and Rookie videos about
Every move you take,
people like this.
every move you make, every step you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you.
If I ever do that, please just kick me off the server.
Day.
All right. People forgive me for unmuting him.
I actually wanted to go to sleep, but this is so entertaining. Why? This server really gets entertaining when it's late, right?
Platter says cognitive dissonance. That's
You're right, bro.
hilarious.
There are some funny people up in here, bro, and they don't even know they're funny.
Right, I think Cram Liker he already watched, or she, or it already washed hands. So you can grab the phone now and oh no.
What happened? Oh no.
Cram Liker still washing the hands.
Okay, that's actually a shower.
Wash your hands.
Okay, never mind. Continue, gentlemen, with the conversation. Hey, dummies! You're back, dummies!
Didn't Flo wanted to say something?
Who was it that was snorting earlier? That was hot mic and snorting, and they kept on going.
Snorting?
Yeah, every 2 seconds they were
snorting
like.
Oh no, I was brushing.
Sniffing their snot.
I was brushing my teeth there, bud. I was doing this.
No, that's not what it was.
No?
I'm talking about earlier.
Okay.
This was earlier this morning.
Oh,
somebody kept on just sucking their snot. You know, like they had a cold or like they had a runny nose, and they just kept sucking the snot up in their nose. You know what I mean? It was just like I kept going, you keep snorting.
I wasn't here for cocaine hour.
Maybe. I don't know if he was doing cocaine. He was doing a lot of cocaine, bro. He did it for 30 minutes.
Wait, why is Platter? No, Platter, you're not muted. Yeah, if you have a red mic, it's because we hate you. Right, PMac?
Wait a minute. We hate people?
No, I mean we're actively hating them by the opposite of love is not hatred. It's ignoring.
Oh, you mean when you're not rubbing them on the back and telling them that they're great and everything? That's not agreeing with them. Okay, I see.
No, the opposite of love is not actually actively disliking them. It's ignoring them or putting them in timeout. It's not the act of not giving them love, not actively not liking
or not treating them equally, right? Like every other dummy that comes in here, right?
Were you putting a lot of time out there?
No, I think if you actively dislike somebody, if you're actively, going out of your way to show them that you don't like them, it's because you do like them. You just want them to change.
Isn't that a fallacy?
There might be something to that. I don't know if it's always true, but I think you're right, though. A lot of times it turns out to be that way.
Because if you hate somebody, you just you cross them out.
You just wouldn't go around them. I'm the same way. I only give people crap that I like. If I like you, I'll give you a bunch of shit. I'll pick on you and I'll say.
All right. You say you give people crap, and if you like them, you give them shit. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want you to like me because I don't want any of that.
If you don't like shit, then fine. But
Gemsy.
Oh, nor crap.
Sometimes to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop, you gotta lick the gooey end of the stick.
So wait, we were talking about shit and crap, and now
you're talking about licking sticks. What the hell, dude? That's enough of that, bro. That's enough of that.
Yeah,
I'm saying.
P-Mac was speaking about that earlier.
Isn't that the Tootsie Pop, for God's sakes?
That's crazy, bro.
Well, you're a foreigner. I'm talking to Americans.
You know what's not shit, crap, or lollipops?
The globe.
That's right. Job. See, I'm going to get it right back on track. Hang on. Hang on. You guys go ahead. Sorry. Drive.
As soon as he remembers it. As soon as
The excuses, Glad.
Is this
P-Mac, turn your Enya off.
Yeah.
Yeah, please turn that.
Oh, he's playing the jazz flute. I know that shit anyway.
That's it.
Is
Yep.
PMAC transforming?
This one time at band camp.
Talking about shit.
I am amazed.
Hey, you got a fan? I got shit to flame.
PMAC, what are you doing right now?
You guys heard the one where Globers say that gas pressure without a container is a fan, right? A fan is gas pressure without a container.
I've heard that before. Yeah.
Horrible!
No, that's the one I heard yesterday or day before.
Yeah.
It was water bubbles in the ocean are gas pressure without a barrier. I said, well, what do you call the water that's surrounding the bubble? Well,
The
that's not a
ocean.
barrier. Oh, no.
They already called it the ocean.
I had to start laughing. I had to mute because I was laughing so hard. I really thought he was. I thought he was joking, but he was serious. And I was like,
The bubble
oh,
pops,
God.
listen, so that means it's not a real container, because if it's a temporary container, that doesn't mean I have to call it a real container, okay?
Oh, is that how it
Anything
works?
not to address the fact that we are contained. Anything.
Oh, of course.
Maybe
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe the people who say that there doesn't need to be any container for gas pressure, maybe they themselves do not have any containment for the thing that makes them think.
You're unsavable here, P-Mac. No, Glad, if you've been listening, I've been talking about this the whole time.
Glad. Who's Glad?
Gladflow?
Is he in
The
here?
one that was just talking about the container.
Yeah,
I've been talking about you being in a container the whole time.
Is that you, dude?
Yeah, I'm in my car. That's right.
Dude, it doesn't even sound like you, bro. I swear, I did not think that was you.
Wait. Let me ask this. I've been having this question for some time. There is 3 accounts that the name is pretty similar to Gladflow. Are those 3 accounts
my
the same
one
person?
account. Listen, I got an account at home. It's on my computer. It's always up when I'm awake. And then this is the account that is on my phone, which had to be a different account for some reason. They wouldn't let me put both accounts on both devices. Does that make sense?
Is
No,
that
yeah,
like
it does,
the terms of
because they're
service
like
when
that.
you are at Russia, Spain?
Yeah, when you're CIA, when you're a glowy, you have to have more than one account.
Oh yeah.
At least one.
That sounds like a troll move to have.
What's a
Okay.
glowy? Is that such a thing?
You don't know what a glowy is?
Okay.
I know what a glober is, but I don't know what a glowy is. Is that like a glowworm or something?
Kinda. It's kind of like a glowworm.
Oh, you mean globe E? Globe B? Right?
No, with a W.
It means
With a
they're
glowy.
glowing. I think it means they're glowing.
GLOWE or
Stand
something?
out.
Glowy?
Rookie, I think that it means that they're glowing, i.e. they stand out. Am I right about that?
No.
Oh. Well, there we go.
Okay, so explain it, please, because I've never heard the term.
It's a federal agent.
I think he's doing it for convenience, because if you log out if you log into a different device, you will have to be logging in and out. So if he has the Discord in his computer and he just leaves that account there, he can just sit there, use the account, and then he goes to his car and he's trying to go to Discord. He can have a second account.
So what you're saying, Gemsy, is we have 2 glowies in here because you're defending the glowy?
I'm trying to understand the reasoning why he has 2 different accounts, because it sounds kind of different. Like Rookie mentioned that he sounds kind of different, but now I can tell that he's on the phone and he sounds like the mic is like
Yeah, you're scrambling really quick to cover this one up.
on the sunroof, right? So
Here, let me help cover it up.
It sounds different.
You know,
Just finish your sentence.
Connections, yes.
I only have one thing to say. It takes one to know one.
Holy shit! I'm just kidding.
Did you wreck?
No, I was saying that because a rookie, he just admitted that he's also a glowy in FBI.
I don't even know what it is, dude. Whatever.
He tried to Uno reversal on me and actually hit himself with it.
That's right.
Hey, let's bring this back to flat earth. Let's check if Cram already finished with it.
Great idea.
Yeah, because I always win these arguments, so you guys don't want to listen.
They have like they're like little like pegs. So big.
Oh no, that's a private conversation. I'm gonna mute her.
Yeah, it is.
Because yeah, I muted her because I guess she just knows she joined the call, unmuted, and then she just forgot that she's in Discord. That's what it is. Yeah.
Fucking Dre said I'm too reasonable. What the fuck?
Yeah, stop.
How is that not easy to argue with? Reason makes everything easier to argue.
You leave me no choice. I must argue with you.
Hey, DUMMYS. I mean Z. Dummies. He opened his mic earlier.
Yeah, Dummies is here. What's up, Dummies? Thick?
I'm good.
Cool. You vibing?
Dummies, have you ever met Deuce Volt?
No.
No.
Oh, there you go.
I'm just listening in. That's all.
I'm
You're welcome.
I'm trying to talk to him.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What'd you do today?
Wake up.
What do you believe the shape of the Earth to be and why?
Flat.
Why?
Why? I don't know. I live on the 11th floor, and all I see is flatness.
When's the first
I
time
can
you had
see-
this thought that the Earth was flat?
Huh?
When was the
It's
first
like-
time you thought that the Earth was flat?
I don't know. A few months ago.
You in New Zealand?
No, across the border.
Oh, okay. In Australia?
Yes, sir.
Cool. So a few months ago, what changed your mind from what you were told it was? What was the one thing that really just convinced you that the Earth was flat?
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Dummies here.
Himself,
I came across some.
Hey,
stuff and I just looked into
real
it.
quick before you
And I was
continue, I
like,
think someone has you muted by accident. So who was it? Glassprobe?
It was Rookie or Glat?
Somebody better not have me muted.
No,
You know what I mean?
have
I hear you.
You have him muted.
I hear everybody.
Most likely.
Okay,
Yeah.
don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm going home soon anyway. Don't worry about it.
Go home,
Sorry,
you're drunk. Okay.
Wait, what?
So what no, I was talking to Glat. Dummies, what exactly was that thing that really just stuck it in your mind that the Earth was flat? I want to hear that story again. I really didn't hear it.
Horizon, really? It's just like how it's just fucking flat as fuck. Sorry. Didn't wanna-
Right, but you were told that the Earth was a globe.
Yes.
Who told you that the Earth was flat?
Well, no one told me the Earth was flat. I just came across like some flat Earth video. I was like,
Okay,
Yeah.
so you came.
So-
Which
and then-
which flat Earth video exactly?
I don't remember.
You don't remember the moment that your
yeah,
whole
it's just like
entire paradigm changed? That the nature of
it's
your
just too
reality
many-
changed?
Yeah, it's too many videos, you know.
Okay, so you really delved really deep into it the moment you heard it.
Yeah, because before flat Earth, I was like looking into like all this like other conspiracy stuff as well.
Okay, that makes
So,
sense.
like, I was like, you know, very easily convinced.
Okay, so do you think you were easily convinced that the Earth was flat? Or did you have to go and investigate it yourself? You think you were
Not
easily
really.
convinced?
Yeah.
I'd say I was easily convinced because I can think logically. It's our base axiom. for
Because
God's
the
sake.
thing was like if flat Earth was not such a big deal, right? Why would they go
Right.
to such great lengths to like hide it and stuff? You know,
Or to silence it.
that is like my kind of logic. Like, whereas like, you know, they're trying to do something, and
Right. What made you lose confidence in them?
Did he have
I don't know,
confidence in them to begin with?
finding out another like other secrets that they don't actually tell us about.
Orion, I'm trying to get to something here. I really would not like you to answer for him. Thank you. No, I'm talking to Orion. You're fine, dumb. You're fine, dumb.
I didn't do that though.
You did it twice. I'll let it go. Anyway,
you denying it?
Yes, it's fine. Okay, dummies. What's your best argument?
Asking him a different question isn't answering your question.
I feel like I'm being interrogated right now, but
You are kind of being interrogated because I want to welcome you into the community, but I don't know you, and I want to get to know you a little bit better. And figuring out how we share the same beliefs is one way to do that. Wouldn't you agree?
Sure.
So I don't think it's necessarily an interrogation. It might feel like it. It's just in front of 20 to 30 other people.
Yeah, I'm just not used to it.
It's fine, but we have a lot of glowies who come in here and try to tell us that they're flat earthers, and then 5 minutes later
they're not. Yeah.
We find out
I
they're
don't need
not.
to take this abuse. Yeah, I don't need this.
Glad nobody gave you abuse. See yourself out. Anyways.
Yeah, I thought you were going to shut up.
Why would I shut up? Oh, you meant Glatt. Okay,
Not
he's
you,
gone.
I mean,
He's gone. He just wanted to make a dramatic exit because he wears a dress.
Oh wow, really? Him too?
Well, that's what I assume by making the dramatic exit. Anyways, dummies, welcome. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah.
No problem. And I knew you just wanted to listen, but I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't something we needed to talk about.
Oh, all right.
There is. You let me know.
Yeah. Cool.
Cool. Jose, how are you doing today? And don't lie to me. I can tell.
Oh, I'm actually doing really good. I'm out sitting by the side of my pool, watching my kid and my niece swim around. So it's going good.
Good. I'm glad you're on
Good,
vacation.
I'm doing good. Thanks for asking.
Not you, Gemsy. Sit down.
Oh, wait, what? You said my name.
No, I didn't.
Hey, since when are you the boss around here?
I've always been the boss whenever I walk in any room.
Oh, come on.
He's the bad man.
Oh, you asked me a direct question by my name, and I said good.
Just because everybody from where you're from is named Jose doesn't mean that I was talking to you.
Oh.
What if you walk into a room full of bosses? How can you be the boss then?
Oh, because I just assert dominance.
Sorry.
Oh, so you're the boss of the bosses now, huh?
If I'm faced with that situation and I think that leadership needs to be taken, I will take it.
You know what? I like this guy.
You better do.
That was part of the joke. If you wouldn't ruin. Why does everybody around here act like I don't know what's going on? Do I portray that I'm really that dumb or something?
It's okay.
Mother used to say everybody can't be wrong and you're right.
Let's move up to something.
I don't want to be right.
Let's move up to something else. Hey, something. Welcome to the server. How are you, something? Something.
I don't want to talk about
Deuce wants to talk. Rookie wants to talk to you, something.
Something's got some problems because he's got 100 bitches on his dick.
Oh yeah, he's busy. All right, just give him three minutes.
I know. It's funny, huh?
What about Sachet 2.0?
Nah, we won't talk to him.
Okay.
I actually jumped
I like
between
the
the Jose joke and Deuce, so I mean I made
I
it
thought
a
it was
joke. So.
funny. I thought it was quite hilarious, to be honest with you.
Are you still hurt from what I said to you, Jumsy?
Oh yeah, like I have a pain here on this shoulder, and yeah.
Is it named Rodriguez?
Show
No.
us where it hurts you.
Gomez.
But thank you for letting me know.
You're welcome.
Something I didn't know before.
Should I post the
That's
butt
okay.
report for you guys?
What, rookie? What did you say?
Should I post the butt report for you guys so that way, in case you guys need to fill one out?
Jemsy always, post it. Jemsy should definitely fill this
I'll
out.
read
All right,
through
I'll
it.
get it. I'll get it. I'll put it.
If you got it in Spanish, better.
I really don't like the update on Discord. I liked it better when like all the names were just there and like little microphone went right next to it. Because now it's like freaking annoying just to see who's talking. You have to go into like it just seems like a lot more work.
You have to go into the room. I don't ever use the.
In my world, I hate that because the mobile version.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay,
I don't,
Jose.
I don't ever use the mobile app. I think the mobile app is kind of cancer because if you really like notifications on your phone, it's a great way to do it. Just put on Discord.
I saw there's in the update whenever you are in the live stream, whatever live stream is going, there will be a specific chat for that live stream. It's like a new you know how here we have a live stream voice text channel, whatever, but now there's an update that the voice channel has a voice text
It's built
included into the call.
It's supposed to be that's weird.
Hey, PMac, who are
I
you
don't know how it
saying
works,
was
but I saw it too the other day. There was a little pop up that came.
PMac, who are you saying is annoying? I need to find out. Don't sing. Just tell me who you think is annoying.
I'm annoying.
No, you said you are annoying.
No, I'm
Who do you mean by you? Huh?
What do you want?
He's talking in third
I'm
person.
fucking annoying, bro.
What?
Who?
You know I don't understand Scottish. Speak English.
He says he's from a town called Noyan.
Right. I am a wee bit annoying.
Oh, we're all a wee bit annoying.
Who's that?
We all?
Yes. Do you like that?
Well, no. I don't like anything.
Yeah, I noticed.
I don't like you either.
I fucking noticed, bro. Wait, do you see this?
And I don't like you, and I don't like you either. You get the hell out of here.
You're fucking annoying.
Hey, PMac, are you listening to Pink Floyd right now?
I am. Actually, I am. How did you know?
I'm not sure that I do know. I'm not sure you confirmed it.
I think I did just confirm it.
Well, when
Is that confirming it right now?
I have no idea, bro.
I think the name of that song is "Shine On You Crazy Diamond," or I might have that wrong.
Yes. It's kind of the gist, yeah.
I don't know. I heard it once in utero. That's how I know it.
You see it twice.
Really? You remember that?
Yeah, of course I do.
Hang on. I remember.
Not in vitro, but in utero.
No, in Euro. I remember when I was 6 months old in a crib. There was Billy Joel playing. It was springtime. My window was open and there was bacon cooking. The crib bars were white. I also remember before that, I thought we hit a wolf. I think it was like 3 months old, but it was apparently a German Shepherd. But in my mind, I saw a wolf.
Dude, I think my furthest memory back is when I was like 3 years old, and this is because it's like it was traumatic. I think that's why I remember it. But I used to sleepwalk. Like my mom used to have to put like little bells on all the doors because I would like literally just walk out of the house like in the middle of the night, like 3-year-old. Like I literally unlock the door and walk out. So they had these like little bells like on the main doors. And I remember I guess I slept walk and I was thirsty and I started drinking alcohol, like curing alcohol. Like, you know, to rub it on, it's like 90%. I forget how strong it is, but I chugged that shit, and then it woke me up because it burned, and I started vomiting like blood. And I remember mom like she smacked me, and I felt bad because she smacked me. She's like, maybe I shouldn't have hit him because it's like his fault. But I'll never forget that, dude. And another one I remember is when I was 2 years old actually, and I picked up my dad's cigarette because he used to smoke. He threw the bud, and he didn't turn it off. And as soon as he went inside the house, I walked up to it, picked it up, smoked it, and then my mom saw me through the window because she was washing dishes, and she carried me upstairs. She washed my mouth with soap, and she beat the shit out of me. I won't forget that either.
Each time she thought you were possessed.
Hey, Jose, does that explain the brain damage?
The brain damage? Nah, man. She probably knocked some sense into me, man. I probably would have been a glowy otherwise.
It's
Yeah.
brain damage.
She fixed you. She fixed you.
He might have ended up a glowy. You don't know.
So it's her fault.
Or almost as bad with some, lung cancer.
Wait, what?
Well, now we know who
Not
to
as
blame.
bad as being that, though. Wait, you said glowy? I thought you said globy. What are you guys talking about?
Glowies.
Did you pay attention?
Glowies, bro. Are you like? Come on, man.
I heard you guys say glowies earlier, but I forgot what the definition of that is.
Oh. No,
It's bad enough that I didn't know the answer, but you just got told and you don't remember now? Wow.
It's a government agent.
I heard the glowies part. I didn't hear the definition part.
Come on, man.
Come on.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Okay, yeah, I did hear it. I just forgot that. Right.
The definition of a glowy is what are they called? J-Trade, pretty much.
All right, next time I do that, you guys can't give me a hard time. That's all there's.
Boom. Boom. Hey.
B-Mag is back. Remix.
Bro, you ain't for me. You ain't black.
Yeah, mute him. He's not.
Yeah, those
ready.
Can I ask a serious question?
What right after I
Seriously,
answer?
it's gonna sound funny, but I want you to take it seriously.
I need to answer Platter's question.
I'm not stupid.
Yes, Platter, those are glowies. Go ahead.
Remember where we were young?
So say tomorrow.
Hey, B-Mag, when he said go ahead, he didn't mean P-Mac.
Sean!
So if I come in tomorrow and I sound like that and I start acting like that, you guys are gonna kick me out?
Yes.
You'll just forgive me?
Especially if you're conscious about doing it, and if you do it, then you're gonna pay the double.
No, well, I'm only kidding, of course. I don't drink, but I think it's fun, but he's kind of out of it,
It's fun.
Normally
It's fun for
enjoy
him.
it. I enjoy it. Yeah, I mean,
Remember when you were young?
I've tolerated that kind of stuff. My whole life, so I guess it's not a big deal, but
Yeah, we're used to it because of Helio. We already trained. We did some training about this many times in the past. So
I thought at first it was Smurf because of the way he sounded, but then I realized it wasn't.
No, we have about 15 different alcoholics in the chat at any
They
one
all have
time.
the same accent. That's what I want to know. They seem to all have the same accent. They all sound alike. It's like I can never tell the difference, especially when they're really snockered. It's like, who the hell is that one?
It's just drunk talk, man. That's how they sound.
I know. Sometimes it's funny, but sometimes it's like, what? I think probably Helio is the best mannered one of all the people that drink around here.
He was
Like
actually
at least he'll admit, that he's being a bud, or he'll admit that
unless
he'll
you're a bigger asshole than he is, then you're gonna have some competition.
Yeah, like me.
I don't
What
think
were you
I've
gonna say,
experienced
Jose?
anybody do that.
I was gonna say, do you remember that one time? There was this new person, and it was me, you. This was back in the days when like Locks was still in the server, I think. And we had this new guy come in, and we were like just mind blowing him with the information. And then Hero came in and really explained perspective after he already like had got it, because I don't know how I felt. Like I guess Hero thought the guy didn't get it. It was so funny because he was ranked out of his mind. Helio took like 30 minutes explaining to him, okay, so there's this tower. It's like 2,000 miles away. Can you see it? That took me 10 seconds. For some reason, when Helio was drunk, that took him like 30 minutes just to get that.
Yeah, he was yelling the whole time.
Yes.
Oh my god. The days. It could have been yesterday, but it was like 3 years ago. But yeah.
Yeah, there have been some funny conversations. I'll give it that. Some pretty funny and hilarious.
What I don't understand is how is Old Dude and PMAC not the same person?
What do you mean?
One's sober, one's not.
But that's a good difference. That's a good. I'm sure that they would both
literally live next door to each other.
Do they really? I forgot about that.
Helio started doing that.
I know there's a couple other people that do live near each other too.
You fucking whoop me. I'm Scottish, Sonny. So is PMAC.
Okay, so wait a minute. What?
Okay, I'm reading the chat. Rookie, I respond.
I kind of respond. I know.
I respond to the written word as much as I respond to the spoken word. So
I try to keep hitting my mute button because my neighbors have a bad habit of walking by and making noise. So when I'm doing that, it gets in the way because then that little screen pops up and then I can't read it. So I apologize. I wasn't paying attention to both.
That's okay. That's okay. You're not up to speed yet.
Oh yeah, I am. It's just I'm lazy. It's a little just laziness.
How can you tell if an Irishman is not a Scottishman when he's fucking drunk?
I can tell a big difference because one of them says "I" and the other one says something else. That's the only.
Yeah, what is the other one
No, I'm kidding.
Wait.
I like that he called me a Canadian. That's hilarious.
One of them says "yeah," and the other one says "I." Yep. Uh-oh. Look who came in the room. Speak of the devil. I mean, Helio.
No, Helio's here to have a good conversation without yelling about perspective for a whole half an hour.
He heard you guys speaking about him in the YouTube channel, so now he's here to address you guys.
Well, let's test that theory on some other people that we also believe that about. Isn't it the same about QE? Isn't like whenever you talk about him, usually somebody will call and say, "Hey, somebody's talking about you," and he'll show up. He'll literally show up like 5 seconds later.
No.
What are you guys talking about? I'm kidding. There are a few people that just seem like whenever you talk about them, they show up.
Hey, but well, that's the devil. By the way, Old Dude, I'm sorry I equated you to an Irish person. I know that you're basically the same bloodline.
How dare you?
I mean, you speak the same language. It's a very slight difference between the Gaelic in which you speak. So,
how many Irish people do you know that can speak Gaelic? I know 2.
What do you? Well, I mean, I don't live in Ireland.
Neither do I, but I got family there.
Okay, I'm sure I do too. I've met German people who aren't from Germany, and they don't speak German.
I've never been to Scotland though. I've seen it from across the Giant's Causeway. That's as close as I've been. But I'm sure it's beautiful.
Isn't that a
just like
fallacy?
Ireland is. I'm sure, I'm sure it's probably the same type of climate, right?
I'll unmute you, PMAC.
Thank you.
See?
So, right, okay. So,
You're muted yourself. You have yourself muted, you weirdo.
Good story, bro. So, what are we talking about? What's up?
Allegedly. Do you know your
We were talking about you. Didn't you hear us?
I noticed there was something funny going on.
Somebody talking about me?
No, hey. I don't care, bro. Listen. I'll meet me all you like, right? I'll meet me till tomorrow, okay? I don't give a fuck. All right? Just listen. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
Huh?
What? What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know. What were we talking
about? About the globe.
Hello. Oh, the globe. Right, sorry. So I was muted because what? Where was I muted?
What?
What the fuck was that?
You muted yourself, dude. That's what I heard.
You're making too much fucking sense.
I agree.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Listen, fuck you, bro.
Hey, Clay, what are you doing?
I got one thing to say to you. Fuck you. Fuck everybody in here.
I'm listening to a very friendly guy.
I'm actually.
Oh, no.
Didn't you guys say he was nice?
I'm actually amazing.
Wait, who's nice?
I'm actually.
PMAC, you guys said he was nice. Didn't you?
Listen, fuck off, man.
Are you going to sing a song?
Yes. Would you like me to sing a song?
Sure.
Which one would you like? Which one would you like?
Something that you know. Something you know well. Something you know well.
Here we go. With or without.
I'm trying very hard not to laugh.
You know you're in love when you want to tell everyone you know. I equate that to learning about the flat earth too, by the way. I wanted to tell everybody. But, you know, unlike when you say, hey, I'm in love, when you say, hey, earth's flat, I think you get a slightly different reaction, right? A little something different.
We're in trouble.
What's that?
Nothing, I'm teasing.
Oh, I didn't hear it. I had to turn it up. Now I can hear you, though, so you got away with it.
Oh, now you can. I said, now we're in trouble. I said it kind of like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're in trouble, Rookie.
Well, I just saw that I saw like 100 people typing at once, and it was like scrolling, and it was like it changed like 15,000 times, and I was like, somebody just got triggered. It looked like there was like 15 people trying to type at the same time. I was like, oh no.
It depends on who you're talking to. If you're talking to someone who loves you or cares about you, then they want to hear about you being in love. If they don't know you or give a shit, they don't care.
That's true. Touche.
Absolutely true.
Salesman. Touche.
Stop using my damn words, okay? You know what I'm talking to.
Yeah, but when you say it, do you put extra emphasis on the E with the tilde above?
I try to. Well, I don't make it sound like a dildo, but yeah. Okay.
I said tilde. I didn't say.
I know, but say it quickly and then listen to yourself.
It's not even the right term. I didn't say the right. It's a dash, or I don't even know what it's called. Touche. That's the French.
Well, there's an asterisk.
An oopslot.
Some of those things I always thought was funny when I learned how to type, like when I was learning typing in high school.
A nooplot? Is that what it's called?
Funny.
Oopslot.
Yeah, something like that.
Ooplot?
Oopslot.
Fuck that word. I'm not going to try to say it a third time. I'm not even.
Oopslot.
Oopflot? Oop, it's flat.
Oopslot. With an S.
Ugh. Who came up with that word?
No, it's not an ass trick. Drace.
Well, it's either a trick or it's an ass trick. One, two. I mean,
there are many other kinds of tricks.
Asterisk, whatever it is.
Asterisk.
My bad.
Just because
I didn't know it had an E in it.
Just because it's Gay Recognition Month doesn't mean that everything has to be butt stuff.
Did I say butt?
Yep.
No, I said ass. That doesn't always mean butt.
That yep was for Deus.
Well, you're acting like an ass right now, but that doesn't mean you're a butt, does it?
Brother.
I'm fully kidding.
Harsh, brother. Harsh.
I'm trying to be nice, actually.
Hey, has anybody talked to Bucket Cruncher yet?
No, maybe we should try that before we go at each other's throats.
Where are we going?
We were just teasing each other.
That's what. It is riveting content. I do agree with that.
Baba Yaga's got the right point. What's the guy's name?
Bucket Cruncher.
Bucked Cruncher.
Bucket.
Bucked. Okay. Cruncher. I'm gonna call you Cruncher because I want to.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. Sounds good, Deus.
P-Mac.
So, Bucked Cruncher. Hi. Hello. Okay. Well, I don't have the time nor the inclination to address this man or woman, so y'all take it away. Love you lots.
Hola.
Love you too. Does that mean you already called him, Platter?
Hey, Sacha 2.0. Sacha. Wow, Sacha, really?
I know he's there.
I mean, he's programming some type of blockchain or something. Sacha.
That's called a bro's ear, dude. He is not quite yet flat earther, but I think after today, when me and Conrad were showing him some stuff, videos, he, I don't know, he sounded like he was kind of like going, huh? Wait a minute, this stuff is kind of like weird. And then we haven't heard from him since.
Hey, everybody knows if remember Hiomar? He's been here. Hiomar. He's asking for a new unban. I'll check it. Hiomar. I remember him speaking a few times, I think. Let's see. I'll find out who banned him for what reason.
Hey, Gemsy, am I welcome here?
100 out of 100. Yes, sir.
On both negative and positive, right?
Yeah, you need 50.
That's 200. Wait. If you add, well, that's not true. If you add 100% positive and 100% negative, then it actually kind of goes to zero. You know, it's all that kind.
No, it's a 50-50. You know, you need both. to make it complete.
That's not what 100% plus 100% equals a negative and positive. No.
All right, 9 out of 9.
Dude, I'll let you know if you're allowed it here. I'm gonna eBay you Discord breathalyzer first.
Oh, so that might be, you know.
I'm just messing with you, brother.
Hey, dude, I ain't gonna lie. Yes, I come on here
That might have been
way
a
too
kidney shot.
sometimes. Sure, but I'm listening to you guys, and you know, PMax every time, you know, like I don't know if as inebriated as PMac. Dude, when PMac is not at, you know, not. It's like
Wait. I know how we can
it's
tell.
Same way with me.
Say
Same way
rubber
with
baby
me.
buggy bumpers 3 times fast, and then if you can do that, then we'll know you're not a screwed up.
No, we're not going to do freaking, you know, like a
come on, man.
sobriety
Be a
test.
sport. Be a sport, man.
I was just teasing, Helio. Don't take it personal, right, brother?
No, I'm not taking it personal. I'm just saying,
He's not.
dude. Yeah, man,
He's playing the
I
victim.
admit
You know how it is.
completely that I come in here too drunk sometimes. That's you know, that's you know, I don't.
Hey, I gotta tell you this here. For the past, I think 2 nights, you've been joining kind of early in the night, and you've been speaking to multiple people, and you killed it, bro. Like you had really good conversations, and I've been listening to you speaking to people in here. So
Really, and I was hammered.
No, but later on you were hammered, but before you were hammered,
all right,
we're talking good. Yeah.
You know, the interesting thing about... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you guys.
I was going to say, the interesting thing about Helio is sometimes, even though you know he's drunk, he says like a couple of sentences that don't sound like he's wasted. And so you sit there and you start doubting yourself. Is he really drunk or is he pretending? I've done that a couple of times where like you sound completely normal for a couple of sentences of what you're saying, and then all of a sudden you start getting stuck on
Then
a word.
I start
like,
yelling at
what
people.
happened? Yeah, it's like what? Yeah, then it's like what happened, dude? Like you were doing so good, and then all of a sudden I was like, I thought you were sobering up or something.
I'm gonna work on that. I'm gonna work on that. I will. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. If I offend, I'm not sorry if offense. Offense is only taken.
Yeah, don't apologize. Don't apologize unless you did something wrong.
Well, yeah, I didn't do anything wrong. So offense is only taken by the person that I ridicule or just argue with. You know, that's only taken by them. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate.
Hey,
you guys
Dennis, I
paying
sent you a
attention.
video.
Yeah, I just saw your message come up. I haven't taken a look at it yet. Where's my mouse? I have several screens. Dude, Jim Brewer is one of my favorite comics, man. I mean, he's so.
Yeah, he's funny. I like him.
Hey, one second, guys. I see some new people in here.
Yeah, let's get this
Bite
back
yeah,
on track.
BYTE. Bite.
If someone is able to help me out, because I'm on mobile and it's such a pain. Anyone that you don't see with roles, that you're not familiar with the name, I'll mute them. I was just talking to people.
My bad.
Yeah, I'm into dinner rolls.
Who do we have that's new?
Roll on deodorants.
Contraband. Contraband. Anything contraband is, you know, since we're in this globe prison, there's always contraband is awesome.
I like the candy Rolos. Remember those?
They
little
still
caramel,
sell them.
little chocolate.
Oh man, I love Rolos. Who does?
Oh yeah, my wife loves them too.
Rolling pins. I don't know why we need them. Oh, baking. Rolling pins. Shooting the breeze there. Shooting the breeze.
There was a guy earlier. When I was listening that was asking for permissions to post images and embed links and stuff. But he was VC verified. And I know I've heard him for like a week in here, and he still hasn't rolled up. I mean, for the most part, you wouldn't necessarily give them a link embed roll. But if they've been VC verified for a week, why haven't you chosen a roll yet? I mean, where do you stand?
I think my favorite roll though is like a croissant. Is that a roll? Yeah, because like you rolled up the dough.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess you can roll it You can roll it out, but then you have to make it a crescent after you roll it out.
Oh, dude. This is how long it took me. Crescent, like a crescent moon.
Mm-hmm.
I just got. Listen, I'm 40 this year, and I just got that. I'm gonna go away for a minute to deal with this.
Yeah, we better go deal with that.
See, it's fucking deep,
like
isn't it? Right, bro? It's fucking deep.
Guys,
Right.
I have a question. If the Earth is flat, is the moon flat too?
Well, I mean, do you know? Wait, let's start with this. What do you think the moon is?
I just want to know if it's flat.
What? You know, I'll give you the honest answer, and I'll give it for every single flat earther. We don't know what the moon is.
We don't know.
No.
It's always good to try to understand why you would even shape of the moon really matters. I mean, to be honest, hold on, guys.
That's kind of the point we're making, right?
No, hold on. Let Shinji talk to Jose, please, guys.
Nobody interrupts.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So what you're asking is if the moon is like round or flat. To be honest, we're not sure. That's just honest truth. You know, it appears to look like it's a sphere, but it also could be. It could also behave like something that's flat, concave. We honestly don't know. Most people don't even know if it's physical. You know, we don't know if it's a physical body. Some people have an idea of plasma. But not to get too the sun. I'm not sure if it's a sphere either. But I want to tell you something. Like the reason why you like most people would ask like, is the moon flat or is the sun flat or is Jupiter flat? Is because you've already been sold the idea that everything in this space that you believe in, that you've been taught, it forms into a sphere due to gravity. So the answer to your question lies with, is gravity an actual thing? You know, has gravity ever been proven? You know, because that's where the claim comes that everything is a sphere. So that's something. If you want to tackle that question, you first have to tackle the question: is gravity even what they claim it is? Has it ever been tested in lab? Has it ever been measured, etc.? You know, and to be fair, it hasn't. Gravity has never been scientifically verified. Did that make any sense to you? What I said?
Yeah, thanks, man.
Do you have any other questions?
If I get in my car, right, and I just drive in a straight line for a while, you think I'm gonna hit the edge?
What edge?
Like, you know, the Earth being flat?
Yeah, we don't know if there's an edge. Like the reason here, let me give you a quick idea what most people would agree with. I think we might disagree with like the perimeter, but one thing we all agree is that the Earth is observably and is measurably flat. How far it extends, we don't know. But don't think of the flat Earth as a disk floating in space with an edge that people can like jump off and they're like falling into space. We don't even believe in the concept of space. We think the Earth is more of like a realm.
You don't believe in the concept of space?
I don't believe in space. I don't believe in the vacuum of space. I don't believe in space travel.
Yeah.
I think everything is observed. Like, you know, like if you look up and you see the sun, I think that's all within this system. Like we are a system itself. It's a realm. But yeah, I don't think that there's an edge or something. It's like kind of asking like when you go to the lake, where's the edge of the lake?
Cylinder?
Sorry, repeat that.
You think the Earth's like a cylinder since it doesn't have like an edge where you could fall off? It's like a huge cylinder.
I still don't know. I don't know the perimeter. I have no idea. There's no way to know because as of right now, have you ever heard of the Antarctic Treaty? Yes, no? Antarctic Treaty? 1956, 58 maybe?
What happened?
So there's an Antarctic Treaty that's been in place. If you're familiar with flat earthers, you're probably not. Picture the Earth like picture the Earth as like a circle, right? It's a circle, and at the center is the North Pole. So that means the perimeter on the where you would think the edge would be, that is all Antarctica, encompassing the Earth, 360 degrees, right? So at that point, there's try to keep up. So like at the 60-degree parallel is like a location around this Earth that we're not able to pass. We're not able to like go on a boat and pass on a plane.
Like an invisible field?
Sorry, man, you're mumbling. Can you repeat?
Like an invisible shield?
No, not like an invisible shield. It's more of a man-made point. Where on a map, where if you get past this point, you get apprehended. Like there's been sailors that have tried to actually sail to certain locations past these points, and they always get apprehended by the Navy or whatever military, military's around or whatever. It's protected, So, and there's over 50 something nations that signed off on this treaty. So people can't really go and investigate where the perimeter would even be. So that's like one of the biggest issues, in my opinion, about this whole idea of the Earth being flat is if we were to know like the perimeters or how far we can, go travel to explore, I think it would open up a lot more questions than answers, to be honest.
Yeah, but like, well, what about Australia? Is Australia real?
You must have read this online, but that's actually a troll thing. Like people say that flat earthers think Australia isn't real. There's not one flat earther that has ever said that I know. And trust me,
Wait, do we
Go ahead.
have that in our do we have that on our welcome page anymore? That if you say Australia is real, you get banned, or isn't real, you get banned?
Yes, it should still be there unless we didn't update it when we fucked up. It should still be there though.
Concern trolling. Meme.
Let's give him another chance. He didn't know.
Well, I'm letting him know he's on thin ice.
Right, for sure.
And now that you're concern trolling me, glad you're also on thin ice. Everybody here is on thin ice.
He needs to read the welcome page.
Yeah, Glad. Go read the welcome page.
Is the thin ice flat?
I mean, ice has to be flat because water always seeks its level and is always flat. We use water to level everything else with the bubble level, right?
Wouldn't call it sea level if it weren't level.
So, is NASA real?
Okay.
Is it?
What did I say about thin ice? Who is this again?
You said it's flat.
Hey. Shinj, are you going to be an idiot your whole fucking life, or are you going to talk to people in a real manner?
Hey, man, I'm just here to learn, bro.
No, you're not.
I swear I am, man. I'm just trying to.
Listen.
It's like a whole new concept. I got all these questions, bro. I'm just trying to figure out how's the Earth flat.
How's the Earth a globe?
Because there's pictures. NASA. But you're telling me it's fake. How's NASA
No,
fake?
I didn't. I actually didn't tell you a fucking thing.
Yeah, but you assume it, right?
I assume what?
That the Earth is flat? That NASA's fake.
Why would I have to assume anything? I can measure it myself.
The Earth? Okay, so how can we do that?
Yo,
how could you do that? How could you do that?
How can I measure the Earth?
Well,
clown show.
An easy formula for the layman is 8 inches per mile squared. You might want to write that down.
8 inches
per mile squared. Go out to your local area. Find your topographical height from sea level. Put that into the calculation. Here, I'll link you a quick thing so you don't have to do any math.
A link is something you click on, either when you tap it on the phone or you click on it with a mouse on the computer. Let's go ahead and see if you can do that.
Hey, Glad, let's not talk to him like he's stupid. We already know he's stupid.
Yeah. Is the link flat too, or what?
There's 2 of them, but yeah, you're right.
Oh, are there 2 of them?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Actually, 4 of us, man.
Two on one mic. Oh yeah, 4. Okay, great. Super duper.
On one mic. I thought there were 2 different voices. That's why I was like, who's talking to me?
Yeah, but they all try to sound like this. Yo, dog. Yo. What's up, my man? My guy. What's up?
Okay. So that explains why they're shotgunning a bunch of questions and gish galloping.
Yes, I think so.
It makes sense. Okay.
We're here to learn, man.
I'm sorry. What's that?
Because we're here to learn, man.
Okay, I think you might be, because you said that you're here to learn. Are all of you here to learn?
I mean, we're with him, man.
What?
I said we're with him. We're all here to learn.
Okay. I'm going to take you at your word.
Thank you. Benefit of the doubt, man. Thank
No more White Widow for that young man, though. The mumbler.
He can talk however he wants. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt here. Okay, so what I'm going to give you. Okay, I would appreciate that. We all need to keep our own community in check. Okay, so this right here, it's actually not very generous to the flat Earth as far as the calculations are concerned. It's harsh on it assumes a lot that doesn't necessarily have to be assumed for the calculations. But what I want you to do, and you guys can all do this together, it'll actually be better because you can.
All right, that's cool. I'm gonna holler at you, bro.
Bye, idiot. Give them math, and all of a sudden they nope out.
Well, that went as expected.
Waste of fucking time. It was better to be combative with him. I shouldn't have given him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, it's usually better copy, at least, you know.
Hey, you should have let Rookie do this because he's been trying to give the community a better service than that. Dude.
Wait a
That's
minute.
true.
Wait a minute. What was the comment they said? Because I missed it. Can you guys tell me what they said?
Yeah, I'll tell you really quick, Jemsy. Or Sonny, I'll tell you in a second. Jemsy, sit the fuck down.
The retarded people, you have to treat them like, you know, like give them
Jemsy,
some
sit down.
time.
You're being a bad apple.
Jemsy, are you trying to say that we need somebody who speaks jive?
Hey, I speak a little jive.
Hey, I don't speak that, but yeah, sure.
People
No, Sonny,
big bow.
Sonny, I'm trying to tell you what the question you asked.
Okay,
the only thing that was, thank you very fucking much. The only thing that was said was that actually I lit into them a little bit, and then
I heard the thin ice part. I got that.
Okay, so you heard everything then,
except for the very end. Did they make a statement?
It was pretty obvious that when you pointed out that he was just kind of like trolling, kind of like messing around.
The statement they said when they left was, "We're good, man," and bounced.
Oh, that's all. Okay. Wait a minute. Who's Jenny?
See, that's what TikTok does to the brain.
Wait a minute.
Like, we're here to learn. We're here for the long haul. 15 seconds later, gotta bounce, bro.
Who's Jenny Rose, by the way?
I don't know. You can look at porn on your own time, Sonny.
Never mind. I won't ever mention it again.
I'm sorry, Sonny. That was rude of me.
I think those guys had to go leave to fantasize about that Asian biker chick.
What Asian biker chick? Did I miss something?
Yeah, the fantasy's always better than the reality.
I was gonna say, I'm scratching my head trying to think of if I've ever seen one. I guess I have. I've seen Asian girls riding like Kawasaki.
We're talking about chat.
Oh, I know, but I was just in general. Damn.
Oh, you always say you know, but it always seems like you don't.
I
Well,
didn't say
that's
that.
because I don't. It's my defense mechanism. Damn it. Sorry.
Oh, I know. Some don't want the help, they don't get the help. Well, good going, Jose. You killed the chat.
This looks like a job for Dead Air Die. Any signs of Earth curvature?
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Thank you, Matthew. Correct.
I don't
Well, you
think.
could've-
I think. I think Jose killed the chat because they didn't have any answers to his questions. Do you guys? You guys obviously agree with me. Probably.
I stole the ball from him.
Nah, yeah, sure, but yeah, just like we do. It do what it do, right? Don't it?
It do what it do.
Yeah, it do what it do every time.
It do be like that sometime.
It do be like that. See, we're doing we're doing some jive right now. A little bit, a portion of jive.
Yeah, I don't think you can use the word portion in jive.
Yeah, you're gonna have to have a natural instinct to perform the jive talk. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
He says you have to have an urban predilection to you. You have to be a youth of America in order to use jive.
Yeah, I mean, you have to grow up as a poor white man in the ghetto.
Or you could be a jogger. You could be a jogger.
No, or a poor black man. I mean, they know how to talk jive and just it's a predilection. You know, it's kind of natural to them, but you kind of have to all right. When I talk to it might offend them if you talk jive, but sometimes it's just like, hey, bro, man. I mean, you can talk jive to black people too. You know, I don't care if people think of that's offensive, but bro, I mean, if you live in the ghetto, man, bro, you gotta, as a white man, you gotta freaking figure out how to.
It do be
like that. You know what I mean? It's like that.
It do be yes.
No, I mean it's not all the way there because I mean, as long as you could relate,
it do be them. It do be us. It do be everybody. I don't care.
It's not about just a white guy that's in the neighborhood talking to them. They actually have to do the same thing with us, right? Because they're like they talk jive to each other.
How are you supposed to get your drugs if you can't talk to them?
Well, it's not about drugs. It's just talking about vernacular.
Oh, I thought you were talking about drugs. I'm sorry.
No, I was just talking about vernacular. I mean, if you talk to a lot of black people, in that vein, it's just like they talk to you in a certain way. You know, there's like I'm talking to a white guy now, and now I have to figure out how to.
I'm uncomfortable with this. I'm uncomfortable with this conversation.
Really? Well, you don't know a lot of black people then?
Never met one in my life.
No, I'm just saying. Well, have you ever lived in the ghetto?
I think I'm gonna stay out of this one.
Yeah, none of. Yeah, if you haven't lived in the ghetto, then go ahead and stay out.
You were actually going to
No,
stay
I
out
did,
of it.
but I'm still gonna say it.
Why would you say I'm going to stay out of it? Why wouldn't you just remain silent? What the fuck?
Well, because I just wanted you to know that I really want to say something, but I'm going to hold back.
The pretty one.
Why don't you just go ahead and say it, bro? I said it, bro. I'm I've lived in the ghetto many times, so whatever. But I know how to, we haven't.
I was going to ask what the hell you guys are talking about. And
I don't know.
We brought about.
How did we get here? Like, I'm confused.
Jive, which back in
He
the 70s,
wants to buy some drugs. That's all I've heard this whole time.
That's it. That's what I thought I heard, and I was like, wait a minute, what? Like, I thought we were talking about flat Earth for a second, and then all of a sudden we were talking about what?
I was talking about jive, which a lot of people find offensive these days, but back in the 70s, like late 70s, 80s, it was like talk jive.
Yeah, when I drive, I kind of.
Oh, and you were suggesting that you need to talk.
Now we have a Puerto Rican coming in here talking about how you talk to black people.
Well, we need to get an opinion from everybody, right? So let's get an official opinion from everybody.
When somebody called fucking Gemsy autistic, he started fucking drawing a picture.
How do you know that?
Because you misunderstood autistic or autistic. Yeah.
Wait.
Wait.
Daddy?
Yeah, get it? And when somebody called him autistic and he got us some crayons and he tried to show him, yeah, I am artistic, see?
Yeah, and I'm wondering how does he knows that? And I say, Daddy?
Daddy. Listen, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you if you are, because I would owe you a lot of money.
Yeah, don't tell secrets. You have to charge for those.
Exactly.
Yeah, Glatflow, bro. If you're in a room full of black people, you're gonna talk different, bro. When you talk to those guys, right? So come on,
Yeah,
man.
because you want to fit in.
No, well, sure, man. It's the same way with black people.
I'll
If you're
agree
a
with
black guy,
only on those
you're gonna talk
conditions.
different. Come on, man. It's not a big deal. We all know each other, you know.
Okay, Helio, calm down. Yeah, you said you knew karate.
Some people. Some people that happen to be black think that it's offensive when you act like that, and some people that happen to be black don't. So
they're not offended if you do it naturally. They're not offended.
Well, no, as long as you do it small and you work your way up, and they don't react to it. Yeah, I would do the same thing. Yeah, I'll start talking.
If you try to do it and you fail, then they're going to be like,
Helio, you don't have to yell. You don't have to yell. Just chill.
Hey, he's trying to overtalk, but it's okay. The only thing is that I'm confused because I've never, like Deuce said, and I'm gonna verify that I've never met a black person in my life. Like, what are you guys talking about?
It's
right,
dude, kind of a joke. And if I went overboard, go ahead and just fucking move on. Fine.
Okay. I don't want to yell anymore, Helio. Fuck them.
No, I was just trying to make a joke. I thought it could move to something. Whatever. Let's move on. I ain't messed up with that.
Excuse me.
Excuse you. Yeah, good.
Just telling you, I've been around a lot of black people. And
okay, we get it. You're down.
I don't know how to talk to black people. I'm just.
We get it. Where to get your drugs from?
We get it. You're black.
But I haven't been around a lot of Puerto Ricans like Jemsy. Jemsy, I have to mess with you, Jemsy. Anyway,
don't.
All right.
Yeah, don't.
No, I'm still gonna do it, but not anymore tonight.
He's got diabetes.
That's not even funny, dude.
Sorry.
I eat these Quaker Oats, so I don't get the diabetes. Y'all seen the diabetes cat?
Yeah.
What, Garfield?
No.
Is he diabetic?
I'll show you the diabetic cat.
That cat's got diabetes.
Are you you making fun of people that have diabetes?
No, he was
No.
making fun of me.
I was making fun of Jemsy specifically.
Yeah. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
so was I. So we're on the same team, bro.
No, I was making fun of him for eating fucking a whole pack of fucking tortillas. You were making fun of him because of where he came from. You're rude.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think he's from Puerto Rico.
You're being racist, Helium. And that's offensive. Fuck diabetes.
Anyway, I love you guys.
You really want to be offensive, Helio? Tell Jimsy he sounds Cuban.
No.
Isn't that like what, like, because for Mexicans, when you tell a Mexican they sound Salvadorian, they're like, nah. I'm pretty sure it's like that for Puerto Ricans with Cubans, right? That's like the one that it's like, no.
Well, I'm kind of used to it because I get people calling me all sorts of Spanish or Spanish or whatever, except Puerto Rican most of the time.
What's funny
even
is
tell me
both
Mexican
Cubans,
first.
both Cubans and Puerto Ricans come from Ecuador. Did you know that?
Here we go.
Prove it. Prove it.
It's a tribe called the Tinacua or something like that from Ecuador.
Yeah, Latinacua.
Yeah. Look it up.
This sounds funny.
I know what that tribe is, but I didn't know that's where that mix of Cubans and Puerto Ricans came from. I didn't know that, but I do know Latinacua because they have also like cool artifacts and shit like that.
Yeah, they came from Ecuador.
The only reason I'm giving shit to Jemsy because he's really obscure from a lot of times about where he comes from. So, are you Puerto Rican, Jemsy? I mean, just full disclosure.
Man, that's what they told me. I don't even know.
He's from Connecticut, you fuck.
He lives in fucking Boston.
He's a Tejicano.
What's the difference between Connecticut and Boston?
He won't even say where he came from. Anyway, but he has this accent that is very obscure. So that's why I always give him shit, you know?
Yeah, listen, you've already fucking used your whole fucking racist card tonight. You just need to calm down, Helio.
All right, so
He said I
this
speak.
isn't racist.
I have
I'm wondering
your
where he has an accent on, you know. He learned English, obviously, in another country, and he speaks it well, but he has the accent. So, I mean, why would that? Why is that fucking racist?
So you added the word obscure accent, and that implies darkness.
It sounds Puerto Rican to me because I've talked about Puerto Rican.
The darkness is
all the darkness.
Can I ask you a question and change the subject?
Please.
Please do. Yes,
Has
go.
anyone said hello or the guest on the panel? 28. Hello, 28. What say you?
We didn't hear a thing you said because fucking Helio had, of course, to talk over you.
Yeah.
Go ahead and say it again, Dave.
Trying to say hello to 28, a new guest on the panel. BC verified. Would you like to say hello, 28?
Hey, what's up?
Welcome.
What brings you back?
To it, Dave.
I used to be on the channel like a while back, but I like kind of took off all the Discord servers that I had on my account just to kind of like get away from toxicity, I guess. But I kind of was at work today and I was talking to someone about flat earth, and then I like realized how much I forgot, so I kind of came back just to kind of like refresh and some things. And
So you're a globe earther?
No, I believe in the flat earth.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, no, I was trying to tell him about it, but like I realized how bad I was at explaining and maybe need to refresh on some of the stuff.
28. What were some of the toxic things that you came across in your previous moments?
Oh, well, like I would be in like the biblical. It was like a lot in the past. It was got a little bit toxic.
Okay. So
and then
biblical. Why
also
would you go to
sometimes,
biblical?
Oh, because like we were doing like Bible studies and stuff at the time, so.
Okay.
And everyone had different views, so it got a little bit toxic. So I was like, oh, I should just maybe leave.
You should never let ideology trump reality. And this is reality. Down there is ideology. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, but then whenever I would come here, it was always just quantum eraser, just like totally making everyone feel like stupid. There was even one time when I asked a question, and then they thought I was a globe earther, and like I kind of felt really bad afterward. I was like, I'm not a globe earther, but they thought I was, and I was like, super cool, but I wasn't.
Yeah, I officially apologize for the elder members like Quantum. It's the elderly people. We just gotta kind of hang out with
Jamesy,
that.
don't apologize for Quantum Eraser.
Helio, stop yelling. For fuck's sake.
But I don't apologize for Quantum Eraser. I mean, he's very bombastic, but I don't want to apologize for him.
Okay. There are some people, regardless of where they are or how they comport themselves, that they will always be that way. It doesn't mean that the whole thing is that. I don't think one bad apple in this bunch should spoil the whole pie. But I understand if you see it that way. And,
well, I just did that with like everything, with all my Discord servers. I just kind of like was kind of like done with Discord a little bit for a while.
Basically decided to unplug because it was becoming too much for you.
Yeah, and I just kind of want
unhealthy at least.
Yeah.
Okay, that's understandable. And I'm sorry about Helio yelling at you about or yelling at anybody.
Now you're apologizing for me.
Somebody has to.
Well, they do often, so whatever.
Hey, 28, I have a question for you. So what were you discussing today that you got maybe stuttered on about Flat Earth that you felt like you needed a refresher? Do you remember what your discussion was about?
Yeah, I was talking about just the whole like horizon and like how far you can see, and then I was trying to explain that you could like it's not actually going over the curvature, but it's just our perspective or our yeah.
Yeah, it could be a lot of things with the horizon. Like things on the horizon could be perspective is always there. That's 100% always correct. But there could be other factors, right? Like things in the foreground. Like obviously, if you like let's go to the beach, if you have a wave that's really close to you, the angular size of the wave is gonna obscure a boat that's like 10 miles away. You know, very very well. Like waves in the foreground can obscure things, and then you also have the weather conditions that can affect the light traveling to you, cause things to look like they're looming, could cause things to look like, all these other, lensing where the boat seems to get big, or the sun. Have you ever seen the sun at a sunset where it seems to just blow up in size? Like all those effects, come into consideration. But I think the biggest one is definitely things in the foreground and the angle of view to the object that you're looking at.
Right. And to try and explain that to someone when I haven't like kind of brushed up on it was a little bit difficult.
Sure, but how have you came across this topic? I mean, what do you think? Have you listened to anyone talk about this, or have you like had a conversation with someone about flat Earth? Or
Helio, check that out. The guy literally is a flat earther. He used to be here all the time. He just hasn't been around so long that he kind of lost his touch, and he's just trying to get the touch back. He's not a new.
All right, cool. My bad.
He just wants to argue with the air. He's shadow boxing.
Shadow box. That's a good term for it.
That's what you do.
I mean, you're back in. Bring it on.
No, you're shadowboxing Helio.
No.
Yes.
A legend.
And you're eating a sandwich, dude.
No. I'm drinking a beer. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey,
I'll shut up if you guys want me to shut up. I'll shut up. Ain't no big deal.
Yeah.
Hey, 28. If you want to brush up on perspective and all that stuff,
It's the same. So.
oh, 28. If you want to brush up on perspective and all that, there's a channel. It's called Perspective. It's literally, I'm sure you're familiar with that. I don't know if you remember, but we have like little channels and we have videos like there's a perspective channel. There's like a angular resolution channel. It'd probably be under the same thing, actually. You know, there's different little channels for things. I'm sure if you click on perspective or angular resolution, I forget what it's called. It's towards the very bottom in the A through Z. You'll find like a good video by, AI, if you're there. What's that guy's name? If you're listening, the Good Perspective video, the dude that was like on Nathan's show and everything. Anyone remember his name?
Something about Life is Short, maybe.
Yes, that guy. Life is Short. You can look up his YouTube channel. All he does is cover perspective, and to be honest, it's a little long, his videos, but he covers them to the extent that like you'll be a professional perspective person when you're done listening to this guy. And he puts it into perspective per se.
Hey, really quick, Chocolate saying, are you in voice chat right now? Speak up if you are. Are you listening?
He must have came because of the racist jokes.
Yeah, I think that called him out when Helio was trying to act black.
That's fucking racist, bro. You asked me to shut up, but you said Chocolate Saying's here because of the racist jokes. Holy shit! I'm just playing.
Like how
I'm playing, but
like you try to get offended for him. What the fuck? Good job. Worth it.
Oh my goodness.
I haven't heard Chocolate in like a good minute. Where he been? Where he be?
It's been 2 months for me. I think the last time I talked to him, he was here.
Oh, so you both admit that you don't watch Nathan Oakley on the regular. All right, I see how it is.
No, we watched Nathan on the reg, but Chocolate came in here like this week. He's been in here before. So
Helio.
He wasn't talking about you.
Okay, I don't listen to Nathan Oakley anymore because it's always the same points. Why would I have to listen?
Same for me. It's the same. It's repetitive. It's good if you it's good for someone that's trying to learn like to debate. Then it's always like good because new people will come on that have different debate tactics, and Nathan does a pretty good job at like debating people. So that's why I listened to him at the beginning. I'm not gonna lie, I learned a lot of my debate skills from Quantum Racer, from Nathan Oakley, stuff like that. But I stopped listening to now because it's like Deuce said, it's the same thing, and it's not because I'm not trying to be supportive. I've been really busy, man.
I can't believe you did. I can't believe you didn't attribute me in that little diatribe.
Oh, you're actually the first teacher. You are.
There we go. Thank you.
In 2016, I think.
Yeah. Yo, what up? What up?
We summoned him.
Where is he? Hey, Chocolate, what are you doing?
What up?
You know what I want to do?
I was scared because Helio was on his ghetto shit today, so I didn't want to come in here.
He fucking
because I turned on the live stream and I hear him say, "If you ain't never been to the ghetto," and I was just like, "What the hell did I just turn on?"
Anyway,
Helio was patting his weave and smacking his lips. What the fuck?
What we need to know, Chocolate Saying, is did 10th Man ever get to the end of the Sextet Trap? We've been waiting for like 42 years now.
I think he's got another trap after the trap. I don't even know what his end trap
is. Like the worst. It's like the worst drawn-on series where it's like you won't see the ending to the story arc until next season.
Yeah, it's like Dragon Ball. Tune in next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Of course you would say that.
Of course I would. Why not?
Because you're Chocolate Saying.
How you been, man?
You're
Never
over
heard you in a while.
9,000. I'm well.
Good, man.
I am well. Hey, I
Cool.
never really got to talk to you about that one thing we share, and that's that deja vu thing, where it makes you all fucking weirded out or
Deja
whatever.
vu thing. Wow, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't ever forget anything. By the way,
Huh.
in case you didn't notice.
Nah. Yeah, I mean, I what the hell did we talk about? Like, yeah, I experienced that.
You don't remember?
I remember having the convo, but I don't remember where we got with it or.
I don't remember either. I just know it's something we share.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Now we're the same person.
Are you guys done sword fighting?
We are
Indivisible. Indivisible.
Well, dude's missed me, so apparently, you had to call me out. So
I just wanted to commiserate with him on something we shared.
I actually. What are you talking about to him? This
Oh
is
my
kind of
God!
weird.
Here we go. This is going to be awful.
No, I'm just asking you what you're talking about at chocolate. I'm listening to you guys. I respect both of you guys.
He's patting his weave again. He's going off.
Loading his gun and shit.
I'm yeah, no, I'm
Rolling back in his fucking
strong dissidents or advocates for what do you guys? I mean, hey, chocolate man, I appreciate you being here. I mean, what
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything Helio just said. I don't know what he said, but I don't disagree with it.
Yeah, it's all that shit. It's all that shit and more.
Oh, here he goes.
and the bag of chips.
And the bag of chips, bro.
With the dip.
Then they call chips French fries in Europe, so I mean they might be thinking that we're talking about French fries.
Who's they?
The people in Europe.
Who the fuck is they? Are you talking about the Jews now? You're going all out.
I didn't say anything about the goddamn Jews, but anyway.
Oh my God! Fucking fire up the ovens. Helio's here.
Jose, how the hell you been, man? What's going on, man?
Hey, man, I've been good, bro. You know, living the good life, the dad life.
Yeah, I was I want to call him the kid, but
he's got 4 more kids already.
How old is he now?
Since you last talked to him.
Nah. You can't say it ain't so. Got 4 Jose's running around now.
Hey, 4 Jose's living around there. Say, Chocolate, you wouldn't have joined if you weren't in the mood, so you guys have at it, and it's fun.
Yeah, I was just cruising by, see what's up.
It's cool. Cool.
Seeing if anybody
cruising by in the 64.
What happened? I'm sorry.
You said you were just cruising around in your 6'4".
You already know, bro.
Fucking Jose's got to make it awkward.
No, he's cruising around in his 01.
True.
I still got mine. I parked it when the gas went up to like $4 a gallon.
You're 01
fucking $5 for fucking gas.
Acura CL.
You guys want to talk about gas prices? What about $6 a gallon? That's where I'm at.
Oh my God!
Is that what it's at Bakerstown?
It's Fresno. Yeah, it's a 6.
Up here in Antioch, it's like $7 a gallon.
It's actually $6.15 with cash, but if you use a debit card, it's like almost like $6.30. It's like 10 cents more expensive with the debit card, I think. So yeah, it's above $6 here.
I love it when I still go to the gas station and I pull out cash and they fucking roll their eyes at me. I'm like, excuse me? I know it's 100. You got to check
might
it.
as well while you're getting charged just for the fee of using your cars.
It's the whole tank. Calm your tits.
Yeah, that shit's out of control. It's just crazy.
Chocolate, why you sound so down?
I don't know. I've been awake a long time. So, but I'm not down. I'm good.
I don't know what's
I'm
going on
good
with you
in the
these
hood,
days.
brother. What happened?
I don't know what's going on with you these days.
Me?
Yeah. I don't know why you're so sad.
I don't know either. I didn't know I was so sad.
Even Jemsy hears it.
Oh shit, Jimsy.
I don't know why you all are so sad. I don't know why you all are so sad tonight either. I just don't get it.
I'm sad because nobody was been able to find how and which way to prove that we live on a magical spinning water ball.
It is pretty sad, actually.
That's sad, right? I mean,
shit.
My childhood, man. Fuck out of here with that bullshit.
All those space dreams.
I was going to be an astronaut.
Man, I mean, those are the true heroes, right?
Them and teachers.
Yes. In that order.
Sasha was going to be a space monkey.
Imagine striving to be that.
Come on.
What,
man,
a
you don't
space
strive-
monkey?
You don't strive to be a guy wearing some whack ass suit moving at 17,500 miles per hour while wearing a diaper too.
I was going to say with the diaper on your head.
Yeah.
That's some rad.
I mean, that's goals right there. Goals.
Hashtag goals. Instagram that shit right now. Put the diaper on your head and say, I'm ready to go to space.
Ready for it, baby. It's sad though.
Everybody would be like, oh, why you got the diaper on your head? I don't want to drown in space.
I mean, those are problems, man. Real world problems.
I mean, if you're fucking French, it is.
You gotta have a snorkel. You gotta have a snorkel in your space helmet now. I mean,
Yeah, bro.
for God's
it's
sake.
got everything else. I mean, I'm sure there's an oven somewhere back there in the back of that suit. Bake a cake
An
and
oven?
shit. Yeah.
Now you're going the way of Helio with your fucking
Makes cookies and shit, man. I mean, it's obviously able to keep somebody alive in the harshest environment we've ever experienced, right? Ever.
And cook
While
6 million
being
cookies.
in direct sunlight and on one side and keep you nice and cool, and then the other side keeps you nice and toasty where, it's like negative temperature. I mean,
273 degrees? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, why couldn't it make coffee and a crumb cake as well?
There's no good reason. There's not
There's
one.
none. I mean, technologies, man. We got the technologies. Oh shit! Let me check my calendar. No, we can't do any of that in 2022. Only in 69.
No. Your phone's listening to you, but they can't fucking bake you a cookie in space.
Nah.
Weird science. That's what we got. Weird science.
Weird science. That was
from the Glovers, anyway.
Dude, that chick was hot.
Yeah, man.
Yes, she was.
Kelly LeBrock.
Elizabeth Hurley.
Definitely not that girl.
She was hot. Just give her some fever medication, and she'll be fine.
Okay, we don't need any of your fucking Puerto Rican witch doctory around here, Jemsy. You calm down.
Bad Jemsy.
Take care of the ladies, bro. Come on.
So 28, you got any more questions that you need to brush up on?
I think 28 is here to listen. Am I right? 28? Yep. That's an affirmative, Ripley.
Yeah, no, I'm watching a YouTube video now. I'm watching the Life is Short thing.
Okay.
I was watching another video talking about another question I had about how, like, in the South, you have, like, the different stars, or, like, you don't have different stars in a sense, but
different star patterns. You mean?
yeah,
Yeah.
or like the star trails, and it looks like it's like another
Going in a different.
going in a different direction.
Right.
And I saw like a video that was posted, and they're talking about the I can't say it, the rays from the sun and how they diverge.
The corpuscular rays.
That's it, yeah. Corpuscular rays.
And what you're looking at is probably the coffee cup caustic.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that video, 28, where it's like a Hispanic guy, and he draws like circles, like concentric circles, like a bunch of them, and they're like, whatever, they're drawn like on a board, and he gets a cupola that's like made out of glass, like if it was a dome. And when he puts it on top of that, the concentric circles, he starts at the north, and it looks like the star trails, right? They look perfect. But as he moves to the right, towards like the equator, they start to go straight. The lines go straight. And towards the south, they look like they're going opposite direction. I always thought that video was really interesting, man. I don't know if you guys seen it.
No, post it.
I have to dig it up. I have no idea where it's at right now, but I'll look for it.
I know you downloaded it.
I definitely did. It's on my laptop, but I'll have to look for it on YouTube real quick. I'm pretty sure I can find it somewhere.
Yeah, no, I found that very interesting, and it also explains why it doesn't really look like why Polaris wouldn't, like, if it is being reflected in that way, it wouldn't be completely straight, because they were showing how really it's moving over such a large pattern, but because of your perspective, it would sort of be shifting a little bit.
I'm going to tell you, they have something called precession of the equinoxes, and what Polaris does over time does have an apparent aberration where it does kind of like a half circle, but it's only based on modern observations. They have to extrapolate from that because they don't really have any real observations from the past. But for the most part, in the northern hemisphere, Polaris is always there. And if you look into astrology and certain aspects of astronomy without all kinds of bullshit predictions, it works the same every time. Now, when you go into the southern hemisphere, there's this idea about Sigma Octantis, and they claim that it's very similar. They can't see Sigma Octantis necessarily.
Hey, really quick.
It's predicted that it's there. Go ahead.
Really quick, Helio. 28, the video Jose was talking about is in chat right now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, thank you, AI. It's really funny because I knew Turquoise Dragon was actually the person who sent it to me. I forgot it was on his YouTube. I thought he sent it to me. So I was actually looking through our old messages because I know he sent it to me like years ago.
Oh, yeah.
That's the video. I don't know if you've seen it either, Deuce, but that video is pretty interesting. Like how he pretty much replicates what we observe with the cupola.
Yeah, no, I find like this topic I find extremely fascinating for some reason, because this is actually like, yeah, no, this like is really, really cool. And definitely with the corpuscular rays, I think I said that right, or that makes a lot of sense. That does make a lot of sense, because you do see that, and that makes sense with our perspective, and like that would also make sense with the stars. And then if we are under a dome, that would make sense if, like, wherever you are in the south, you would still be seeing the same sort of thing, because it's sort of diverging in with your perspective. And yeah, no, that was like Yeah, no, that really.
How could it make sense with the globe, third rock from the sun, traveling around the Milky Way galaxy? I mean,
Exactly. That was another thing. It was like a big question is like how all the stars are in the same position and like we're traveling in like how many different directions like at the same time with the tilt and like
yeah. It's good to hear that you have a question
who you
about
talk
this.
to.
Everyone continue. But,
4 to 5 depending on who you talk to. And really quick with the oh god, never mind. I forgot. I lost my train of thought.
No, sure. I mean, we have most people on Earth live in the northern hemisphere, but we do have a lot of people that we communicate with in the southern hemisphere, and they don't experience the same thing as if they're on the bottom of the ball, spinning around.
I remember now that Helios started talking. So you would agree that gas pressure needs a container, right? Or gas needs a container in order to have pressure, correct? 28?
Yeah.
So we can only speculate what that container is. And we can only speculate that the stars are outside of the container, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to tell, I guess.
Yeah, it would be hard to tell, but possibly if they're outside of the container, then we're looking through something besides the atmosphere. Because obviously we're looking through the atmosphere. And the atmosphere can work as a lens as well. But if we're looking through two lenses, that would explain both what Turquoise Dragon's video is showing here and rainbows. Because in order to have rainbows, you need 2 points of refraction. You can't just get a rainbow from having 1 point of refraction. So water going through a raindrop won't create on its own a rainbow. Like you try making a rainbow inside of a building with 1 point of light, it's not going to work. The light has to already be refracted once in order for you to get a rainbow from a raindrop.
Very, very similar to a prism, right?
Yeah.
You would need a mirror too indoors.
That's what I'm saying is you have to start off with 1 point of refraction, so a mirror or something to divert the angle of the light in order for a single raindrop to make a rainbow. It can't just work off of one raindrop or with however many raindrops you want and a single source of light. You actually need that to be refracted once before. So rainbows are rainbows show us that the light that we're looking at has already been refracted once. So we're looking through a lens of some sort. And that gas pressure that's being held in is being held in by something, or else we wouldn't have any gas pressure at all.
Right now that you brought up rainbows, I also started thinking about sundogs. Sundogs are really interesting too. I don't confirm to know how they're made, but they're really they give you a lot of food for thought when you look at the shapes of them and it usually looks like there's some type of reflection in a pattern always to make a sundog. It's really interesting.
Everything in the sky is interesting. Well, once you let go of the bullshit, that you realize the sky is insane, and insanity is fucking beautiful.
Yeah, the world around you, period, is just amazing.
Yeah, definitely. But
like, go walking in that forest, and your jaw will drop when you realize that this was an intention.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
What would you guys say about like the Northern Lights then? Because like I've seen the Northern Light. And
I think the Northern Lights are very okay. So I've always had this theory that, not always, for a long time, and I've espoused it here, and it's only been confirmed through actual scientific endeavors. But I've always had this theory that the sun is actually an anode, the ground being a cathode, and all of the energy in our world is flowing from the sun or from that source of energy to the ground, and then cyclical, it goes back around. So what you're seeing with the ionized gas in the North Pole, which if you have an ionized gas, it magnifies when you get it around a magnetic source. So you can really brighten up a neon sign if you put a magnet next to it. You can also like move it around and stuff, but you're at the source of magnetism at that North Pole. So the greater the ionization, the more magnetism you're adding to the situation, the more you're going to get in that ionized gas of those noble gases such as helium, argon, neon, stuff like that.
Okay, would it sort of work like a Tesla coil, but like in a grander scale?
In a sense, yeah. I mean, as you go up in the atmosphere, like, what is it? Every foot is like a 1,000 volts or 100 volts. I can't remember exactly, but like, there's a lot of potential energy as you go up into the atmosphere. That's just it's all flowing to ground.
It's 100 volts per meter.
100 volts per meter. Thank you.
Really?
So like all of that energy is just like whizzing around up there. I mean, it's a lot. It's enough to make energy we can't conceive of, such as lightning bolts.
Okay.
Tell me if I'm wrong, though. I mean, didn't Tesla like concentrate some of the energy with some of the tools he made, and then
he was amplifying the modulation. He was amplifying the wavelength. So like he was making it.
there was no electrical power. I mean, probably.
Oh, you're talking about the
It's
one
pulling energy from the air. No, when
yeah,
you built Tesla Tower.
that's that one specific situation. I forget what that tower is called, but yeah, he wasn't pulling it.
Tesla Tower.
No, it was called
Wardenclyffe.
Are you guys talking about the light bulb?
Wardenclyffe, yes, from Wardenclyffe specifically.
Yeah.
He wasn't pulling. He was generating the energy and modulating it and tuning it to be pulled from anywhere from a diffuse source such as the ground.
So I know one way to do that in your backyard. You get the same kind of metals. There's two different metals in a battery, right? Because they have two different, let's say, flowing capability. So what you do is you put them right next to each other, just like a battery, and then you add water, and then that'll give you like 2 volts. But by the time you repeat the series and you go up to like 12 volts or 6 batteries, it has diminishing returns, but it should be enough to light a light bulb off of. But yeah, he didn't just like screw it into the ground, I don't think, as far as I know. He must have been making...
We only know stories of what he did, and he was shut down because of what he was doing.
Right, so if you were to want to look this up, it's called ground battery or ground generator.
Or earth battery.
Yep.
I think the government. Well, I don't. I'm not going to give it mine. Yeah, this Wardenclyffe Tower that he built in New York. Yeah, I'm reading.
But yeah, bringing it back. Magnetism generally will bring diffuse energy into points. Like it's a great way to condense energy. So if you're going to the North Pole, you're going to get the Aurora Borealis. How the Southern Lights work, even if they exist, I have no earthly idea. They tell me they exist, but I don't believe them because I don't think they can.
You know what their story about the Aurora Borealis is? It's because of the ionized gas that's or not gas. I don't know how they could travel from the sun, but whatever. That's why we see the aurora borealis, is because they're passing over the. It's stupid.
Well, that's another one of those things to where they said he was crazy. You know, when he said, I forget who said it first, but he was saying like, you know, this is electronic, not electronic. This is, you know, like you said, I forget how you said it, but yeah, like all of his colleagues and everybody, they said he was like crazy and he didn't know what he was talking about. And nowadays, it's pretty much accepted science.
What were you saying, 28?
Oh, you were mentioning how like you don't believe them talking about in the southern hemisphere, and like, well, they also mentioned the 24-hour sun, but like that's
Yeah.
sort of been like.
And every video we've seen has been a lie. None of it even holds true to the slimmest of scrutiny.
It's one thing to say there's a 24-hour sun, and one thing to say 24-hour daylight. Those are two completely different things, in my opinion.
Yeah. But I think they would only have 24 hours of daylight for maybe 3 weeks to a month. It wouldn't be like the North Pole where they've got like a good, 3 months of daylight.
It's crazy when you think about it, because in Antarctica, like I like to think of colors, right? It's there's a lot of ice, a lot of white, and white is one of the most. It's like the most reflective, right, of the colors. Like if you were to go outside during a hot sun day, you're not going to wear black. You're going to wear like white or like colors that are less absorbent to the sun's rays. And if you think about it, in Antarctica, like it's like the most reflective place. So what do you think happens with light reflecting everywhere? Like I could kind of see how there could be daylight over there if like light constantly reflecting, bouncing around.
Yeah. Antarctica never thaws, but the North Pole does.
Right. I was just watching a video about how like they like launch all their balloons in Antarctica, and like he was like going through a declassified military kind of thing, and just talking about all the satellites being launched with the balloons, and how the guy was like in an interview talking about like using his plane to like capture the balloons before they would hit the ground kind of thing. It was on the True. I think it was like the Truman or something, or I don't know if you've ever watched his YouTube.
Hey, if you have some information you want to share with us, you can message one of the moderators here, or admin.
Why?
No, it was in the satellites channel in the video.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we have a lot of information, but I mean, it'd be interesting if you just say what you're talking about. Even though I already know what you're talking about. Sorry if I'm being redundant. My bad.
Rude is more like it.
Well, your mama's rude too. I don't even know who she is, but
she is from New York.
She's
really quick,
probably a really nice lady. I'm just being a dick.
You done talking about my mom?
Yes.
He's from the ghetto.
Yeah, I'm from the ghetto. So
hey, really quick, I'm gonna give 28 a flat earther, if you don't mind.
He does
Jose.
sound like a flat earther.
I'm asking Jose.
There is a flatter beginner role. Flatter beginner.
I don't think he's a beginner. I'm gonna give him flat earther, Jose. Is that cool?
No.
No, other Jose.
Well, you said Jose. I'm replying.
The other Jose.
Rodriguez, not Gomez.
What about Flat Earth Truth? I think we should give him the Flat Earth Truth role.
Hey, Sasha, I was asking for you earlier. Have you ever spoken to Dio's Vault?
I don't think so.
Oh, go right ahead.
How's it going, bud?
Matthew's obsessed.
Oh, hello, sir.
What are you doing?
Just talking on Discord.
I mean, that's obvious. So, why do you come here?
Because I'm a truth seeker.
Truth seeker. What truth do you seek?
Flat Earth truth.
Flat Earth truth. And what truth have you found?
Globe Earth truth.
In what form?
NASA imagery.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I think he said NASA eventually.
No, NASA imagery.
Oh,
NASA imagery. Okay. So, have you ever seen a movie?
Yes.
Did you think it was real?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that the government has your best interests at heart?
On some things, and other things, no.
Like what? Give me one thing that you think the government has your best interests at heart.
They don't want me to die.
Why do you think they don't want you to die?
Because they want to have a strong economy, and if their citizens are dying, they can't have an economy.
Okay, well that's an opinion. It's incorrect, but it's an opinion. Really quick. So, can you be lied to?
Probably.
Have you been fooled before?
I don't really get this line of questioning. Like,
Have you been
you
fooled
feel
before?
like you're letting? Listen, we all have to go through this.
Helio, I got. Let me focus.
I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry, brother. I'll shut up.
Have you been fooled before? Yes or no?
Small things, I guess.
Small things. Have you ever been fooled on a big thing that you found out, oh my God, I was lied to?
I don't think so.
No? Okay. So you haven't discovered that you've been lied to on a big thing.
Does he believe in Santa Claus?
Hang on. Let's not. I'm not trying to talk down to him, for fuck's sakes. So, Sasha, can you show me one image from NASA that you believe to be accurate, true, and real? To be a depiction of what you believe reality to be? Just one.
Well, I think the Blue Marble is pretty good depiction.
I didn't ask for a model. I said an image, a depiction of some sort. Just one.
Well, I mean, yeah, the Blue Marble is a depiction of Earth. I think it's pretty.
The Blue Marble? Do you have posting?
He's talking about Robert Simmons. Blue
Yeah,
Marble.
I know. Do you have a picture that you can post?
Favorite picture of Earth.
Okay. So this was created in composite in Photoshop. Do you agree with that, Sasha?
Not sure. I mean, regardless of if it's photoshopped or not,
No. That's not what I said. I said, do you agree that this was created from a composite in Photoshop?
No.
You don't. Well, the person who created it,
Matthew Learns just posted a proof that it wasn't photoshopped.
Sasha, the person who created it from composite in Photoshop says that it was. His name was Robert Simmons, as Jose rightly pointed out.
Okay. I mean, even if they edited a bunch of images together, I still think it's an accurate depiction.
That's what creating an image from composite means. This is. Are you
an image that's accurate depiction of reality, and like even if it's photoshopped, I still think it's accurate.
Why? If they admit to you that they created it from composite, in Photoshop from data points, not even other images, from data points, that this is a composite image from data points created in Photoshop. Why? What makes you believe that that is an accurate depiction of reality? I didn't say it is reality, an accurate depiction of reality. What makes you believe that?
Because I have confidence in science and technology.
And we'll go back to my original question. Can you be lied to?
I mean, yes, but I mean, the real
Have you
world would just be
checked? Have you
absurd.
checked the
Everyone's just lying
you
to
already
each other.
you already answered the question with yes. Have you checked the veracity of what you believe in, or are you taking it on faith?
I guess I'm taking it on faith because I've never been discouraged.
Okay, that's fine. Let's leave it there. You're taking it on faith. Now, why on earth would you take anything about the nature of your reality on faith and not check the veracity of what you're being told?
I mean, eventually you're gonna have to trust someone if you're trying to build a worldview. Otherwise, your worldview would be really, really simple. So, I guess I just trust NASA.
That's
I
a
mean,
very
you can't
simple
you can't
worldview.
fact check every single thing. You just have to accept some of human knowledge at some point.
But you have to have the ability to introspectively look at yourself and then discard things you formerly regarded as fact once you realize they're not true. So it's not just a solid process. You have to be flexible. So you can trust someone, but once they disprove themselves as trustworthy, then you have to learn how to discard them and what they told you.
Even if you trust them, you should still check the veracity of what you're being told. There's no good reason, Sasha. There's no good reason to believe anyone, including me, on the nature of your reality. You should be able to check it with scientific rigor and recheck it again and again and always come up with the same answer. It should be simple. It should be easy to do because all reality is easily checked against the scientific method. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Right, yeah, sure.
Okay. I'm going to give you a project. What's that?
What's the project entail?
Entails you going outside. Are you capable?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, so what I'm going to link you here is a curvature calculator. I want you to go outside, get above your natural surroundings, whatever it be, trees, hills. Get above them, buildings, somehow, so that you can see the horizon. Find a landmark off on the horizon. I want you to calculate the distance between you and that landmark using Google Maps on your phone, whatever, and find your find your height topographically from sea level. From there, I want you to calculate on whether or not you should be seeing what you're seeing on the horizon. It should be very simple to do. Should there be a wall or a hill of earth between you and that object or not? It's very simple. You can go out and check. Don't believe an idiot on the internet, which is me at this point, or some idiot who's been told a lie their whole lives like your teachers, or somebody who is paid to lie to you like the government. I want you to go and look. That's all. Does that seem reasonable, Sasha?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Until you do that, we're done.
Okay.
Good enough. Thank you for playing.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I just want to add, man, like, it's kind of funny that you said you came here looking for flat earth truth, and you said that what you found was globe earth truth. And when asked how you found that, you said imagery, right? That you don't feel like that kind of sucks? That's where you have to go for your whole world paradigm, is to an institution like NASA to give you what your reality is?
I mean, you notice how Zeus told you to go outside. I know. I'm sure you've been in here enough to hear most of us flat earthers tell everyone who comes in here, go out and check it yourself. Right? Yeah, we can give you images, we can give you pictures and videos and all types of stuff of outside, but we also tell you go outside, right? As opposed to the other guys who tell you, yeah, as opposed to the other guys who tell you, hey, look, you got to trust us.
Listen
Look,
and believe.
Yeah, I got
I
a
mean,
cool
I go to
picture.
institutions for like other truths, so I mean, I don't necessarily
Yeah,
hate
but
depending on an institution.
yeah, but the one you pulled up or the one you referenced was NASA's Blue Marble, right?
Something you can't verify the veracity of. It's
Yeah.
unfalsifiable to you.
Something you've never ever in your life have experienced except for where you just saw it
I
in
mean,
an
I think
image.
the globe Earth is pretty intuitive, so I mean,
Where
I'm not too skeptical of the globe Earth.
where is it intuitive though? Like where in
I mean, it's
reality
intuitive in like
is the globe
every
just
sense. Like the circles or globes, like the most simple 3D shape. It's what gravity would form naturally if gravity's real.
Actually, the Earth's only a globe because of how space time works. So essentially, the fourth dimension is how Earth's curvature is.
Okay,
You know.
Selena Gomez.
Because gravity's omnidirectional, so it's
Selena, hang on. Let me address
straight.
Selena Gomez really quick. Selena, hang on, son.
Yeah.
Calm your tits. Selena Gomez. Exactly. Show me a. Okay, both space and time are concepts, correct?
Yeah. I mean, they're dimensions, but yeah.
No, they're not dimensions. They're concepts.
All right, sure.
You can call a concept a dimension if you want. That's still just a concept, right?
All right, yeah.
So when you invoke something called space-time, you're reifying both the concept of space and time, which they don't comport to reality. They are simple concepts to understand reality, but not reality in and of itself. Even scientists now, right now, are talking about the death of space-time because it does not hold true in most calculations in which they're doing. You can
But
look
that's
it up.
not true, though.
No,
There's
it is
literally...
actually. It is
No,
actually
wait,
true.
Can I talk for a second?
No, because you're going to say something stupid, and I'm trying to save you.
No, but now you're just assuming that I'm going to say something stupid. Like, I'm using actual scientific papers. There are like 3 or 4 different papers from PhDs saying how they were able to see the back of the light from a black hole. So that essentially just proves that space-time, that like the black holes are able to curve space-time because we were able to see it from the back, even though we were looking at it from the front. Yeah. So wait, what were you gonna say?
No, none of that is actually verifiable, and it's not falsifiable by you or I. So, I mean, you can sit there and tell me any fairy tale you want. It doesn't make it true.
So something else you can never verify for yourself.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the theory of special relativity proves space-time. Like,
No, space-time is dead. In science, space-time is already dead. You guys are about 10 years behind of actual academic science right now. You guys are talking about something that has gone about beyond the wayside. It's no longer talked about as a serious thing. It's talked about how wrong they were.
okay, is there like an experiment that disproves it or something? Like, why?
There's never been an experiment to prove it, much less to disprove it. You have to have an experiment to prove it.
It's the other way around. Special relativity introduces the concept of space-time, and there are many tests of special relativity.
Yeah, show me one.
Sure, I mean we could look them up. Yeah.
Look it up then.
Yeah, give me a second.
Hey, Sasha, why are you on another server talking about flat Earth as if it's a real thing?
What server is that?
It is, let's see, Flat Earth Reality. I've got you here
Yeah, they gave me the flat earther role.
at 5:30:22. You saying 2 words, black swan. It disproves the radius of the globe Earth. And then you say, so you admit there's no spinning ball in space. I've got receipts, bud.
That's weird as fuck, Sasha.
Don't you find that embarrassing? Would you like me to expose you?
Well, sir, you realize people can change their opinion, right?
Oh, so but you're writing two sides of the fence at the same
Hang
time.
on. So your opinion 14 days ago has changed? So much so that your reality has changed?
It's diagnosed with
Sasha?
multiple.
Sasha, is that true? Your opinion has changed so vastly that your reality has changed in 14 days? You went from a flat earther to a globe earther in 14 days?
Dissociative personality disorder, alright? Sorry.
Yeah, I would say you do have dissociative personality disorder, or you're just a fucking liar and a piece of shit. Disgraceful.
Maybe he likes arguing. I think.
Shut up, Matthew. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, Matthew. Fucking
We don't
sin.
like it when people
not that
pretend
big
to
of a
be
deal.
flat earthers. Hold on.
It's a debate.
We don't like it.
sir.
Hold
you guys
on.
Realize you take the other
Hold
position.
on.
Fuck up, Sasha. Go ahead,
Shut up.
Larry.
We don't like it when people pretend to be flat earthers. That's what the Flat Earth Society is doing. Right? I mean, you might as well be a Jesuit. If you're going to pretend to be a follower of something just so you can infiltrate the room and blow it up, I mean, that's like the shittiest thing you could actually do. If you don't like people who are searching for Sasquatch or Bigfoot, just leave alone. Why do you got to be in there fucking with the shit? Why do you got to be infiltrating and taking notes?
Yeah,
and gathering all this data.
Why don't you go to the Bigfooters instead?
That's because we cause feelings. That's why. Because all they've experienced all their life is a flat stationary plane. Now they're wondering, why the hell do these people accept that?
I have a question.
And don't accept the story that I've been told all my life, the little fairy tale that I live on a magical ball spinning around
Guys, I have
with
a
water
question.
sticking to the
Yeah,
outside.
you might want to wait until the other person's done speaking.
Go ahead, Chocolate.
Nah, I'm done.
Yeah,
Go
you're
to
right.
his
Though. I
question.
mean, I like that line of thinking though, because you've only experienced a flat stationary Earth your whole entire life, and now you're questioning people who just accept like reality as it is.
Yeah, and then you want to ask us for evidence of that? Go outside.
That's it.
Stop looking at your fucking computers, right? And your video games and your movies, right? Go outside and experience it.
And your medicine cabinet, yeah. Get away.
Okay, guys, really quick. I'm going to address Matthew here. Matthew, do you have something to add besides fucking white knighting for a piece of shit?
We were speculating about why he was.
I wasn't speculating a fucking thing, but
I was adding just a little bit to the conversation.
You
I'm
were
sorry.
concerned trolling.
No, I was not.
Like a piece of crap.
Yes, you were. You think you have cloaking or something? What is wrong with these people?
Well, what do you add to the conversation when all you do is regurgitate the
How
same
dare
story
you? How
we
dare
all
you come
heard?
in here and give us a hard time?
We were
Yeah, do you think-
5.
You think we don't see through you? Like, you think we're just that oblivious? It's insulting,
he probably
Matthew.
does. Anyway, there should be a new rule. You can't pretend that you're just giving the best globe answers to escape from liability for your fucking words that come out of your mouth. It's stupid. Like,
Why does the globe need representatives? I don't get it.
Claiming to be.
What are you doing? Are you reading us a story? You're regurgitating the same story we all heard since we were 5, and you want to just tell it to us again?
Yeah.
Like we didn't hear it the first time and the thousandth time, and I mean, especially, Matthew, come on, you've been here for a long time. You've already claimed that you just believe everything in the narrative. So why do you? I don't know. I don't get your angle.
This moment, I'd like to say it was nice talking to all you guys. I'm gonna head off real quick. You guys take care, all right?
Hey, if you keep it up, I'll mute you too, Jose.
All right. Hey,
Hi, my dude.
I'll see you on Friday, all right?
All right, bud. See you on
All right,
Friday.
take care.
Later, Jose.
Thank you.
Hilarious. Like shit. What a shit show the globe is. All these little
Speaking of roles, how does one get the image embed role?
Well, that one's probably the only one you could ask for, so you might be
Okay. So do we have I'm formally asking for the image embed role? Does that suffice?
I'm curious what you want to show us.
Well, I mean, just before I get into any kind of discussion where I want to show whatever, a video or an image or embed a link or something, it's beneficial to have that role.
I'm sure Deuce Vault is going to be cooperative if you just ask.
Wait,
Nice.
what? I don't know anything about this. I wasn't paying attention.
No, I can't be responsible for it. He wants image perms. I don't know you well enough personally, but maybe someone else does. I mean,
Why would I give you image perms? Give me a reason.
Well, as I just said, in the middle of a discussion when you want to post an image or a link, embed something, it's good to have that role beforehand, not in the middle of the discussion.
for now, you might want to just get somebody's on somebody's good side, but just offering it or asking if you could DM it to somebody first, and then we'll get to trust you.
Hang on, I'm looking for it. He's already been given 2 roles. I don't see a reason not to. And he asked politely.
Yeah.
What is he going to own us with the fucking globe fucking image?
The globe meme is going to destroy the server with one globe meme.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I'm gonna post the blue marble. You've probably never seen that picture.
Never seen it before in my life.
What is that?
I'm shocked when I see it. It's always like it's the first time.
When I used to play marbles, I think I had one of those blue marbles.
Dude, I cannot find fucking image perms, and nothing is fucking. There's so many roles. Oh, I hate this. I'll just give moderator fucking.
Marbles, those would be gnarly in a slingshot. Wrist rocket.
Hey, just ask Hiomar about the conversation at hand, the globe flat stuff. So maybe he's going to say, hey, I want to post this proof about the globe. So can I get perms?
Yes, he should be able to get perms for that. Why not?
It's going to provide evidence of the globe.
I found it. Okay. You've got it, bud. I don't speak French, but you're welcome.
Cool. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup.
Dude, don't say that kind of shit. It's racist.
Hey, what are you making fun of my heritage for? I smack you upside the head.
Why do you sound German?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's what we do.
We kind of mixed up here. Voila.
Who's the frog in here? Who speaks
Nobody. Let's leave him alone.
Yeah, let's forget about that.
We don't need to be mean to somebody.
I don't need to be talking about frogginess.
Hey, Hey, Gemsy, how do you ban somebody?
You click in their name.
That's it.
scroll
That's all I
down.
gotta do. I don't have to
No, you-
fucking slash hack and slash and okay, fine, fuck it.
Just
Dude, how
find the you know where the disconnect button is, or mute below that. There's
Yeah,
some,
yeah,
there's
I
like a
get it. I get it. I get it. I
like
thought
a
there
red
was
hammer, like a red
I
hammer
get it.
from
I
the
thought
from
there was
the
something
from
else that I had to
Soviet
do.
Russia. There's a red hammer from Soviet Russia, and you click that BAN, and then you click that, and that might help you.
Okay, thank you.
No.
It's Putin's ban hammer.
The
Yeah.
ban hammer.
I was gonna leave him alone until he started fucking giving out his NFTs.
You banned Sasha.
Yeah.
All right. He was gonna sell his NFTs before you banned him, but now he won't be able to sell any.
I think we had enough evidence with what I posted.
You mean
to ban
Sasha
him.
2.0, right?
Yeah.
Okay, not like the other Sasha. Like
No, I wouldn't ban the real Sasha.
No, don't ban his dad.
The band sickle.
Wait, did he have a blue marble NFT? I might buy that for like 2 pence.
A blue marble NFT. Fuck that guy. Can't stand people like that. I actually sat there and wasted fucking time on that kid. You all heard me waste time on him.
Oh yeah, that dude's
Yeah, and I wasted like 2 minutes or so. Now I feel
You know what? I brought it up because I remember earlier I was asking Sasha, where are you? Sasha 2.0, and he didn't answer. Then he opened his mind. I was like, Sasha, I've been asking for you. Have you spoken to Deuce Vault? And it was good. Well done.
I wish it was well done, but I feel like I was taken advantage of.
Oh no. Don't feel like that.
I'm crying.
Anyway, your feelings are a fallacy anyway, so yeah.
How could that take advantage of anything ever?
He wasted my time. Wasted my breath. Wasted my good intentions.
Yeah, but like someone has to take out the trash, right?
Yeah.
I guess I'm the fucking garbage guy then.
That's you, dude. You're the mod. So you have to do it.
Remember earlier
because
you
I
said you were
I'm the boss. I got to take care of the trash. Who's
exactly. You're the
cooking
boss.
dinner tonight?
You're the last one to leave the building. Take the trash, bro.
Yeah, it had to be done. It may have been messy, but whatever got the job done.
Hell, he'll find his way back.
Now we just got to get a janitor to scrape what's remaining of him off the floor and the walls.
Unless Deuce put him in a permaban, then there's nothing to be done.
Oh, he's just in Cogdis?
No, he's 7 days.
Oh, okay.
I like how Deuce was trying to save him from saying something stupid, and then he immediately says something stupid.
The way to do that is to mute him.
I did, but then he was trying to fucking shell his NFTs and fucking live stream voice text.
Yeah, some people are just... It's like beating a dead horse.
Hey, ignorant space crab. Ignorant
What
space
seems
crab.
to be the problem, sir?
Oh, I don't have a problem. Do you have a problem?
No. Oh well. Speaking of which, if it's possible, my nickname I'm not really happy with. Ignorance.
I got you, bro. I got you
As
on
you
that.
might imagine.
Yeah, I'll fix it for you.
He can give you soul rabies instead.
Is that your name?
That sounds better.
Hoymar.
Why were you being called an ignorant space crab?
I'm not
And
that
why
sure.
why do you have space aids?
Well, you've got to look in the server logs, which Mord assigned that role to me.
Okay.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
You don't want to tell me why?
Well,
Okay.
I wouldn't know. I've got no clue. I don't
Okay.
even know why I was called ignorant space crab. It was.
Oh, okay.
I probably had
Were
a
you-
disagreement with somebody.
Were
and
you-
the
Were you
space crab
talking
name
about
was kind of-
space?
Perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah,
chances
the
are
last time
I
you
did.
were here in February, like what was it? February, the end of it, you were kind of promoting the globe and saying that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, promoting. I was discussing it with some people
I
here.
see you have current thing in your bio, as in the Ukraine.
Yeah.
Do you not believe in gay people? Why don't you have a gay pride Ukraine flag?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you're getting at. I mean, believe in gay people. Well, I mean, they certainly exist. So
It's Pride Month. You have current thing in your
Yeah.
bio. Why don't you have the current thing in your bio, which would be a gay or a pride Ukraine flag?
you know,
Are
there's
you
not
a
really,
current
there's
thing
really
denier?
there's not really a codex or anything. You're free to choose whatever you want to put in there. So,
No, you're not.
oh, says who? I mean,
The globe.
Current thing. Did you not
The-
get your
the-
NPC
The
download?
cancel culture.
The masters
come
of
after
the
you, bro.
current thing.
You can't just virtue signal. You have to virtue signal hard as fuck, bro.
well, apparently I don't care that much for the current thing.
No, you do. You have Ukraine in your bio, and now you need a Ukraine pride flag. You need the current thing. Stop being a fucking bigot.
Well,
Yeah, you're just appropriating
I don't
Ukraine.
think. I don't
You're
think
just
you know.
appropriating their culture so you can look like the victim, so you can feel like the victim,
Right.
so that you get moral self-satisfaction.
Are
Because
you?
you have a bad
Are you
existence.
serious?
Yeah.
Sounds serious.
Oh man, too
Okay,
close to home, aren't they?
Why do you support Ukraine?
Because they are being invaded by Russia, breaking international law. That's the
Shutting
simple
down.
explanation.
What is international law? Do we live in a one world government? Do we live in a one world government, or do we live in a world of nations?
Well, a world of nations that have agreed on certain rules, you know, certain conventions.
Okay, and has France ever invaded anyone, such as Iraq or Libya?
Oh yeah.
Or
I mean,
okay,
looking at history, many countries have invaded many other countries.
Especially
it doesn't make any of these
looking in
acts
recent
right.
looking in recent history.
Yes.
Okay. Is Ukraine clean in this situation? Do you believe everything Ukraine is saying? Do you
Well,
believe in the ghost
I mean,
of fucking
generally-
Kiev? Do you believe in Snake Island? Do you believe in all the bullshit that's coming out of there? Or is it propaganda to get you to
Well,
put a fucking
you have
Ukraine
you have a lot
flag
of-
in your bio?
You have a lot of opinions in there already, but
No, I don't have any opinions. Is the ghost of Kiev real? Is Snake Island
I don't think so. I think Snake Island is to some extent real, yes, but that's not really the problem. I am perfectly
the situation
aware
on Snake Island.
that it would be naive to believe that in a war there's not an information war on both sides going, and it would be naive to believe that there's
So
propaganda
what makes you
only
think
on
that
one side.
what makes you think that Ukraine is the victim?
They are a sovereign country and they were invaded by Russia.
Why?
Well,
they made a
probably got
pact
to ask
that
the
they
Kremlin
weren't going to
why they
join.
invaded Ukraine.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you're not going to answer it correctly, I'll answer it correctly. Because they made a pact back in the day that they were never ever going to like join with the other states, the European Union, and
NATO
because
or
they,
EU.
right, yeah, and
Well,
because they've been kind of like too friendly and being backed by the West, Russia needs that buffer zone. So if Ukraine isn't going to cause the buffer zone that needs to be there, because anytime you have, too much proximity, there's going to be conflict. So Russia is creating a buffer zone that Ukraine refused.
NATO specifically is aimed at just Russia, only Russia. And 3 weeks before the invasion, Joe Biden said we were going to induct the Ukraine into NATO. Correct?
I'm not aware of that specific statement.
1 week.
Do you have a,
1 week.
Do you have a reference for that?
Yeah. 1 week before Russia started invading, the Ukraine started bombing Donetsk.
Well, there was a war going on since 2014, so that's not really news that, aggressive acts happened on both sides, unless there was...
No, Donetsk is part of Ukraine. They were bombing their own citizens who happen to be Russian, ethnically Russian.
Well, yeah, a lot of ethnic Russians are living and were living in Ukraine for years. Yeah, that's nothing new.
My point is it was an act of war against Russia.
Why? Like how is like even if the Ukraine is bombing their own citizens or was bombing their own citizens, how is that an act of war against Russia?
You really don't know? Like, if we had some Texans in Mexico and our Texans got killed in Mexico, do you think we'd be happy about that? You think we'd send them like some yellow cake Ukrainian? I can't do this.
I mean, we were talking about Ukrainian citizens, according to Dioswald. Although I'm not too sure about what specific acts he's referring to, because as I said, the civil war has been.
Here you go, bud. Right here. Right here. On December 2021, from Reuters, Biden assures Zelensky that NATO membership is in Ukrainian hands.
Yep. Amid the Russians.
Hi, Steve.
Their forces on the Ukrainian borders.
What did I say?
So
I said Joe Biden told the Ukraine that they were going to induct them into NATO. 3 weeks later, Russia invaded, correct? That's what I said.
That's
correct?
What you said, yes. Yes.
Okay. NATO is specifically aimed at Russia. No one else. Not China. Not anyone else. Not India.
I'm afraid you're mistaken. NATO is a generic, what do you say? An alliance.
I'm mistaken about the alliance that my country pays for. You think I'm mistaken?
Indeed.
It was
Hi,
created.
Steve. You're mistaken.
Why do you keep on saying my name? What's wrong with you?
I didn't know that was your name. You fucking kidding me? That's your first name?
Yeah.
What the heck?
Wow.
Why do you keep on saying hi, Steve?
Hi, Steve. What's going on here?
There's I can't tell you why, but wow, that's weird.
It is weird.
Okay, well, my first name's Sean, so there you go. Now we're even.
Now we're on a first name fucking basis. Now we're best friends.
Everyone's on a first name basis with us now. Shit.
My first name is Randy.
Wow. Okay. I was just trying to be funny, just barking in with something funny, and that happened to be it. Alrighty. Anyway, as you were.
I thought you were just trying to call me out, and I wasn't going to have it.
No.
Anyways.
But what a coincidence, kind of thing.
Hey, Laflo, thanks for the obfuscation, bro. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm really sorry. Go ahead with your Ukraine conversation, guys. That's pertinent.
My only thing is if you're going to have a fucking Ukraine flag in your bio, I tell you something about, the American president saying they're going to induct the Ukraine into NATO, and you're like, well, do you have any source for that? Yes, I posted you a source, Reuters. And you still try to obfuscate. NATO was created specifically for defense against Russia. It has never, ever, ever been intended for anything else. And to say so is disingenuous and most likely makes you a piece of shit to say otherwise.
There's
And
no
I can
need
back
for
you up with
trying
another
to
video.
help me, but let's
Sorry, I know
talk
you want
about
to
NATO.
respond.
Let's talk about NATO for a second. So yes, obviously, back in the Cold War era, NATO was installed specifically to as a defensive alliance against the threat that the Warsaw Pact nations were posing. So yes, that was the primary reason why NATO was
It has never been used for anything other.
Because
it has never even been talked. It has never been talked about use for anything other than that. So Russia's aggression towards that act, I'm saying, is at least justified in that sense. There is no good guy here. Putting a Ukraine flag in your bio only means that you're a bigot for not having a Pride Ukraine flag in your bio now. I'm saying
Come on,
you
dude,
are.
You don't.
No,
I'm
no,
guessing you don't even support either of these, do you?
No, why would I?
Why? Yeah, so why would you want me to have those in my bio?
We don't
because you support something you don't even know about.
That's not true. We didn't even talk about most of the parts.
You've just revealed that you didn't understand even the basic facts of the situation. You weren't even aware of the basic premise of the situation.
I am aware of the basic premise. And I think you're not aware of what Russia. Like, if you say that there's no good guy here,
you're just following what the media tells you because it makes you feel like a good guy.
You're a virtue signaler.
Yeah, you're virtue signaling.
That's it.
You have a lot of assumptions in that. Just because I have this flag in my bio.
There's nothing to assume. You don't understand any of the situation. You're just putting this flag up.
Are you Ukrainian?
I'm not Ukrainian, no.
So you're
fuck off
appropriating their culture.
So what? Am I not allowed to care about other nations? Because a war is basically happening just in front of my doorstep.
For self-serving ego.
Hey, why don't you have the Kenya flag? You know, people die in Kenya.
Or Palestine, the IDF murders
Okay,
children.
so I want to point out something that shows intent, if I could get those 2 minutes. So I got a video of the current president back in the 90s, before he was president. So this is Joe Biden, like in 1998, saying that if we keep inducting these Baltic states, it's going to cause a war in Ukraine. So he's known that if we keep taking in these Baltic states that surround Russia, in between Europe and Russia, that it's going to cause conflict. So for him to invite Ukraine in was basically beating the war drums.
Well, it's not as easy. You know, the whole conflict has a long history that basically started when the Soviet Union collapsed back in 1991.
Yeah.
No, it started before that. It started before that, bud. You don't even know what you're talking about. It started well before the collapse.
Elaborate.
No, we're talking about this. My point has been made. You don't know what you're talking about, and you're simply virtue signaling.
Well,
that was my only point.
Claiming that I don't know what I'm talking about.
You're just jumping on the next bandwagon.
I've pointed it out. I've proved that you don't know what you're talking about, and we're done with this. We're moving on.
You posted a source for your Biden.
Yeah, he posted a source for his claim.
But sure,
how crazy is it?
That you had no idea about, and you demanded a source.
It's interesting.
You demanded a source, right?
Basically,
you wanted a source for my claim, correct? Because you didn't know about it.
Yes, I didn't know about this concrete claim. I knew about the general stance,
which is the impetus of war.
Countries.
It is the impetus of the war.
No, it's not. It definitely is not. Did you know that Russia had been building troops on the borders of Ukraine since months? That
is that what
statement
BuzzFeed
wasn't
told you?
random, you know.
Is that what BuzzFeed told you? So you're the good guys. It's just like Marvel, right? It's like your Marvel Endgame, right?
No. I would definitely agree to the statement that there isn't really a good.
You're on the good guys. You're not just a parasitic, like morally self-satisfied, self-masturbator, are you?
Ukraine
You're on the good
for
guys.
the West is at best a
You're on
proxy
the good
war.
guys, right? You're a winner. You
Well,
just
this is rich and compelling. Can we talk about the Earth again, please? Thanks.
Ukraine is on Earth.
But it's interesting to
can change the topic. How's that sound?
Yeah, I've heard many, what should I say, U.S. citizens that they would not support.
Once again, we should change the topic. Thank you so
media.
much. If we could.
They
Earth
support
measures flat.
Russia.
What say you? Not Russia either. We're going to talk about the whole Earth.
Hey, Glassblower, if you don't stop, you're false.
Can't understand you, bud.
Can't wait to hear more roboting, Gemsy. Okay, so anyway, Earth measures flat, detects stationary, if you will. And there's gas pressure. The word pressure means to press upon something. So there's a container, walls of a container. Those are the 3 points. If you think you can refute them, that's adorable, but also we're here for you if you want to learn some stuff.
Hear that, virtue signaler?
If you're talking to me, then I would appreciate if you
Yes.
use.
Sorry, I meant to say parasitic, egotistical virtue signaler.
Did you know that
Moral
the globe,
self-masturbating.
touting the globe stuff is also virtue signaling? Technically.
I have no problem with blocking you, Sleepy Joe. Like if
do
if
you
that's
think-
what you
do you
keep
think
doing,
I
then
honestly give a shit what a
Children, the finger paints are in a different server.
fucking virtue signaler like you thinks? Worthless cultist.
Oh, is that what it is? To tell you
Okay,
honestly.
Try
good.
yourself all you want.
Right. So, Glad Float, which point do you want to discuss? Like of your 3 talking points.
I bet this guy doesn't know the difference between inductive and deductive reasoning and the scientific method. I'm sure he doesn't know about Karl Popper.
I'm sure he doesn't know a lot of things.
So nobody spoke up, so I guess I'll do it. So the guy with the Ukrainian flag, I don't know your name. I don't really have an opinion about the whole Ukraine thing, so I would like to talk to you about science. Do you like science, bro?
Yeah, I do. And
So-
my name is Hoymar.
Okay, I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce it. Say it again.
Hoymar.
Holyamar.
Hoymar. Yes.
Okay, I'll do my best. So Holymar, so do you know the 3 things that is required in an experiment? What are the 3 necessary components of a scientific experiment when dealing with natural science? Do you know?
As far as I know, you need a hypothesis and you need a dependent and an independent variable. Is that what
Well, you left out the control variables. You left out the control variables, which makes it really difficult to conduct science if you don't control all the other variables. So let me give you an example. Let's say your grandmother's car won't start, right? So you don't change the spark plugs, the brake pads, the tires, the starter, and the alternator, right? That would be a really inefficient way to diagnose and actually get to the problem. So what you would actually do is you would run a series of tests to manipulate one thing at a time, right? So if it wouldn't start, let's try the battery. Okay, the battery's good. Let's try the starter. Like, oh, it's not starting. Okay, let's replace the starter. And now it starts. So because you have control variables and you didn't change 5 things at once, you know for certain that it was a starter.
That was the battery.
Yep.
Well, it could have been the battery, but I wanted to make sure that he got that, you do one thing and then you try the next thing. And you keep trying shit until something finally works.
Then you changed the battery and it worked.
Right.
So it was the battery.
Okay, good. It was the battery. Got it.
It doesn't sound like these were the 3 things you were looking for. Or what was
I was looking for a dependent, independent, and control variables.
Okay, so
You heard that before?
No, I've heard all of those before, yes, but no hypothesis? That kind of...
Well, that is your hypothesis. I said, what are the 3 things that you need? And you said the hypothesis, which is one thing. And then you said independent and dependent variables, which is 2 things that you already mentioned. But you forgot the control variable.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Right?
if you're limiting me to 3 things. But yes, definitely.
Well, do you need more when conducting science? What else do you need other than the independent, dependent control variables?
Doesn't that make 4 things?
Independent, dependent, control variables.
Yeah, but you don't know why you're
That's
manipulating your variables when you don't have a hypothesis, or not.
Okay, so your independent variable is the thing that you manipulate that you suppose is the cause. So your dependent variable is a naturally observed phenomenon, right? So that's your hypothesis. And the control variable is every other variable that you can think of that doesn't need to change while you're changing your independent variable off and on, 1 and 0.
Oh, right. So basically, you're containing the hypothesis in the dependent variable.
Well, the independent variable, the control variable, and the dependent variable, I think I said all 3, are in the hypothesis. Right? You think this causes that. That's my hypothesis.
Yes.
So then you've got to figure out what's some other things that I don't want to change until I've debunked this hypothesis or validated the hypothesis. So once you validate it, you're done, right? As far as solving the problem. So when it comes to cosmology, is there any science involved in cosmology, astronomy, or theoretical astrophysics? You'll talk about natural science.
First of all, these are wildly different fields, but this is where we need to differentiate between experimental science, which we just talked about, or observational science, which astronomy largely consists of.
Okay. Observational science. Now, you can't trust your eyes, right?
Yep.
So you could be looking at something and it could not actually be what you're looking at, or you might misinterpret it, or there might be an optical illusion, or there might be gravitational lensing because there's black holes. Right? You might think you have a girlfriend, but it was just gravitational lensing that's actually someone else's girlfriend. Right?
Right.
Not you personally, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I get it. Yeah. No, the possibility definitely exists. Yeah, you will never get as concise results as with experimental science.
Right. So the whole observational science, I don't know if that's very good because Glovers can't trust their eyes. So if you can't trust your eyes, the whole thing about observational science kind of goes out the window. I mean, if you could trust your eyes, maybe, but so here's the deal. If it's not experimental science, it's basically just poetry. Right? Because I could give you an explanation of why that the green grass on the dark side of the moon caused the tides. And you could give me an explanation of why I'm wrong, and it's obviously the moon's gravity. But both of them are equally as scientific as the other, because we haven't done any experiments. So our theories, as far as science goes, considers them competing theories, because you can't use the scientific method to prove either one's truth.
Well, hold on. Were you talking about green grass on the moon?
Yeah, it's a theory that I have.
Okay.
On the dark side of the moon.
Okay, so how is the green grass theory equivalent to the gravitational theory?
Well, I didn't use any science, and neither did you.
That's not true. I mean, one is.
Oh, what science did you use?
Unfounded. I mean.
What science did you use?
There is no green grass on the moon, as far as we know.
Did you manipulate the moon's gravity?
No, is that wait, just a second. What we do know is that mass attracts mass. So that theory would be way more viable from the get-go.
Wrong.
Okay, can you define mass?
Mass? Yeah, that's the amount of matter that
no, it's
body
not.
has.
It's the resistance to inertia.
Yeah,
right?
there's multiple definitions of what mass is.
Okay, so the resistance to inertia attracts the resistance to inertia. Is that your theory?
Depending on what I gave you was the Newtonian kind of definition,
which has been supplanted by Einsteinian's special relativity.
Yeah, but under certain circumstances, we can still
no longer holds true.
Newton's theory of
no, it's been supplanted. It's already fucking
it's been superseded.
science.
Yeah.
And space-time is no longer a thing. For God's sakes, here's Cornell University saying it.
Oh wow, he doesn't know what he's talking about again. Surprise.
Here's Cornell University saying that space-time doesn't fucking exist. I'm sick of you guys talking about shit you don't fucking know. It's a fact. Even the scientists say there's no such thing as space-time. Even the scientists say there's no such thing as mass attracting other mass. Period. It's done. Stick a fork in it. You're 10 years behind on your science, bud.
That's not the point. The point is that Einstein's theories are known to not explain everything.
No, they don't explain.
There's still
they don't explain
explanations we have.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Because you can't reify a concept such as space or time and make
Nobody
it
does that.
An actual thing.
That's not the task of a scientific theory.
What? The task of a scientific theory is to define reality.
Explain reality.
Define reality. Maybe you don't understand English. The fact is that if your science is not describing very specifically what that reality is in the best detail possible with repeatable science, not mathematical fucking problems, but repeatable science, then you don't have science. You have pseudoscience. You're talking about pseudoscience, period. And even the theoretical physicists, which aren't physicists, they're mathematicians, say that space-time is dead. So you're talking shit. Period.
I wouldn't even call them mathematicians. I just call them charlatans.
They're mathematicians, regardless. They do higher level math than I'm capable of. But nonetheless, they're not doing experiment. They're only doing math.
They look like they're doing higher level math.
Really quick, Cloud, you're hot micing.
So, do you have any other source for special relativity being falsified than this, provocative lecture title that you posted?
Yeah.
Okay. Apparently you're good with sources, so I thought it can't hurt to ask.
It doesn't hurt to ask.
Yeah, I know you're not used to sources. I know you're just used to reading things from BuzzFeed or whatever. Get your facts, quote unquote.
Not true, buddy.
It
Did
is
you hear
true, friend.
did you hear what I said about reifying concepts, turning them into reality to describe reality? It's ludicrous. Do you not understand? Do you not comprehend what I'm telling you?
Oh, I do, but that's not what a scientific theory does.
What is space?
A concept. It's a concept for
what is time?
For the environment we're living in. Time is
what
also
is
a concept.
space-time?
It's a concept of concepts. It's
a
way to
reification
model
fallacy.
reality.
It
No,
is
it's
a
not
reification
It's
fallacy.
not a reification. It explicitly is a concept for the reality we live in, to make it graspable for our minds. That's what the models are for.
So you don't have reality, and in your theoretical physics, you don't have reality, and you agree with that.
It's not theoretical physics. Don't get these confused.
Space-time isn't theoretical physics? Are you fucking insane? Do you think that's actual physics? Do you think space-time is actual physics? It's theoretical physics. Unfuck yourself.
Yeah.
Get the head up your ass.
No, back in physics class, we measured the speed of light using a laser interferometer. That was using
you
concepts of Einstein's special relativity.
No, you did not. Good morning.
Well, apparently Get was there and knows better than I do. Do you mind taking over?
Yeah, he is better than you.
Are you for real?
I am. Yes.
No, you're not. Do you know what the tooth gear is?
The tooth gear?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know?
Tooth gear? No, it doesn't ring a bell.
Oh. That's what they used to measure the stupid speed of light, the imaginary speed of light.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay, oh yeah, yeah.
The first measurement.
Really? Dude?
Okay,
You
so
don't
here's the
even
way.
know how it was measured. It wasn't measured using an interferometer. Yeah.
There are multiple ways to measure the speed of light.
They claim they shot a light beam, yeah, through the slit of a tooth gear, yeah. It bounced a mirror, the tooth gear turned, and the light came back to your eye magically, yeah.
No, not magically, but yes. Yes, that's basically what they did.
You're just measuring how equidistant the tooth gears are. That's all you do.
Okay, so by Chung Jiao Kao and Sean Carroll, we have this white paper of Hilbert space, which is saying that instead of space-time, we most likely have an infinite geometric pattern. And they're calling it Hilbert space. I've heard it called another thing, which is like a polymorphic tetrahedron or some shit like that. Anyways, they don't have quite the theory that they want yet, but they're getting better answers from these mathematical concepts than they ever have from space-time, because they're solving problems that took about 1,000 different prenomials down to two to three with these concepts. But nonetheless, it's theoretical physics.
Wait.
With space-time, you are reifying. You're calling into reality concepts as reality. It's always going to be a circular argument or a begging the question fallacy.
So you're saying that Hilbert spaces would replace Einstein's space-time?
I don't think it replaces it, but it's a better explanation of it because they are able to use a lot less mathematics to describe what they're seeing in things such as particle accelerators and colliders. They're able to find the answers much quicker and much more easy than they ever were with what they had with special relativity.
Right.
Period.
Yeah. That's what I meant. Like, just
it doesn't supplant it because they haven't found one that they like to say that this is the theory of everything, like they always try to do. But the fact is that they're using 2 or 3 of these more obscure, I guess, to the layman theories. And I can only call them colloquial theories because they're actually just unfounded hypotheses or working hypotheses until they can actually test them with an experiment, correct?
Yeah, but they are trying to test for gravity.
Right. But they're never going to find what they're looking for because they have all the wrong answers. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same as looking for the Higgs boson. It's like looking for the Higgs boson, the God particle, when they're actually just looking for consciousness. Fucking morons.
Yeah.
Everything is so simply explained when you stop denying the obvious.
So, Hoimer, if you are a physicist, what are the construct requirements for a field where a force can manifest within?
Sorry, which kind of requirements are you looking for?
The construct requirements in which a force of a field, in which a force can manifest.
That's to be honest, over my head. I'm not a physicist. I couldn't answer that off the top of my head.
But you are a theoretical physicist.
No, I'm not.
Oh, a student.
I am, but not of physics specifically.
Well, okay, as a student you have to know, man. What the hell are you learning there?
Not theoretical physics.
But what?
Computer science.
Oh. Well, why do you keep talking about theoretical physics then, when it's not your field of study? Yeah.
What prevents?
Do you learn anything about electricity?
No. Listen, what would prevent me from talking about theoretical or another field of physics?
Well, it doesn't prevent you, but to discuss about it, you need to know the basics. At least
I know
basics.
I know the basics.
The basic definitions, yeah. Because when we talk about fields, forces, we have to start from the fields in which these forces manifest. This is the basics. Like, you did this in the 5th, 6th grade. You don't even need to be a university student, man.
Not really. Like, I'm reading about what you're talking about, but that's not something that we ever dealt with in physics class.
With
like
fields?
Hilbert spaces?
Really? You have not learned about the electric field, magnetic field?
Well, we learned about the electric field and the magnetic field.
Oh, you learned.
Force fields were not something that we dealt with.
The forces manifest in fields, within fields.
Well, like
Yeah?
the gravitational field.
And
for
these
example,
fields
that's
are
something-
created somehow.
Yes.
Yeah, there is a way to construct them. What is it that constructs these fields? For example, the electric field. What do you need to make an electric field?
What do you need? Basically, what you need are charged particles.
Hey, you see? And these, how many charges are there?
2.
Yeah.
Positive and negative.
Good. 2 opposites. Yeah?
Yeah.
Good. Now, we establish the electric field. According to these charges, you either have a force of attraction or repulsion. Yeah, it's very easy. Show me this fucking field in gravity.
Gravity is not an electrical field.
I know, but many of you guys come in here and call gravity a force.
Do you think gravity is a force?
It depends on which theory you adhere to. Newton would call it a force.
A field, wouldn't
Einstein would not call it a force.
What would he call it? A fictitious
he would
force?
Call it probably, yeah. It's just an effect of bent space-time, according to...
Oh my fucking god! Did you just invoke a concept and reify it into reality? A bend of space
the other
and
way
time.
around.
How do you bend space and
It's exactly
time?
the other way around. It's exactly the other way around. You have a concept that tries to model reality as best as possible.
So you're going to do all this with asbestos?
With what?
Asbestos. You said you wanted to model your space-time with asbestos, and I agree. I think you should work with that material as much as possible, because mesothelioma has missed its best fucking victim.
Yeah, so when I'm in the train station, I'm smoking a cigarette and I'm waiting for the train. It's gonna come in 5 minutes. Yeah. And it's coming from the other city train station. How am I supposed to bend that?
No, it's easy, man. Just fucking use your special relativity gun and fucking bend the space-time, bro.
Yeah. Those 5 minutes of waiting, how can someone bend them?
By running towards the train.
Well, if you can concentrate extremely large amounts of mass in extremely little space, then you can probably create a gravity well.
You're saying he's fat and he needs to think about it.
You're talking about
he's fat and he needs to think about it. I get it.
You can probably do that. Have you done that before to make sure?
Well, obviously not. No. You can't.
Okay, nice story. Thanks for the bedtime story.
Homer, you're talking about contraction and dilation here. You know,
not directly.
Yeah, that's something
also part
different.
of the theory. Yes.
You know. So how can time be bent?
I'm listening.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Can you repeat the question?
Those 5 minutes that I'm waiting, how can they be bent? I'm not asking you about contraction or dilation, like shortening or extending them. Bending. 5 minutes, straight 5 minutes, I don't know, those 5 minutes that I'm waiting, yeah? I'm looking at the clock on my hand, yeah? And I can't say they are straight or bent or whatever. but I want you to explain me what does it mean when you bend those 5 minutes?
Wait, we can say if they're straight or bent because they're linear time.
I'm not sure who was talking about bending time.
But
literally bending
when you are,
time. That's a reasonable thing to expect to be able to do.
Oh, with enough gravity, you're supposed to be able to do it. You just gotta have enough gravity in your pocket, right? And then you gotta think really hard. This is your answer. You gotta think really hard, concentrate, have the gravity in your pocket, and you'll be able to bend space-time.
yeah. So when it's bent, those 5 minutes are still 5 minutes, right?
They just taste different.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about when we say time?
You don't understand, man, bro.
Duration?
It's space-time science, man.
Bro, how much space-time have you not been smoking? Twazzle.
Yeah.
Right, I should smoke a bit more, maybe. I haven't got there yet.
Yeah, see, you got to get that. If you have enough gravity in your pocket, you can pay for that space-time. And man, it's...
I've seen the whole, piece of paper folded over with the pencil hole through it.
Yeah. A wormhole. That's called a wormhole. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a practical demonstration of a wormhole.
Hoimer, I can also write a story about a robbery, which never happened because it's imaginary fiction coming out of my behind. But if I wrote it, it doesn't mean it's real.
I don't understand.
And you should, and he shouldn't take it. He shouldn't take this literal. These theoretical physicists, they are making up stories.
I don't know why we're still talking about space-time. Yeah. What is it? What's the current scientific theory now? It is called...
dark matter. What? String theory?
No. It's called, very specifically, we either have... Oh, God, sorry. Hilbert space or a some hedron bullshit that's an infinite. It's basically a fractal. It's chaos mathematics on acid. But I mean, it's already supplanted space-time. Space-time's gone.
I'm not aware that Hilbert space would formally supersede space-time in any way yet. I mean, it's under development, sure, but the theory is not mature yet.
No, but no theoretical scientist is working on space-time anymore. While you still may be taught in it in the annals of what?
That's just not true.
Oh, it is.
A lot of scientists are working with.
They're still working off that grant or money they got for space-time, even though it's already been thrown by the wayside. I guess you're right. They're still working on that grant money.
Well, unless you can, the best case would be that, the special theory of relativity would be falsified directly. Like an experiment that would show, well, that's wrong. This theory has been falsified due to these...
Dude, it's unfalsifiable. You can't disprove a concept. Like, I have a concept about freedom, right? Because I'm a Texan. Can you disprove my concept about freedom and liberty?
Pull out the gun.
Well, that's not a scientific theory.
No. Hey, okay, you're not talking about a scientific theory. You're talking about, at best, a working hypothesis, and it's only a mathematical theory. You're not talking about an actual scientific theory because there's been no science to prove or disprove special relativity.
So how come I have a Wikipedia page here with about 24 experiments which do exactly what you just said doesn't exist?
Okay, let's
Yeah,
write it
these are
down
all-
one by
they're all
one.
experiments.
What's
These
the
are all-
independent variable from the first hypothesis?
I can.
What's the dependent variables?
You're citing it. Now we have to go through the whole thing.
I need. I'll take a dependent variable for $500.
You seriously
Are you
believe
just setting
that?
up science?
that
Let's boil it
it's a
down to the scientific method.
It's a scientific theory that survived for all those years, but was never
Yeah,
tested.
but in order for it to be a scientific theory, it has to go through the scientific method. So again, what's your independent variable?
Is it time?
He just said that there's
we
no.
can look at.
It's never been tested. It's never been tested, is what he says. It's never been tested.
At specific experiments like the Ives Stilwell experiment, which
No, it's still experimental. What do you mean it's still experimental?
Okay, so
What do
what's
you
the
mean
independent
by-
variable?
That's the one you can manipulate, by the way.
I'm not too familiar with the actual experiment.
Then why are you citing them?
Super duper.
Can I get familiar with them? Or is this like secret paywalls that only scientists can get
If you look
past?
at the live stream voice text, you can click the link that I've just posted and search for.
Well, just tell me what the independent variable is so we can do the test.
Really quick. One of the experiments is the Sagnac interferometer experiment.
Beats throat.
The Sagnac interferometer experiment does not show what they wanted it to show. Unless they say that okay, in order for the Sagnac interferometer experiment to work, they say that a foreshortening or a lengthening of the device had to happen without them seeing it in order for that to have happened.
Uh-oh.
It's bullshit.
I think what they wanted to measure, that two beams of light that are moving orthogonally towards each other, and while spinning, are having different runtimes. I think that's what they wanted to show, right?
Today I was sitting in traffic and I thought, today I'm not going to get any more bored than sitting in traffic. Well, here we are, and I'm more bored than that. Hoymar.
Yeah, I think your answer was more
Are you
thoughtful.
not? Hey, Black Flo, are you not entertained or what?
No, I'm not, monkey.
No.
Dance. Need you to do a better
I wanna
dance.
see
Can you do
some
a jig?
damn
Can you dance a
dancing.
jig for me?
I want dance.
Well, getting him to name an independent variable is him dancing a jig for you.
Can you have some jig
break
music
that
while he's doing that?
Yeah.
Dance for me.
Kenny, you're cutting out, buddy.
The
Okay,
brilliancy, the brilliancy of finding pages on Wikipedia is not
Where's
entertaining.
your independent variable?
Hoymar.
You know, it's not like this is stuff that's easy to consume or anything. So,
Easy to consume, man. If someone has to even put any effort into consuming it, it's probably not anywhere near correct. Do you understand that?
Really? Oh, really?
Are you trying to say that you had a hard time consuming it and that's why you can't tell us anything
I mean,
about it?
listen, check this out. What I mean is, when you look outside, it's flat. Up or down, left or right, it's flat. Then you notice that you're not moving anywhere, and the only things that are moving are above you. That doesn't mean you're moving, that just means some shit up there is moving. Once you got those two under your belt, yeah, it's not really that hard to comprehend. But you like mental gymnastics, and you think mathematics is reality. So go ahead and further obviate your misunderstanding of the reality in which you live. Thanks for almost letting me finish, though. That was good.
You just
also not
words in my
science.
mouth. I never said
No.
that mathematics is reality. It's at best a concept of reality.
It's not a concept.
Is a concept a physical thing then?
It's a language that can quantify up to certain limits reality.
Let me ask you something, homie or whatever. What is a Lorentz transformation?
Lorentz transformation.
A Lorentz transformation, yes.
It's Physics 101.
I can't answer that off the top of my head.
It's the
Perhaps
lengthening.
somebody else can. Perhaps somebody else can.
It's the lengthening or contracting of time dilation from a preferred reference frame to explain Sagnac's not finding a change in light speed with his instrument going in a certain direction at a certain speed.
Right. Yeah.
Which is exactly what Einstein rolled into for special relativity. It's bullshit. What you cited as your experiments were hocus pocus bullshit from the 1800s.
You didn't even speak to all the experiments I listed at all. But how exactly does you?
Hoimer, you yourself didn't speak to your experiment.
No. I'm talking to Deus Volt. How exactly does you mentioning Lorentz transformations?
What is a Lorentz transformation? And how do you explain it?
Can you repeat how exactly you think
what is the Lorentz transformation and how do you explain it?
You just asked that question and I answered what that I can't explain it off the top of my head.
Neither could Lorentz.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, the formula looks pretty concise for that. If you couldn't explain it.
He assumed things of what his explanation was without experimentation and all assumptions. It was hocus pocus mumbo jumbo. The Lorentz transformation was specifically to refute the Michelson-Morley experiment, and more accurately, to define what the Sagnet effect was.
Yeah, it's really a mathematical artifice coming from Minkowski's so-called laws. Not Minkowski, sorry. What's his name? Maxwell's laws. And then Einstein's the one who endowed it with this kind of Kabbalistic sort of formulation of reality. He basically gave it this sort of like mystical new foundation of reality. So it's
mystical, huh?
Yeah.
According to Maxwell's equations, we can get a positive charge out of a vacuum.
Yeah.
Which has never been
Is
demonstrated.
that Maxwell's hammer? Right. Is it called
Robot. What would you say?
Yeah. There is no experiment showing Maxwell's equations correcting Ampere, you know.
Yeah, and the Lorentz transforms just came from Maxwell's laws, so that just further corroborates. There's no basis of it. It's just literally a mathematical artifact.
Unfounded.
And then Einstein just like bullshitted. He gave it the philosophical premise behind the Lorentz transforms, and then people just ran with it because
there's no such thing as space-time. I rest my fucking case. Period.
Yeah.
Invoke it again, A lot of no, never mind.
Okay, yeah. Well, come on, then go on and
Well-
falsify it. You should be able to then go on and put out a paper that formally falsifies.
It's already been falsified and
space-time
refuted.
through experimentation.
It's
Don't
already
you think
been
that's
done.
that would be possible?
It's very easy. It's very easy to falsify Maxwell's equations. Yeah. Show me that you make a
He
vacuum
wasn't
chamber
talking about Maxwell's equations.
and
Mark,
you're going to pull out a positive charge out of that vacuum chamber.
I'm not aware of the specific edge case of Maxwell's equations that you were talking about.
Edge case. It's the impetus for all of this.
I wasn't either, and I haven't had anyone teaching me. I just search and found.
Yeah, it's a cosmological constant crisis. You can look it up as a cosmological constant problem. They noticed the vacuum catastrophe, which gives us that number where if you're off by a factor of 2 or 10, according to Michio Kaku, then that's horrible. You need a new theory. But in cosmology, it's the largest mismatch between theory and observation in all of science.
90%.
They're off by a factor of 1 to the 120th.
10 to the 120.
Sorry, thank you. 10 to the 120th. Power.
10, yeah. 10. Yeah, a lot of numbers. Mic check, 1, 2.
Yeah, you're working now.
Thank you. Kara?
So go on and tell me how you reify space-time again to support your model.
Are you talking to me? Are you still believing that anybody is trying to reify a concept that's trying to model reality?
That's what you're doing.
Yeah, that's what we've been doing.
When you invoke a bend in space-time as your definition of how gravity works, you're reifying a concept.
No.
Foul. I call foul. Yellow card.
If you know what special relativity states, it doesn't explain how gravity works. It just explains that is the way, that is the theory of how gravity could
It's not
work.
a theory because it would have to have been experimented upon. It would have to have been cemented with objective. Shut up. It would have to be cemented with objective evidence. Evidence to prove the hypothesis, which would then be restated as a theory. It has never been done. And I've already gone through this. We all have.
Yeah.
With you. That it has never been done. Not once. And you keep on reifying a concept. Foul. You're out of it.
So why does let's take an example.
You say
Why
it
does
over and over.
You're roboting again.
Over and over again, man. It'll be true.
He's right, though. If you keep on saying it over and over and over and over and over and over again, it might be true. That's what he said.
Not what I'm trying to do, but
Yeah, after all of us are dead of old age, maybe then you can claim it's true.
it's just interesting that you kind of hand wave all of the experiments that have been done
That's
over
called projection.
decades. Like
Hand
literally.
wave? You didn't even know what the Lorentz transformation was. You don't know what the Maxwell shit is.
No, I couldn't explain it.
So why do you think we're hand waving it when we're explaining it for you? We're showing you that it doesn't work.
I'm talking
It's all
about the
assumption. It's all mathematical extrapolation. There are no experiments.
Hands-on experiments that confirm
The Sagnet, Michelson-Morley, do you think I hand waved those?
relativity.
I didn't hand wave those. Lorenz did.
He did not. No, he did not.
He did.
Einstein literally used Lorentz transformation.
Yes, I told you that. Lorenz hand waved the Michelson-Morley experiment and the Sagnac effect with the Lorenz transformation.
No, the Sagnac effect is something that was precisely predicted by special relativity.
No, it wasn't. Special relativity wasn't around before the Sagnac, or when the Sagnac experiment was done. That was after.
Are you talking about the Michelson-Morley experiment of 1887, or
3 years later?
Sagnac interferometer? Because that was when did they do that?
Bro, you just said
Both of them.
that Einstein predicted something with a Sagnac. He said, no, that's not possible because Sagnac came way before Einstein. And then you said, are you talking about Michelson-Morley? No, we're talking about Sagnac, the thing you just brought up and said that Einstein's theory predicted the Sagnac effect. That's not even possible because Sagnac was before Einstein.
He wasn't actually. I mean, he showed his effect, the Sagnac effect, in 1913. So I'm not sure where you're getting your information from.
Are you sure about that? Because I thought I remember the Sagnac effect in the 1800s.
No, it was 1900s.
1890s or something.
Not really. You're probably referring to the Michelson-Morley experiment, which was in 1887.
Okay. So when was Einstein's theory? 15.
1905 and 1915.
1905.
Special in general. 1915. He needed Hilbert's help. He couldn't even bullshit his own theory.
The Sagnac effect was described in 1913 before the special relativity explanation.
Right. And I think they had an independent variable, Sagnac. I think.
Well, special relativity was
Special relativity doesn't have an
in
independent variable.
1905. So that
motion was the independent variable in the Sagnac effect.
Yeah. Right.
Moving or not moving, and interferometers are.
Yeah, if they would have.
If they would.
Go ahead, Go ahead.
So interferometers, even today, are very good instruments for measuring ultra precision, taking ultra precision measurements of parts, objects, or to motion. Yeah, you can detect how fast an object is moving.
Do you concede that Einstein was fully aware of the Sagnac effect?
Yeah. Yeah. So while constructing his
so your claim beforehand that Einstein predicted the Sagnac effect is impossible, correct?
That's not what's meant when you talk about prediction.
That's what you said. That's what you said.
Theory. I said his theory.
You said the Sagnac effect.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, that means his theory can predict all results of all Sagnac interferometers. That's what a scientific prediction is in that case.
And then I said the Sagnac effect. And then I said the Sagnac effect was before Einstein. You said no, it wasn't. And then we showed that it was. So do you concede that you were wrong?
Thanks to Sagnac and Michelson-Morley.
That would be wrong.
Do you concede that you were wrong? Do you concede that you were wrong? You were incorrect. Do you concede that fact?
I just explained to you how.
So no, you don't concede. No, you don't concede that you were wrong about the 2 points that you said.
I was not wrong about the prediction of special relativity regarding the Sagnac effect.
Yes, you were.
You misunderstood what I meant by prediction.
You said even on a timeline that the Sagnac effect came after.
Yeah, 1913 and 1905. That's a difference of enough to.
Hoimer,
This is
wait.
why you have a fucking
Hoimer,
Ukraine flag in your bio.
have you ever
out
been given
1920.
a traffic speeding fine?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Now you should go to that police, man, and ask him to give you the money back, yeah? Because he used a device based on Sagnac and Michelson-Morley's principles of detecting speed, yeah? And you should tell them that they have to build a speed radar based on Einstein's special relativity. And with that device, you haven't trespassed the speed limits.
I hope you guys
Did you
laughing this
get
hard.
Did you get the part where
This is what you're doing.
No, the Sagnac interferometer is in perfect accordance with special relativity, or actually the other way around. Special relativity predicts the results of every Sagnac interferometer. That's what I meant by prediction. It's not about predicting future events. It's about predicting the results of an experiment. So that's how you know that you're.
But that's not what you said originally, right? That's not what you said originally. Your argument was completely contradictory to what you're saying.
It's exactly what I said.
No. Einstein's special relativity, yeah. It's about your feet are older than your head. It's not measuring how big or small something is or how fast is traveling.
Head's older because you come out from your head first, so your head's older than your feet, right?
Einstein's special theory of relativity tells you the age, yeah, like the wine you keep in your cellar, yeah, the 10 years old wine. Using special relativity, you can tell how old that wine is because it's been sitting in the cellar, yeah, in the basement. And it's old. But if it moved very, very fast, then it doesn't age.
Not until it stops, and then it ages all at once. Because that's how the Lorentz transformation works. It's fucking stupid. My father once told me, trying to sell me this, that when I get on a plane, I age less quickly than the people on the ground. But when I reach the ground, my time snaps back.
Yeah, snap magically.
It's stupid.
I gotta get me one of those.
What the hell? Hey, Flat Earth, we again cannot understand a thing you're saying.
Are you sure you understood how time dilation is described by special relativity?
Dude,
You mean by the
special
Lorentz
relativity,
transformation?
there is no special time dilation, yeah?
That's
it's
the
about
Lorentz
the bending.
Because what you just described was something totally different than what the theory actually says.
It's not a theory.
It's not a theory, okay. Where was it falsified, if I may ask this?
It can't be falsified.
Hold on.
When was it validated by
That's theory.
experiment?
Let me clear this up. He was telling a story his dad told him. He wasn't claiming that's how it actually works. So about the time snapping back part, he knows now that doesn't work, and the rest of it doesn't work either. So please.
I was 5 years old, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah.
This is before he found out Santa Claus was fake. It's his dad.
Yeah,
I always knew Santa Claus wasn't real.
So then your dad moved on to special relativity.
No, I was asking my dad questions about how everything worked, and he was trying to give me the best answers he possibly could for my 5-year-old brain.
Yeah, and at that time, the special theory of relativity, it was the new hotness in the world. And yeah, as a good parent, you want to give the best stuff to your children. So
He wasn't wrong to do it, but he was wrong for what he said. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Is somebody here familiar with the Haverly-Keating experiment? Because
no, explain it to us.
That's a pretty interesting one, because basically what it does is what you just described, but using atomic clocks. So you synchronize two clocks, and you put one on an aircraft, and you fly a certain route, and then compare the times of the two atomic clocks, and you will find that there's an offset between the two, that's called kinematic time dilation.
Okay. Is there any other explanation for that?
It's not kinematic time dilation. Listen, if a clock with 3 volts batteries, and I take the same kind of clock and I power it with 5 volts batteries, those needles of the clock, they will spin at different speeds, because in one of them you have a higher voltage current. So the clock motor, is going to spin faster.
Now, do we see uniform degradation or what do you call that? When uranium depletion. Do you see uniform depletion from area to area of atomic materials? Or is there differences depending on where you are?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And also according to altitude. So electrostatic voltage potential is very important.
So where it is in
behave.
Right, where an atomic material may be may change its properties and its depletion. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wondering. I'm just wondering if there's another explanation, or if we've done our due diligence, or if we just did some confirmation bias science. This is my only answer. Fucking stupid.
So we can tell this guy he doesn't really like the control variables, does he? He just likes to, this, so it has to be that.
Well, he's never done one of these experiments, has he? I mean, if he had, he would know that there's obviously more than one thing going on, and you would have to account for that. If you didn't, you're probably just doing pseudoscience. You're confirming your bias. I mean, but you would have to do the experiment to know that.
Is he still here?
Yeah, he's still here.
Oh, so hi Mark, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Do you know that boiling water is actually an experiment?
I guess so. If you set it up correctly.
Could you explain science by using the experiment of boiling water? I mean, it should be very, very simple.
I mean, it depends on what you're trying to. What
will be the independent variable in this experiment?
So boiling water is your naturally observed phenomenon, and you want to form a hypothesis, right? So what causes the boiling water?
Yeah, pretty much. So
you hypothesize that heat is boiling water. So now you add heat to the water, yeah, and you see it boiling. You take the heat away, you take the water from the heat away, you see that the boiling stops. So now you draw the scientific theory, conclusion, yeah, that heat makes water boil.
Mm-hmm.
So this is how science works. Now, can you show us this thing, explain simple like that, this theory of relativity? You invoke the bending of spacetime. How do you do that?
Well, first of all,
that bendy spacetime is your independent variable.
Well, first of all, special relativity is not trivial, and to expect that means being ignorant to what the theory is.
Now you understand. Now you understand that it's not a scientific theory.
That's not at all what I said. I'm not sure where you're getting that from.
Oh, then
it's a weird way of mathematical
finish what you're saying.
Special relativity is literally just a mathematical exercise. You just define space-time, these coordinates, and what are the transforms you can do to preserve it. That's it. No basis in reality.
And then obviously you will have to go on and do the equivalent of boiling water. You will want to test that hypothesis in various ways, which has obviously been done by thousands of people over decades.
How?
Well, using the experiments a list of which I sent earlier.
Which you don't understand at all.
Special relativity. I don't understand all of them.
Well, you weren't able to elaborate really at all. Couldn't even give us the first thing about it. The variables, nothing. So, what do you know about those experiments you posted?
Not a very good show.
I know some.
Special relativity, Hoimer. Special relativity is a theory. It's a story.
It's not a theory.
To be a scientific
if you tell me
theory.
that theory equals story, I'm going to
listen. I haven't finished.
It's literally a mathematical
This
puzzle.
is not my question. I'm asking you a question. It's a long question. I give you that. So special relativity, it's a theory. Now, to be a scientific theory, you have to show an experiment. And in the experiment, you have an independent variable. Just like in the example of the boiling water that we talked about, we discussed, you understood it. Yeah? So tell us which one is the independent variable in the experiment testing for the special relativity.
As I told you before, the theory is separate from the experiments that test it. Are you aware of that?
Okay, so wait a minute. Let me get this straight. So I can separate the experiment from the science? Is that what you're saying?
No. He was making a words game here, a word play. He doesn't distinguish between theory and scientific theory, which I did mention. I did told you that, but now you're saying that I'm talking about exclusively theories. So, a theory, yeah, is just a story. But
He said something weird. He said
scientific theory,
he said
a scientific
not a
theory,
story.
a
he said
scientific theory
experiments
is
separate.
not a story. It is a theory which has been demonstrated by experiment. And my question was how you make special relativity a scientific theory. Yeah? Because as long as it's just a simple theory, yeah, that means it's a story. You get it, Hoimer?
Yeah, without the science, there is no scientific theory.
Well,
It's
I know
just
where you're coming
postulation.
from. I know where you're coming from, but you're acting as if this was, a new theory that was just invented yesterday, and no soul on earth
It's not a
ever
theory.
thought
Stop
about
calling it a
testing.
theory, for fuck's sakes, Hoimar. It's not a theory. It's never been a theory.
That would require experimental validation, Hoimar.
And you being ignorant towards this validation.
Well, I think
it
that
doesn't
you are
exist.
ignorant towards the validation that you claimed because you dropped some links on us and then you failed to elaborate on anything they said. Starting with the
That's-
very first
that's
part,
not
the
true.
variables, so...
We were getting into the Sagnac effect, for example.
Well, yeah,
Or the
it diverted to that,
Einstein-
lucky for you, so we didn't have to stay there on the spot with you not knowing your own proof, but yeah.
It's not proof. Why would you ever talk about proof in the context
Experimental
of science?
validation is what you claimed,
guys are
and then you
totally
provided
ignorant
stuff
to the
that you
basic
could not
principles
even
of
describe.
science. But all you're doing is trying to
Okay,
quiz
you're
me and
spiraling, buddy.
In order
We just want to get the validation from you. You claimed that it was validated through experiment. We just wanted to get to that, and you couldn't help us there.
In order to validate any experiment, you need evidence. That evidence is considered proof of a theory. It is proof. Deny it or not, because you've been told by pseudoscientists that you don't need proof. You can have correlative data, which isn't true. You need proof. Fact. Do you understand me?
You're wrong, though. You're mistaken.
Show me how I'm wrong.
Can you give me a definition of what counts as proof in science when you're talking about proof in this context?
Experimental validation, the thing you need for your theory to be a theory.
So confirming a hypothesis is proof?
With what? Evidence from experimentation. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not
proof.
That's just
That is
confirming
proof.
the hypothesis.
That is proof. Confirming your hypothesis is proof of the hypothesis.
I add heat to the water, it boils. I take away the heat from the water, it stops boiling.
That evidence is considered proof.
I observed this, so it is proof.
If you have evidence to the contrary, then that is proof of your null hypothesis, correct?
No, that's falsifying your hypothesis. And yes, it can support your null hypothesis if you...
That is proof of your null hypothesis.
Okay, let me ask him this way.
He dislikes the word proof because it's without proof you can have correlative data as experimentative evidence, which is bullshit.
Let me help him out. Quaimar. So let's say you sign up to do a scientific study, right? And I deprive you from vitamin C for 90 days. Now, at the end of this 90 days, you're going to be suffering from scurvy. And I say, hey, Quaimar, guess what? I got a whole bunch of limes in there. They're really fresh. And we can either make some dessert, or you can eat them raw, or you can have them, but I just want you to know there's no proof that it's going to help you. Are you going to be like, well, if there's no proof, I'm just not going to eat the limes. I'll just die from scurvy. Which one would you choose?
Well, you're basically mixing colloquial terms of proof with whatever is scientific.
That's what you've been doing with theory all night. You've been doing that same thing with theory all night long.
Well, no, I was talking only about scientific theories.
No, you weren't.
You weren't talking about anything
No.
scientific.
Yeah, that's the whole
Talking
point.
out of your ass.
With scientific
Well,
theory, still don't get it.
You were equating theory, so scientific theory with story due to some reason.
We were equating scientific theory with science, which means experiment.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't even. Hoymar, you can't even
to claim
Hoymar,
that there is.
You can't even concede that a scientific theory needs proof. You're done.
So, again, special relativity, experiment. Where is it?
I've tried to tell you before. So, the Sagnac interferometer, for example.
You know, it's weird because flat earthers also use that as proof that we're not moving. So how do we decide which one's true? Because science is not supposed to be subjective, is it? Is it supposed to be like my favorite color is purple, like doctor,
Oh, no.
doctor, doctor?
No,
my
definitely
favorite
not.
color is blue.
It's interesting that you bring this up, Larry, because that's you, Larry, right? Yeah, it's interesting that you bring that up. You're probably talking about laser gyroscopes.
Yeah.
You think we don't know what the
probably
Sagnac experiment
You
was?
probably know Bob Noodle's story with laser interferometers.
Larry, have you ever?
Larry. Larry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you believe in the sphere?
What sphere?
The sphere.
What the?
Aiden, were we even fucking talking to you?
No, but I'm talking to Larry.
Shut your stupid fucking mouth then.
Don't interrupt the subject in discussion. Aiden.
Anyway, the point was that science is supposed to be objective. That's why they use the word science, which means knowledge, right? So after you boil the water 3 times in a row, you have firsthand experience, primary knowledge. Some might even call it science, right? And the reason it's called science is because at this point, there's no argument after this. We have the independent, dependent control variables, and we have the results. And if any man, woman, or child would like to stand up and say that heat does not cause water to boil with enough time, right, enough duration, and enough intensity causes water to boil, if they would like to stand up and say so now, I would love to hear it. No one? Okay, so is it safe to say that this is proven to be true by the scientific method?
Yes.
Right. And is there room for a new experiment? Of course. I'm not going to say no. I don't want to see your gas pressure chamber with your water inside. I'm going to say, please show me your new experiment, because someone might claim that I can make water boil at low temperature. Okay. That doesn't disprove the first thing. Right. But in a vacuum chamber, you can boil water at a very low atmospheric pressure and temperature. So that's where we say science is never settled. It's not like science is never settled. Obviously, heat doesn't cause water to boil. That's not proven. The science isn't settled on this. Actually, yeah, the science is settled on this. Heat causes water to boil. Like, this is like the law of thermodynamics. Like, it's part of it. Like, we understand how this works, right? Whenever there's,
at 14 psi air pressure, you need to add heat to the water, heat above 100 Celsius, because water boils at 100 Celsius. So you need to reach that temperature.
Right. So the science that we talk about is the method, right?
Yeah.
You can't just infer things. Like, maybe the reason that, my cell phone, dropped and fell is because purple-headed yoga slinger gnomes, ripped their pants when they, tried to catch it and they failed. It's like, okay, how do I disprove that? Oh, you can't. Well, that's not science. If in order for it to be knowledge, it has to be falsifiable. So if I claim that, I'm 6'3", right? But I don't have a physical body, then you can't do that. You have
Or
to be
better
able to
yet,
prove
that
it.
these pictures were taken from space.
Right. How do you know what space looks like? You have nothing to compare it to. You can't see the counterfeit if you don't know what the original looks like.
Or if you can't go there yourself.
Yeah.
Falsifiable means you need to be able to test it. You need to be able to do the experiment yourself. If you can't, it's not falsifiable.
And I heard him invoking Sagnac experiment in Einstein's special theory of relativity. I highly doubt that he actually even wrote Einstein's published paper on special relativity. I'm curious to see. I want him to show me Einstein's paperwork on special relativity, where Einstein is saying that the experiment demonstrating his theory is actually the Sagnac experiment. Or how many times did Einstein invoke the name Sagnac in his paperwork? Yeah.
I think Hoymar may have gotten.
I don't
go
think
ahead.
he
Go ahead
did.
and answer.
I don't
Oh,
think
yeah.
Einstein mentioned Sagnac effect. He just predicted the results of Sagnac interferometers.
Posak?
Well, postdoc
So,
or anti-hoc doesn't
how
matter.
can you
It's
how
just
can
about
you say that
formalizing
when
result.
Einstein
the
actually
prediction result.
said that no optical device can be used, to demonstrate that the world is spinning or moving. He just said that out of the blue. And
not out of the blue,
this
but
statement
it
actually
makes a
forbids you. Listen, what this statement means is that if Michelson-Morley or Sagnac effect and experiment shows that when you are performing this experiment on a fixed table, immovable table, it shows you that the table is not moving and the table is fixed on the ground, that automatically means that the ground also doesn't move, and now when the table is moving, this device is showing me that the table is moving, it has a velocity, and it shows you how fast it's moving, what Einstein said, that if this device shows you that the table is not moving, then that's not true. It's actually moving, but I don't know. You just have to ignore and listen to Einstein, what he said.
But
So
the
this
device,
is what Einstein did.
device does show motion.
What?
If you set up a ring laser gyroscope, it will show you a 15 degrees per hour drift.
At different altitudes?
What do
Is
you
that
know
true at
about
different
gyroscopic
altitudes?
effects?
Yeah, I mean the angular velocity doesn't change.
Yeah, okay. Have you tried this experiment next to a Tesla coil?
I'm not in possession
It can
of
show
a
you.
periscope.
It can show you
These
40
devices are
degrees
quite
an hour
expensive.
drift. Yeah, if you do this experiment next to a Tesla coil, it can show you 40 degrees an hour drift,
Well,
or
obviously, yeah.
even less.
The
According to
electromagnetic fields will
Listen.
probably influence your laser.
Yeah,
Well, maybe
and
that's all
that
that's
is
influencing it in the
because
first place.
that is because we do live in an electric field, electrostatic field, and magnetic field. We are already inside. And
Does that
that's
mean
what
we're
you are
moving?
measuring with the gyroscopes.
Does that mean we're fucking
Yeah, with
moving,
the
bud?
laser gyroscopes. Yeah. It doesn't mean you're moving. It means that you have particles of all sorts, yeah? Electric and electrostatic and magnetic fields around you.
Well, but one of your best guys back then, Bob Nodal. He had these results that we just talked about.
We aren't denying, and you're talking past the point we're making. You're denying. You're talking. Shut
into
the
an
fuck
isolated
up.
chamber.
Shut up. You are talking past the point he's making. He's not denying that you will see a 15-degree movement. What he's saying is if you add or move it further or closer to another electromagnetic source, you will find a different reading.
Yeah.
So don't talk past that and say, "Well, Bob Nodal, fuck off." We're not denying that you can find a certain amount of degree depending on where you are on the plane, on the Earth, and your elevation. You're going to find different readings, but nobody's denying that. But he's saying that there are ways to manipulate it that you might be able to show the cause.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the cause, because basically this is a correlation, right? So does everybody here understand the difference between causation and correlation? Do I need to explain it to anybody?
It's up to you.
So I'm assuming...
To me, I'm sorry. I'd like to know about it.
Sure. Okay, so shark bites or shark attacks and ice cream sales go up during the summer. Now, one person might say that this is correlative, and the other might say that it's causative. Well, it's causing, right? Well, some people might say maybe sharks like the ice cream. No, it's just a correlation, right? They both happen to be happening at the same time because people are during the summer want to cool off. How do they cool off? They eat ice cream and they go swimming in the ocean. They're completely unrelated.
Makes
right?
sense.
So So how do you get to the root of the scientific method, which is the cause and effect? How do we know what's causing this 15% drift? Because they're saying it has to be the Earth spinning. Like it has to be because sharks like ice cream, right? We're saying we don't know what the cause is because we didn't manipulate anything. Like in the heat and water method, you add the heat to the water, it boils. You take it away, it stops. You know what the cause of boiling water is. Same thing in the low pressure vacuum chamber. You know what causes the water to boil in a vacuum chamber. Right, because you sucked all the gas out of the chamber. And what is the water going to do? It's going to expand to fill that vacuum. Why? Because nature hates a vacuum. So let's get back to it. What causes the ring laser gyroscope to deviate 15 degrees per hour? Did you stop the Earth from turning? No. So we don't have a cause. Did you stop the sky from revolving around the Earth, which is the flat earther's point of view? No. So you can't science everything, right? Science is like a schoolhouse thermometer. It's really good at detecting temperatures between 95 and 105 degrees, but you can't take it home and bake Jiffy cornbread muffins. If it doesn't fit within the narrow scope that is science, and people are claiming that it's still science, this is called pseudoscience, right?
You're mistaken. That's where you need to differentiate between observational science, which means you can't influence all the variables, and experimental science, which means you can influence all the variables except for the dependent variable.
Observation
address
is not
that.
science.
I'm going to address that right now. So, do you know what the division fallacy is?
I don't know.
So, a part is not the whole, and a whole is not the part. I don't drive my alternator to work, do I? So, the first step of the scientific method is observe a natural phenomenon. And you're talking about observational science. Well, that just means that you can't get past the first step. So, if you can't get past the first step in a method, right, then you're not doing the method. For example, if I'm going to do the Heimlich maneuver on you and I just wrap my hands around your stomach and I don't jerk, that's not the Heimlich maneuver. That's just the first step.
That's just a hug.
Yeah, that's just an inappropriate hug. We don't do that, right?
Yeah, right. But
okay, so now do you understand why I said it's pseudoscience? Because it has to go through all of the steps of the scientific method. And if it doesn't apply, then it's not science. Like if we're like, well, I like Becky's color when it's purple. I like her hair color as purple. Just it looks great. It matches her eyes. Like that's not science. It's subjective, right? But what causes water to boil? Well, two things that we know of. This is objective facts.
Hold on. So you're saying that meteorology, volcanology, marine biology, all of these fields, astronomy, they're all not science because they fall outside of your narrow definition?
It's not my narrow definition. So if it's not, listen, it's real simple. If it's not using the scientific method, if it's not using the scientific method, then it's not science, right? Just like if you're not using mathematics, it's not math, right?
I don't know why you were laughing with me, Hoymar. I'm laughing at you. No, that's not science.
So
that's categorization.
What if I have a car and it doesn't run off of gasoline? Is it a gasoline car? No, it's probably a diesel car, right? So what if I have science that doesn't use the scientific method? That's pseudoscience.
Epidemiology is not
relativity.
science.
Special relativity is fortune telling. Like when you go to the circus and you have that tent where there is this witchcraft palm reader inside, you pay her $10 and she tells you the future. That's special relativity. That's what it is.
Yeah, so I mean, if we need to go over what science is, it's a method for eliminating variables and establishing a cause and effect relationship.
What's the first step, Larry? What's the first step of science?
Observe a natural phenomenon.
Observation of a natural phenomena. Exactly. So you're saying the first step of science is all of science, and that's what Larry is pointing out to you.
Yeah, and Einstein said actually not to observe, he forbid.
He wants you to do a mind experiment. You don't even have to do an experiment. You could just think of it. It's fine.
Yeah.
So he's trying to pervert science into something that is not science.
Why would we listen to Einstein again? I forget.
For Hoymer, yeah, we're trying to.
No, I'm serious. Like, why do we believe him?
Well, because he's that's why we're here. He's why we're here.
Wait a minute. Einstein is why we're here right now? Really?
No. Hoymar is why we're here. We're here specifically for Hoymar.
Okay. All right.
Einstein is a good part. Einstein is a good part of what brought us to this point, though. So we got to talk about him.
Okay. I'll just leave it at that.
See, the thing is that Trump's family didn't confiscate all of Einstein's work and hoard it for a year at MIT with Donald Trump's Uncle John, right? That was Tesla's tech, right? So everybody should ignore Tesla's tech, and we should probably not talk about it. And we should chase our tails for 100 years over E equals MC squared, and whether or not space-time is something you can, scientifically validate. When really, like all the technology that we use just about nowadays, especially the wireless stuff and radio communications and our understanding of, electromagnetic fields, this all comes from like the real scientists. So you said you're a physicist, or you took physics class. What can you tell me about Carl Proteus Steinmetz? Do you know him?
Sorry, what term did you? I didn't.
His name is Carl Proteus Steinmetz. Do you know who that guy is?
No, doesn't ring a bell for me.
Okay. Did you pay for your education?
No, not for that part of education. That's free.
So you're a computer scientist, but you don't know about Carl Proteus Steinmetz.
Well, I've heard the name Steinmetz, but why?
It's really interesting that you should know about him, because he's the one that came up with most of the stuff that Tesla's era was using as technology. He's the one that wrote books about it, and he was in Germany and would have been killed because of the fact that he was a very short man, because he didn't go along with the ethnic, what do they call it back in the day? Kind of like nowadays they do with the birth control, abortions. What's that called?
Eugenics.
Eugenics, yeah. The eugenicists of Germany would have had him killed, but his family loved him and brought him over here to the United States, and he turned out to be like a super genius. But nobody ever talks about him, but it's really weird that they talk about Einstein. Can you show me some Einstein tech that you have in your house? Anybody?
Einstein tech? Well,
the
GPS receiver of my phone is taking into account time dilation.
Oh, you're a total retard.
That's Einstein tech.
No, it's not.
So you do know about the Lorenz system, right?
Did you ever look up the algorithm that GPS uses?
Let's get into it. You don't understand what you're using.
So every 8 minutes, the clock has to be reset, right? Is that right? The GPS satellite's clock has to be reset every 8 minutes, right?
I'm not sure what the actual interval is, but they regularly
they have to be reset because of time dilation, right? Is that right? So what about the cosmonaut with the most time in the ISS? How much time did he actually travel into the future? Less than a second? So why would they have to be reset every 8 minutes if that guy was up there for nearly 1,000 days and he traveled through time forward a split second, but they have to be reset every 8 hours? You believe that shit? Are those even comparable?
Are they comparable? Hoymar?
Well, I don't know how these two compare, but obviously, if you don't correct for time dilation in GPS, then your signals will be off.
Do you know what the Lorenz system is, Hoymar?
The Lorenz system?
Yeah.
Is it different from the Lorenz equations that you were asking about earlier?
For fuck's sakes, I wasn't asking you about Lorenz transformation. I was telling you. Do you know what the Lorenz system is?
I don't.
Thank you. That's all we fucking needed.
Is that all?
So you don't know anything about GPS then?
Yeah.
Why don't
Lorenz
you open
system is
the depths of your wisdom for us then?
ground
Tell us
antenna
what the
network.
Lorenz system is.
Listen. Lorenz system is a ground antenna network which predates the satellite era, yeah, and it was the system for ground positioning used by the military.
Okay.
And later this system has been civilians have been given access to this system, and his name got changed to GPS, ground positioning system. But for ordinary people, they call it Global Positioning System, GPS. Yeah.
Did you know on the GPS system they consider a satellite? They consider a router at somebody's house a satellite. Did you know that?
Just a second. Let's keep with the.
Did you know that?
For a second.
For fuck's sake.
Your claim was that the Luran system is basically an equivalent or works equivalent to GPS.
Oh, it's the root. It's the root
It is
system.
GPS.
It doesn't even cover. It doesn't even cover all of the areas of the Earth.
Listen, what you don't. Do you know what a
can still get a GPS signal.
Homer, do you know what a root is?
A root?
Root access. Yeah. Root system.
In what context?
In computer science.
Yeah, I do know that.
Okay. Now, this is a system, and the root system is the LORAN system of the GPS.
GPS is totally independent from
listen.
infrastructure.
This system was created before the satellites era. Yeah?
Yeah.
And when mankind has been given access to it, yeah, this system was created by the army. Yeah, it wasn't for civilian use because civilians did not have the aircraft carriers, airplanes, battleships, cruisers, submarines. Yeah, they needed this system to know their position, location in the world. And they created this LORAN system.
Only if their area was covered.
Listen, I haven't finished. It was a military system, yeah, technology. And when mankind has been given access to this system, yeah, it was called GPS. And this access has not been given yesterday. Also not right after the Second World War. Also not even when they launched the Sputnik, yeah, the first satellite claim to be launched, which you have no idea what it is, yeah. The Russians built a giant network antenna array, yeah, a wall of antenna array, radio antenna, and they discovered that using a large arrays of radio antennas, they can create a radio resonance spot in the air at any altitude they choose, yeah? And that spot is a spot of resonance. And when those radio waves resonate into that spot, they behave like a emitter. Yeah, like actually in that place there is a radio antenna broadcasting that signal from there.
That doesn't
this is a virtual. It does. That's not
how radio waves work.
It is how it works. Yeah. So
wait a
these
minute, you're telling
satellites
us
are actually
that
virtual.
waves don't resonate? Are you saying waves don't resonate?
That's not what I was saying. I'm saying you can't project a transmitter at some arbitrary location using radio waves. That's not how waves propagate and interfere.
When you are in a room, yeah, and you have 8 speakers in all the corners of that room, yeah, by adjusting the volume of those speakers, you can change the position in that room where you will have the surround sound effect.
Your focal point.
Yeah.
You can vary your focal point.
Yeah.
Through wave modulation.
Yeah.
And you can also do this with a magnifying glass in the sun, right? You phase it in and phase it out.
Yeah.
According to the ants, they don't know that, it's not the sunlight, it's the magnifying glass, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also I want to point out something else about GPS. So one of these things is anecdotal, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because it's anecdotal. But when I first started delivering pizza with a cell phone, there'd be times where I would go out of range, way out in the boonies, and it would have me like 2 miles down the road from my actual location. And I would have to actually drive back into the towers so I could get a trilateration because you can't do it good with 2 towers. So I would do that, get back over there, and call the customer, get directions, and then abandon my GPS signal. So you don't have to believe me. I don't care about that. But this part that I'm about to bring up is actually verifiable. So there was a flight that was lost over Indonesia Ocean, or the Indian Ocean, I think. And the really weird part about it is that these planes all have transponders, right? And they actually send out their actual location. That's why you can go online and track flights, because not only is the GPS like a two-way signal with a transponder.
They have even a black box.
That's totally wrong. GPS is a one-way signal. You only need to receive signals to calculate your position from that.
It's a really cool
story.
Oh, but
why can I track planes on the internet then?
Because they have a transponder. They send back
that's the part I was talking to.
Satellites.
Right, that's the part I was talking about.
Yeah, but that's not part of GPS, though.
Shut up!
Oh my God, you're a retard.
Just let me get to it. I'm almost done. So basically, they lost this plane in the middle of the Indian Ocean, and they didn't actually know where it went down. Now, you'd think if they had GPS signal, the transponder would be working, and it would have told the exact location of where it went down or where it was last seen. Roughly, within a, let's say 10, 20-meter stretch, right? Because that's how accurate GPS is, right? And if we got, all these satellites floating around up there, how could one not be over the Indian Ocean? But if you'll notice that some of these plane tracking applications on the internet that you can pull up, when the planes fly out, like beside Africa and South America, they actually lose their signal. They're turning their transponders off. Now, the weird thing about that is if a ship were to do this, they'd be considered a pirate ship if they turn off their transponders.
It happens to ships as well, though. But I can explain that. Actually.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, so what's happening is that the airplane or the ship, they still receive the GPS signal because GPS covers all areas of the Earth
No, it doesn't.
equally. And the problem is not with receiving the signal.
You're making a claim. Can you validate your claim?
Transmitting back the position. So
did you hear me? Can you validate your claim that GPS covers the entire Earth?
Let me make a fucking point.
But you made a claim. You made a claim that GPS covers the entire Earth.
Claim like people keep claiming stuff here without giving any reference. So why do you have
bullshit? We've given plenty of references.
Yeah, we're not you, dude.
Yeah, you're just trying to lower the standards or lower the bar here because that's how low it's set for you. But it's not like that in this room. So step it up.
Can you please validate your claim that GPS covers the entire Earth?
Well, if you give me a second, sure. But that's all what I was trying to say is that GPS is a one-way system.
That's a really
story.
I can go up on a mountain right now and get no service and debunk you.
of information. What is a GPS relay?
No, it's not about no service.
What is a GPS relay? What is a GPS relay?
You're probably talking about ground-based DGPS relays.
Well, just show us that you can use GPS from every location on the Earth.
Yeah. Generally, that's true. Of course, underground is impossible.
Hang on.
If you're blocked by mountains or whatever.
Hoimar, not all GPS doesn't work both ways. Some GPS works both ways because some GPSs have transponders. Some GPSs have relays, right?
Oh, there's different kinds, I see.
Am I correct here, Hoimar? Or are you just going to say no GPS relays or no GPS has a transponder?
Well, I know there are GPS transmitters, but I'm not too familiar with how that.
So not all GPSs relay their position, but some do, correct? So you can't say not all. Anyways, show us your evidence. Shut up. Show us your evidence of GPS covering the entire Earth, please.
Evidence of GPS covering the entire Earth.
Yeah.
Well, that's how the system works. There are 36 satellites that
Google it,
continually.
man. Just Google even if we give you GPS, you can't prove that they come from one space satellite.
Hoimar, you already backpedaled on your entire claim. You said, well, it'll be blocked by a mountain or something here or there, so not the entire Earth. You already just collapsed yourself, your own claim here. So
Okay, go on with your point now that you can't prove what you just claimed. Go on. Okay, so GPS doesn't encompass the entire Earth. Now, what was your claim? What was your other claim that you were getting to?
Hang on. How can a mountain block it if it comes from overhead satellites? How is that possible?
Well, when the overhead satellites, are at an angle where you have solid matter
on the ground. Anyways, go on, Hoimar. What was your point?
Well,
before I stopped you on your claim?
Usually, you will hear flat earthers claim that it's ground-based networks like LORAN, for example.
What's the claim when 99% of every freaking cable in the world is in the Google Earth? Come on.
Hoimar, you said previously that you had never heard of LORAN. Now you're saying what Glober or what flat earthers claim?
Well, yeah, there are several ground-based positioning.
So now you know what the LORAN system is all of a sudden?
No, there are several systems just like LORAN.
There's only one other one, and it's from Russia, right? It was developed by Russia?
Probably. That's not what I was trying to get at. If you know how GPS works, then you should also know that it is not possible to fake the position of your of the transmitting.
Answer his question. Do you know how GPS works?
Yeah, I know the basics of it.
Do you know? So can you explain it?
I can try to, but.
Oh, you're going to talk out your ass. Can you explain it, yes or no?
I said I can try to explain to you, but I don't really see the value
I could
in that.
explain without any trying at all really quickly why you don't have satellites to do any of this with. So why don't you just give us your explanation? If you've got
why don't you start off with your explanations of why we do not need satellites?
Be easier.
Yeah, you can divert to me doing that, sure.
because
you don't have R for any satellites to use, so goodbye to orbital mechanics.
Also, it's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
R has been measured
there's that too.
thousands of times over literal centuries.
Notice how I didn't have to try to explain anything there, so if you make a claim, why don't you just know what the hell you're talking about first?
Well, you just denied that R has been measured thousands of times. I hope that's just ignorance.
You haven't provided anything for us to deny, so how did I deny it? What did I deny? Where's the measurement? Nope, none of you have brought one in.
Well,
Do you have one ready that you're just not showing? You're just waffling around with all this other stuff about satellites?
Hang on. Hoimar, show me your evidence of R, please.
I thought we were talking about GPS. Can we just stay like it?
Yeah, but you can't explain it. You're clearly talking out of your ass. So we're trying to throw you a bone. But you could feel free to humiliate yourself and explain GPS.
Go ahead and explain GPS.
Okay, so the thing is, a GPS receiver gets GPS signals from different sources. Each signal contains a position of the transmitter and a time when the signal was sent. And from these signals, the receiver can calculate the distance from the signal runtime. You can calculate the distance to.
Okay. I don't deny that's exactly how it works.
Yeah.
I don't deny that's exactly. I don't deny that's exactly how it works.
Yeah, nice job reading a screen, dude.
I'm not. I literally. I spoke to my phone. Right. So.
Right.
But the cool thing is that you can't fake that kind of signal, because if you do, then
who said anything about faking it? Who said anything about faking it, Hoymar?
Well, replacing satellites with ground-based towers would mean faking positions.
So where in your definition did it specify it to be satellites? Go on. That's why.
That's where you're definitely going to need R, buddy. That's the problem.
Yeah, we can get to that, but the GPS is satellite based.
Why are we just getting to that? That is the first part of this entire conversation. You've been in here for months, and we're just getting to it.
He's been here for months.
Hey, Hoymar, you now have a claim on the table. I'm not going to let this go. You have a claim on the table that GPS is satellite based. I would like you to link just a photo of a satellite, please.
Sorry. Right. So a photo of a satellite.
Yeah. Link a photo of a satellite. Yeah.
Okay. I can do that.
No problem, eh?
Can you?
Are you talking about like telescope photos of from the ground, or like?
No, a picture of a satellite from within the vacuum of space that they're supposed to be in.
From within? So like a camera outside of satellite?
Yeah.
Can you confirm you've ever used one satellite ever?
But this is from the ground, and this is the same thing from the...
No picture of a satellite from within the vacuum of space that they're claiming to exist.
Itself.
So you're already folding on that part?
Hold on.
Is there a way you can confirm that you've used one satellite ever?
I mean, usually when things exist, it's easy enough to just take a picture of them. So, go on.
Well, he linked a picture of the ISS and of a Russian satellite.
Is the ISS a GPS satellite?
That's not what I asked for. I asked for a picture of a satellite.
There's a big problem I see with that picture. The Earth is curving, but we measured it down here on the ground, and there's no geometric horizon or drop over distance to be measured anywhere. So that looks like a definite fabrication. Try again.
Well, then, so it's now on me to ask you for those measurements, or can we play the game the other way around?
We could do the black swan for like the 20th time. And
that's not a measurement; it's an observation. What I would need
is a horizon measurement. Actually, no, it's a horizon measurement. The horizon has been measured to at least 10 miles.
What we need is an actual survey of the Earth that concludes its flatness.
Well, we've got laser tests that measure no drop over distance, so I would say that concludes its flatness pretty well.
I think what Hoymar is asserting is that while we may find local flatness, the whole thing obviously has to curve, right, Hoymar?
Sorry, why did you say it has to curve?
Well, yeah, in your worldview, it would have to curve, correct? What are you linking here? You're about to get... What is that?
My own image of the ISS as photographed.
Delete it. It's not coming up. It's just a link. It looks like you're trying to fucking fish spam, so...
I mean, I can repost this.
Hang on. The ISS has GPS, is that right?
No. I only asked him for a picture of a satellite.
That's what I initially posted. How is that for an image of a satellite?
Does ISS give us our GPS signal?
That's not. It's not a GPS satellite. No.
Okay, good.
I don't think we can photograph satellites that are like.
But Hoymar, that is clearly a fabricated image because, like I told you, we've measured the ground down here and it's not curving. So how can it be seen to be curving up there? Help us out.
So you're talking about the other image now? Because,
no, I'm talking about the image you posted in live stream voice text or any of the other images that you'll post like that.
They're both ISS images, to be honest. But Hoymar, so okay, they've posed to you that they find no curvature, even though they're not showing you any evidence of it. They just say, "Oh, we'll have to go through the black swan again," but I guess they don't want to. So let's take the different tact. So that picture is taken in a second law of thermodynamics violation?
No, because we're not talking about a closed system. I'm unsure why you would bring up...
Right, so how can you have air pressure in an open system?
Due to gravity.
Okay, so prove gravity.
Cavendish experiment.
So now we're going back to... Now we're going back to mass attracting mass, right?
Well...
And just, it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question. Is it mass attracting other mass, right? What's the dependent variable? What's the dependent variable? Or no, what's the independent variable in the Cavendish experiment?
That would be the angle between the frame and the large weights that are stationary.
No, that would be the dependent variable.
No, that's the independent variable. The dependent variable is the angle that the frame twists to. So the deviation from the resting position lets you calculate the strength of the force with which the balls are attracting each other.
And have you ever done this experiment yourself?
I've seen it performed, but no, didn't perform it myself yet.
When you saw it performed, did you see the null result of an oscillation, or did you see the appropriate result of a deviation from its normal state?
I'm unsure of what you mean.
Did you observe an oscillation, or did you observe a steady state?
It was an oscillation. Like it was attracted and spun back and forth basically until it like the oscillations got weaker over time.
Okay, so how much of that can be considered the medium in which it was the medium from which it was suspended by, or the rope, or the cord?
Well, it was enclosed, like in its own space. So, are you talking about the air that's actually surrounding the torsion? Torsion bar?
I'm talking about the thing suspending the torsion bar. That's where the oscillation comes from. It's obvious. It's a spun cord, whether it be steel or another material.
Yeah, and I mean that has its resting position, right? And you can take note of where that resting position is, and as soon as you introduce weights, you will see that.
You can't introduce weights into the experiment. It's a set experiment, and you have to let it settle. If you get an oscillation, listen.
Part of the setup.
Why are you talking while I'm talking? Why are you talking while I'm talking? If you get, because you can't let it settle until you have the weights on it. If you get an oscillation, you have a null result. If you observe an observation, you have a null result. That is not the Cavendish experiment. That's a failure. And you cited incorrectly that the independent variable is what did you cite it as?
I said the independent
variable
is basically the resting angle between the frame.
Okay, so you're saying this experiment proves gravity, but your independent variable should be gravity, but you're saying it's an angle? You're saying the cause is gravity. You're saying the cause is gravity, but the independent variable that you're supposed to manipulate is an angle.
No,
so the cause is an angle?
What you mean is the viable hypothesis. That is that mass attracts mass. In this example,
that's correlative. It's correlative. You're not finding the cause. You're assuming a cause. That's correlative. No, your angle is not the independent variable. The independent variable is gravity. If you're proving gravity.
Wait, you're not measuring gravity directly with that experiment. So how can it be?
You can't prove gravity. One, you're citing a null result as a result of gravity. Two, you're citing an experiment that can't possibly measure gravity or the effects of gravity because it's not an independent variable that you can manipulate.
Well, the null result would be that your torsion bar remains at rest, and that the masses do not.
There are several null results. One of them is an oscillation, and that is due to faulty equipment because you have a twist in the medium in which the torsion bar is suspended by.
Well, no, the oscillation happens when the torsion bar is basically, moving from its resting position to its twisted position due to mass attracting mass.
It's that, and it wasn't any of the other confounding factors that were involved, like electrostatics, electromagnetism, things that are exponentially more powerful than gravity's claimed to be?
Or just a twist in the fucking rope, guy.
Yeah.
Well, for fuck's sake. That's the controlled variable. That's the complete.
It's not a controlled variable.
No,
it's not a controlled variable.
That has been very, delicately set up to exactly deliver the same results wherever you do it.
But it doesn't.
It doesn't?
No.
Claim? That's a claim?
Yeah, you're getting an oscillation. That's a null result.
I just don't know how you're attributing what you're seeing to a force that is, or even a pseudo force now. I guess then it was considered a force. But I don't know how you're attributing it to something that is considered so weak and irrelevant here on Earth that it's not even factored into any calculations or anything anybody does here for any practical purpose.
So you have no independent variable in which you're manipulating. So I'm sorry.
I have a question.
You can't attribute it to gravity. Period.
Of course.
Plus, this guy is the Christopher Columbus of the scientific method. Sorry, just real fast, I wanted to say he set out for India and landed in the Caribbean. This guy set out to measure the density of the Earth and somehow prove gravity. How does that happen?
I have a question for you, Cavendish.
Cavendish is apocryphal at best. Go ahead.
Well, and the other thing, just quickly, he wants to tie balls and wooden rods into a spinning globular mass in a vacuum that is causing gas to adhere to its surface. I just don't see the connection.
And that's the problem of the Cavendish experiment. Do you know what the inverse square law is?
Yes.
Okay, so if gravity, it should be stronger at the source, and as it goes away from the source, you would lose strength exponentially by the distance, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so gravity should be stronger at the surface than it is at the thermosphere, say, at the edge of the thermosphere, let's say the Kármán line, right?
Yes.
Okay. And gas is unbound, correct?
Per se, it's unbound.
Right, so it goes off in all directions. All the time, correct?
Yeah, but that's not the only thing it does. That's one of the things it does, yes.
Does gas settle?
No, not generally. Like, yeah, as I said, it tries to go off in all directions.
Okay, depending on its heat, right?
Heat, yeah, and other forces that are acting on the particles.
So you'll get helioclines in gas, right? Depending on the heat.
Yeah, helioclines? I'm not familiar with that term.
Lines of demarcation between heat densities of gas.
Okay.
A cooler gas will be in a different layer than a warmer gas until they mix fully, right?
Yeah.
So that therefore you'll have a heliocline. Okay. So, given that at the surface of the Earth you have a balloon, you let it go, that balloon will rise, right?
Well, if its content is less dense than the surrounding medium, then yes.
Okay, I agree. Good. We're in concordance. So now it goes up past the balloon's expansion point and the balloon explodes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now that gas continues to travel beyond the atmosphere, correct? If it's helium or hydrogen, it flows out of the atmosphere, correct?
If it's, if it's still less dense than the surrounding particles, yeah.
Well, even the scientists say that we're losing helium and hydrogen every day at a certain amount of tons per day, right? They're always talking about, the helium shortage that we're about to have. So, there's no barrier stopping it at the surface. There's no barrier stopping it beyond that. So if gas is able
4.54 billion years.
So if gas is able to flow out at the edge of the thermosphere where gravity would be weaker than at the surface, then all gas past that would also flow to the lower pressure system, which would be the vacuum of space. That gas would try to fill the surrounding, the surrounding area in which it's not.
Well,
right?
Why? I mean, there's
High pressure would flow to the low pressure. We have higher pressure here than in space, right?
Yeah,
even at 20 at the top of the thermosphere, we have 25 torr. At the beginning of space, we have 10 to the negative 6 torr, and that's at the Kármán line. So those two pressures are right next to each other. So you have a 50,000 millibar pressure differential between the two.
Yeah, but remember, he already explained that with the demonstration of balls and wooden rods.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Well, yeah, that's the first principle. Once you understand how
hang on. I'm not done. So that gas got up there at 25 torr, all the way up there, in spite of the gravity being stronger at the ground, where all the gas should be if gravity was the thing holding it in. But yet helium is able to escape, but nothing's really stopping that gas at the edge of the thermosphere from going away, and that's at 4,000 degrees. So it is extremely excited, and that heliocline would be broken rapidly due to the pressure differential of 50,000 millibar, correct? I think you have some splaining to do, Lucy, because you have a problem. You have two laws of physics, natural laws of physics, one being the inverse square law, and two being the second law of thermodynamics, not in your favor with your explanation of the Cavendish experiment. You have a problem explaining how you have a satellite in space that can't possibly exist next to a high pressure system of our atmosphere, even if at the edge of our atmosphere that's 25 torr, and at the beginning of space it's 10 to the negative 6 torr, you have a problem that you can't quite explain. You can't explain with you can't explain it with gravity because that's thrown out the window because it's stronger at the surface. That gas should have never gotten up there if it's stopped at the edge. It's incongruent.
Okay. So first of all, you're using the explanations of mainstream scientists who believe all of that stuff that you don't, to then use helium escaping the atmosphere to make a point against gravity. That's not really.
I'm not making a point against gravity. See, what you don't understand is I actually believe in a universal down. I don't believe in a universal to the side. I don't believe in a universal movement up unless it's away due to, like you said, buoyancy principles. But I do believe in a universal down because everything flows to the ground. I don't have a problem with saying that there is a slight propensity for a direction down.
Okay.
But that doesn't explain at the top of the thermosphere what is stopping 25 torr from going to 10 to the negative 6 torr and flowing out and peeling our atmosphere like a fucking onion, bud. You have to do a little bit better than saying, oh, you deny gravity, so the scientists say this and that. I'm using their story to show that they're incongruent. Those two things don't work.
Uh-huh. Yeah, well, your question is what's stopping the pressure the differentials to...
Without a solid barrier between the two, you don't have an explanation.
What's the term called if, two different pressure levels are equalizing? Yeah, you have different pressure. You're wondering why they don't equalize.
Why don't you just give up on the adjacent, infinitely expanding vacuum fairy tale, bud?
Well, not so fast there.
Not so fast, but the whole thing requires a globe. That's the entire reason why you invoke this pseudo deity of gravity. You need that in order for the ball in the vacuum to make any sense at all. But the problem, really, when it gets down to it, is you can't measure a ball anywhere.
If I have one more shut up for a second. If I have one more pervert in my DMs, I swear to God, I'm going to ban every single Globion here.
Yeah, that creep is in mine too.
For fuck's sakes.
Okay. Let's start at the basic principles, and you tell me when you disagree, right? So I'm just gonna.
I disagree. If you're speaking, I disagree.
No. Okay, so would you agree that we have pressure in the atmosphere?
Yeah, I would say that proves containment. I agree.
Okay. Would you agree that we have a pressure gradient going from? Yeah,
I would say that proves. I would absolutely agree that we have a pressure gradient, and I would say that proves pressure, which in turn proves containment. So yeah, I agree.
Okay, so the pressure gradient is
proof of containment. Yeah.
It's noisy. Yeah, the pressure.
Yeah, there's some sort of echo. It's tripping me up.
Hang on a second. Hey, shut up, Hoymar. Hey, rookie, you're hot micing. Go ahead, Hoymar. Continue.
Right, so the pressure gradient is fading towards zero.
Okay, how far towards zero can you measure it? What is the lowest measurement you can provide us with towards zero?
Well, if you use the most sensitive tools.
Did you measure it all the way down to 10 to the negative 17 torr? I don't care how good your tools are. I mean, I hope they're good enough for the job, but you're claiming 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure. That's what you say your gradient fades out to. So can you provide us a direct measurement of that? If not, give us the next closest one you have.
Yeah, I'd like to see a 1 pound pressure. Can you show us a 1 pound pressure in the sky?
Or even 10 to the negative 6, where they say that the Kármán line begins, where they say space begins. Can you show that?
If you can't do it, you have what's called
I'm not aware. like apart from basic pressure measurements from a helium balloon, I'm not aware of.
Okay, so you did half of the work and then you just jerked off and went, it probably fades out the rest of the way down. Yeah, that's good to go. Outer space confirmed. Is that it? That's all you're giving us?
Well, I mean, there's no reason to believe why the pressure gradient would suddenly
What
stop.
is the reason? Is the reason a direct measurement of 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure? Are you going to come back with a PSI reading of a tenth or something like that and say, see guys, it probably goes all the way down to 10 to the negative 17 torr. It probably goes out another 14 decimal places from here. Yeah, why not? Let's go with it. Is that what you're going to do?
Central 2.0, can I introduce you to the concept of extrapolation? If you set up a law,
that's what he's talking about. Your extrapolation is an assumption.
I'm way ahead of you, Hoymar. I've done that bullshit already, and that's why I'm talking to you like this. I don't want extrapolations. I want direct measurements, direct proof. What don't you get?
It's just me extrapolating because I don't have a measurement at hand.
But it's stupid
right
and it's inconclusive, and it's not what we're asking for. We want the direct measurement all the way down to the 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure that you claim. The gradient doesn't do you any good if you can't show us it going that far.
So you are denying the pressure gradient, or why?
Denying? What the fuck are you talking about? Absolutely not. The first thing that I said is, there's a gradient which requires pressure, which requires containment.
So why are we arguing?
I think the pressure is heavy on the surface, and then it gets a little bit lighter in the air because it gets cold, only because of the temperature, and then it gets heavy again when it gets to the firmament. And I'll show you a rocket that seems to stop midair in the sky. And that's my example of if we're getting heavier.
Yeah, I know the video, and that's a misconception. The rocket isn't stopping.
You notice how I said that he didn't show us that the 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure that he's claiming, and he went, you deny the gradient. He just thinks gradient automatically means, outer space, even though he hasn't given us the direct measurement of that gradient.
Doesn't the rocket stop spinning?
Your talking point.
Hoymar, hang on. Shut up for a second, Hoymar. Hoymar, shut up. Godric, hang on with the rocket stuff. I think we're onto something a little bit more prescient. Hoymar, did you hear me talking about the heliocline between the between gas? Hoymar.
Sorry,
can you hear me? Did you hear me talking about the heliocline between gas, such as the thermopause or even the thermosphere?
Yeah, you were talking about
that necessarily denotes a pressure gradient, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why would you say that we deny pressure gradient?
Well, it didn't sound like
anything. It sounded like he said, in order to have a pressure gradient, you would necessarily need a container because you cannot have a pressure system in an open system. Period.
Yep.
You have to have an enclosed system in order to have pressure.
There's no reason. There's no reason.
He's saying it's false. Now he's got to demonstrate that it is false. You've got to give us the black swan example where you can have that gradient going down to the outer space vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr that you're on about.
Or even any other pressure than what is right here, right now, 14.7 at sea level, PSI. Outside of that. Anything outside of that. Without a fucking container, bud. And show us how you did it. Because I want to know. That'd be really interesting to see. Don't you think that would be interesting to see, Hoymar?
I want to know too.
You see it every day. Because if we go from reality, right, we have evidence of a pressure gradient. We do not have a single.
No.
You keep doing this thing where you think that pressure gradient equals outer space vacuum. We just gave you a bunch of reasons why it does. Well, that's what you're kind of doing. You're going, all the time we see a pressure gradient.
Just let me make the point. I didn't even get to that part yet.
Okay.
Forget about your point. Can I interject for a second? I just wanted to quickly say something to him and then ask his response in regards to this. So in algebraic terms, gas pressure is X, and the gas pressure gradient is delta X. Delta X comes after X. X comes before delta X. So Are you in contention with that?
Not generally, no. Sounds somewhat reasonable.
So then you agree that there has to be a container?
Yeah.
No,
The
I'm
thing
not
that
saying that there has to be
pressure
a container.
requires.
I'm just saying that we have gas pressure, and that's all. We don't have evidence whatsoever of
You are
any
doing,
container of any
what
sort.
you're doing is special pleading, though. In all known examples, pressure requires containment. You're saying in this one it doesn't, and you can't show us. That's the problem.
What's really stupid is you've already claimed a container with gravity. It's really dumb that you keep on saying no. There's no container. You already said that gravity was your container. How dumb are you?
So can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Because that would be demonstrating X without a container due to gravity, demonstrating gas pressure without a container due to gravity.
The matter is containing itself. That's what's happening.
Now the matter is containing itself. Interesting.
Yeah. Gases pressing upon gases creates pressure. It's really not
it's funny because he's like the 300th person to say that like over the last year or two here. It's like, it's crazy how some of them go to that.
He's saying that the container is gas.
Okay, so at the top of the container, where there is no gas, at 10 to the negative 6 toward the top of the thermosphere, what's your container?
None. Why would you need a container when there's like no or almost no pressure at all left? Like,
oh my God! So you're going to go back on your, you're going to go back on your word. You're going to go back on your word. You said it was gravity. Now you're saying there's no container.
He said, why would you need something to contain gas pressure from a medium where there's no pressure?
Yeah, that's the funny thing.
Stupid.
The altitude at which you would place a container.
That's the funny thing. The atmosphere is velcroed to the fucking Earth, all the way to the thermosphere. That's interesting. That's interesting. You think that?
You're like, why would we need a container to contain gas pressure from a vacuum? That's what you just said. What the hell, dude?
That's a very interesting theory. You should go along with that. You should write that down and try to prove it.
I don't. Okay, please look at the image I posted in livestream voice text
of the flat Earth. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, it's just.
No, I like this picture. It's a very nice picture of the flat Earth. Thank you. Go on.
Yeah, be that as it may be, but what we can see here.
Be that as it may be, a flat Earth picture, as we can see here. We see a layer of haze, most likely due to humidity, most likely due to the water in the atmosphere. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
Yeah, right. I think you've driven that point home. What I was trying to say is if anybody in here wants to explain what they think causes that kind of light blue to black gradient.
Yeah, I just did. I just told you it was the water content of the gas in that air, and it's heavier. So it's obviously it's a warmer, heavier, dense atmosphere closer to the ground, as I previously described with my helium.
Can you prove the dark blue is a vacuum?
So what we're looking at, would you agree, is a pressure gradient, as we can see from the colors alone?
From your picture, as a flat Earth.
Yeah,
and a local sun. I think it's a beautiful picture.
And everybody's just fine with the pressure gradient. It proves pressure, which proves containment. So thanks.
Can you prove that the dark blue is a vacuum?
So at which altitude would you place your container if you could do that?
I don't know. Which altitude would you place your pressure gauge to measure 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure?
As I said before, I don't have these measurements at hand.
Okay, so you do not have anything backing your stupid outer space fairy tale.
Well, buddy, I thought we agree on the fucking pressure gradient.
Hang on, we're whistling past the graveyard here. He showed a picture of the flat Earth and showed the denser, warmer atmosphere closer to the Earth, a local sun. I think this picture is beautiful. I'm going to give you a flat Earth roll, okay?
I love it too.
Why, Mark?
Give him the flat Earth roll. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
apparently I'm again victim.
your evidence is astounding and beautiful. Thank you very much. I already explained what that haze is because you can see it close to when you're at the ground. You can see fog, for fuck's sakes. No, it's not a mystery to what that is. You can see the clouds. You can see the helioclines in the gas from that flat Earth picture, and I love every minute of it. Thank you very much.
So
yes,
what
we're not denying that there's a gradient. We're not denying that that's gas. We're not denying that that's the sun, and we're not denying that your flat Earth picture is probably the best flat Earth proof shown tonight. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you would basically place your container when the gradient has faded to 0. Is that what you're saying?
Where's the gradient flow to 0?
Well, basically, where you see the blackness, the huge.
So you're saying that space is a perfect. Are you making the claim that space is a perfect vacuum now? Is that what I'm hearing? Because as far as science goes, it's 10 to the negative 17 torr. At the beginning of the Kármán line, it's 10 to the negative 6 torr. But you're claiming it's 0. You know what? I'm beginning to like you more and more, because obviously past the container we can't possibly know what it is, so why not claim nothing? Perfect. I like it. Good job. You did it.
Well, I was.
You've convinced me. You've convinced me of a flat Earth.
So nothing changed. Okay, good to know.
No. I'm way more steadfast in my beliefs that the Earth is flat now more than I've ever been by your proof here.
Yes, thank you, Hoimar. You added so much reinforcement. Thank you.
Well, so the thing is, why is the air not rushing?
Hoimar.
Well, because there's no adjacent outer space vacuum. That's why. Yeah.
Here's the thing. I'm going to go ahead and mute you because I think you're done. Get, you're hot micing?
Hello. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Yeah. Hoimar, I think we're done with you. I think we should probably move on to a bigger fish that isn't going to prove flat Earth to us, at least tries to argue for globe Earth.
I wanted to ask him if he can prove that the pressure goes to 0.
Oh, yeah. No, he said he was overstating it, but I'm going to leave it as it goes to 0 because obviously past the container we can't possibly know what's there, so why not assume 0? Even though I doubt that's the truth if that's where the sun and the stars lie.
He was asking Globers for round Earth proof in the lobby. So maybe you should give him the flat Earth. Yeah.
My goodness, this guy is amazing. I fucking love this guy. Hoimar, you're my new best friend and my new project. Every time I'm in here, I will find you, I will seek you out, and I will run you dry. You are now my mule that I will hang my hitch upon, and I will make you work the field day in and day out that you come.
I think you should actually give him the flat earther role. He'll hate that.
I would if I wouldn't get in trouble. I would if I wouldn't get in trouble for it, but it's not worth the headache.
Why would you get in trouble?
Well, because I'm not the only person here. If I was the real boss that I said I was, I would go ahead and do it and let Dan.
Oh, you were only kidding? Oh man.
No. I'm not only kidding. When I'm in the room, I feel like I'm the boss, but I will not. I'm not always.
I think we all do, don't we? Don't we all kind of feel like we're the boss in a way?
No, I sound like I'm the boss all the time.
Do you? Okay. You say so.
Yeah, of course I say so. I'm just fucking with you, bud.
I know. I'm trying to decide how far I can go with it before you get mad, though.
I'll never really get mad.
I'll quit.
Well, you guys, I think my work is done here. I'm gonna go to bed so that I can get up and work tomorrow. God bless you all.
Nice talking to you.
Rest well, Deus. Rest well.
Thank you very much. And you guys have a wonderful evening. Good night.
Thanks. You too, buddy.
Thank you.
See you later.
Well, should we keep battering Hoimar around or what?
Is he gone yet?
He's still in here. You guys want to talk to him still, or?
No, I'm talking about the boss. Did he leave yet?
Oh yeah, yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, it's party time. All right. Yeah, I guess we can. I don't know. I don't want to talk to him. You guys can if you want. I'm good.
Well, I mean, he's just going to give us nothing but inconclusive arguments.
I mean, nothing.
You can go ahead if you want, Hoimer. I don't care.
Nothing against him or anything. I just, with what I've seen so far, I just don't feel like, you know what I mean? Like it's going to help.
Yeah, he gets it to a point, and then he doesn't tie up the loose ends. I mean, he gets a pressure reading of 1/10 of a PSI, and he still has 14 more decimal places to go, but he goes, that's good enough. That probably thins out to 10 to the negative 17 torr right there. That's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, it obviously goes down to 0 and then keeps going the opposite direction, right?
Hey, I wanna know if Hoymar agrees with the statement nature abhors a vacuum. And if he does, so when does that not count anymore? When does nature not abhors a vacuum?
Well, that's a pretty illustrative statement, acting as if nature was sentient or anything.
No. So nature abhors a vacuum, right? So there's no vacuum naturally in nature, right?
I wouldn't say so, because, the default state would be no matter exists. So that's a vacuum. Or wouldn't
in your mind, right? In your mind, because matter exists. That's all you've ever experienced. So in your mind, that may be true, but in reality, that's not true.
Okay, so we put matter in the nothingness. Yeah, then we don't only have vacuum anymore.
No. So nature abhors a vacuum, right? So there's no naturally vacuum. And if there's some low pressure system, then nature will move towards it, right? High pressure move to low pressure. So it does abhors a vacuum, correct? And when
I don't know if you can answer my question. Can you answer my question? How can you prove that the pressure gets close to 0?
God, Rick, we already did that in spades. We've been over this and over this. He can't. The closest he can get is 1/10 of a PSI, and then he just begs the question the rest of the way.
So, as I said, I don't have, the actual measurements at hand right now. I can try to look them up though. But what solution would you propose? Like, what would you put?
I don't know. It's your claim. You're the one who has to believe in the outer space vacuum, so you show it to us. Don't ask us how we should go about proving your claim.
Well, no, we still agree.
That's terrific, right? Awesome
we still
stuff.
Agree on the gradient, right? Just isolate.
Gradient. It proves pressure. It proves containment. Well done. Thank you, buddy. Great job here.
Well, I'm saying it fades into a hard vacuum and say,
you're saying that, and that's all you do is you just say that. You don't show that happening. You just say it. So,
Cannot demonstrate it. Give us the definition of gas pressure, Hoymar.
You realize that just because you want
definition
something to
games.
be true doesn't make it true, right? Hoymar. It's like hoping and wishing and feeling and fantasizing is true.
I think
does not make it
that
true.
Play imagination games.
I think that the
Your
PSI might
imagination
go
does
down
not
another
mean
14 decimal places. Great proof, C, but you haven't shown us it happening. You gave us a story.
As I said, I don't have these measurements at hand right now. But I'm happy that
nobody does, Hoymar. Hoymar, the reason you don't have them is because they don't exist. Nobody has measured a pressure gradient fading out to 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure. We can't even build a vacuum that powerful here on Earth. Nobody's done that. That's why you don't have those measurements in hand, okay? So it's not your fault, buddy. You're just arguing for fairy tales. That's the problem. That's where you went wrong.
Well, I think unless somebody here offers a better solution, I'll stick.
Well, we did. It's contained, and you can't show us. You can't show us the near perfect outer space vacuum you're talking about. So that's not a solution for anything because that hasn't even been shown. So
we can demonstrate gas pressure requiring physical containment. You cannot demonstrate the claim of it without one.
Yeah, you can't, Homer.
No. I'm pretty sure it does exist because we have been to these altitudes and we have carried pressure measuring devices with us.
Okay, here he goes now. We went to these altitudes, we carried pressure measuring devices, but we did not take the measurements that I need to back any of this with.
I didn't
What
say
the
that.
hell?
No, this is on me. I don't have them at hand, as I said. It doesn't change the fact of reality.
You just agreed with me a minute ago that nobody went to a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum that you say the gradient fades out into with a pressure measuring device and measured it and found, yep, there it is. There's the outer space vacuum. And then right away after that, you say, yeah, we went to these altitudes. We got it, but I don't have it. Like, what's the matter with you?
Well, I'm not denying that we went to space.
Yeah, it's a really weak tactic. It's like, I could get it. I just don't have it now. No, you don't have it.
Pressure.
You never had it. No one has it. You're just trying to obfuscate and like misrepresent yourself as more knowledgeable than you are.
Well, okay. I mean, we've played the same. We've played the same game for a few hours now. So why not turn it around for once and have one of you guys demonstrate a shred of evidence of a.
Well, we always do. We show you the horizon being way too far for it to be affected by Earth curve. We show you laser transit tests and things, and you hand wave all of those. You make all sorts of reifications for your globe regarding refraction, which you have never shown us any measurement for. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I'm sorry, but that's a deflection. I was asking about the containment.
No. Showing you direct measurements that you ask for is not a deflection. It is exactly the opposite of that.
No, container. What about that? Is
okay, container. You couldn't show us 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure existing within this gradient you're talking about. So we just go with the standard situation for pressure, which is it requires containment. Because it always does, unless you can show us otherwise, unless you can show us that a high pressure system like this can exist right next to a vacuum, but you don't. So we're just going to go with the natural behavior of pressure.
I mean, it's only you guys who claim that's a closed system.
No, it's only you guys who say that you can have this type of a system right next to an infinitely expanding vacuum, and then the best you can ever do to show it to us is go, I don't know, somebody must have gone up really high and measured it. I don't know. I don't have those measurements. Yeah, so we're just going with the standard behavior of pressure then. Thanks.
Well, we literally agree on the very gradient. So that's like, 95%
gradient requires
of the
pressure.
In the last 5% comes flat Earth ideology. Well, that's
not ideology, dude. That's natural law. Okay, that's the thing you're in denial of, and you have the ideology, which is called the globe, which needs this gradient and this gravity and all this stuff in the adjacent outer space vacuum, and you can't even get past the first step, which is to just validate curvature. So you are the one with the ideology. Get it right and stop projecting it onto us.
Hoymar, you claim you took first year physics, right? Maybe someone already went over this with you, so stop me if they did. Did you take first year physics? You were claiming you did some physics knowledge.
Yeah, I do.
So you know the ideal gas law.
Yeah.
So PV equals nRT. So you know what P and V stand for.
Yes.
You know what they stand for? What do they stand for? Look it up.
If I'm not mistaken, P is pressure and V is volume.
Yeah, great. All right. So can V be infinite?
Can V be infinite? No, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay. So what you're claiming there's no container, then there's still somehow pressure. Pressure is positive, but V is infinite. How does that fit into this ideal gas law?
Well, again, we're not talking about gas pressure,
We are.
atmospheric pressure.
Oh, again, we're not
sorry, what are
talking
we
about
talking about?
reality. We're talking about my fairy tale, is what he just said.
No, atmospheric pressure.
Yeah, your fairy tale. Atmospheric pressure. Atmosphere requires a sphere that you can't measure and show us in order to have gases conforming to the sphere in the shape of a sphere. Yeah, so like I said, your fairy tale.
So volume can't be infinite. So it must be contained in some finite space. The gas for there to be pressure.
Well, no, but the ideal gas law does not apply to large gas
Doesn't
systems.
apply because
Joe, natural law, gas law, it doesn't apply to his fairy tale. That's the thing that's going on here.
No, ideal gas law is what.
Yeah, it's strange. It must be some magic afoot. Somehow his feelings are preventing it from being applied.
Yeah, the principles of nature, they just don't apply in his fairy tale. That's what's going on. Right, Hoymar? You can't show us. You can't show us how this exception actually can occur. You just say that it does. And then you give us an example which does nothing to violate the natural standards that we are talking about here. And then you go, well, yeah, but it probably gets down to that vacuum that I'm talking about. Like, you just give us a story.
Well, no, consider the following. Gas moves due to kinetic energy, right? And that's why gas expands in all directions. And as soon as gravity trumps that kinetic energy, as soon as it's...
gravity? What's that? What, gravity?
The hell is
haven't shown us
gravity?
that.
I thought we established that previously.
No, you never established that. You showed us a bunch of wooden rods and balls, and then you went from that to we're a globular spinning mass in a vacuum, which is forcing gases and other things to adhere to its surface. So no, you definitely didn't clear that one up, bud.
Well, the thing is that the gas will not keep expanding indefinitely.
That's a really cool story.
Why not? Yeah.
Because it loses kinetic energy as the volume increases and temperature decreases.
Okay, so entropy just won't work because not enough kinetic energy. The gas will not disperse to fill the available volume. It just doesn't have the energy to do it, so it's just going to stay here on this globular mass that you haven't measured or shown anybody yet. That's what's going on? The fuck, dude? I mean, usually gas is dispersed to fill the available volume. You're saying this one example is where it doesn't happen, but then you don't show us the example. So we think it's pretty stupid.
I'm talking about all large gas systems, you know. We have gas giants, we have the sun is...
Oh, right. Within the fairy tale vacuum that you keep begging the question of, okay, yeah, that's your story. That's called a reification. You should have heard that word enough times now being in this room. The hell's wrong with you?
Positive physics work until they offend my feelings and my worldview. Apparently how you function.
Yeah, so
I can't believe he actually went to gas giants. Sorry, Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still puzzled by the nature abhors a vacuum thing, right? And then when does it not abhors a vacuum? When does that start? Omar, is that something that starts when you're stops when you're too far from the surface? Does it stop when sometimes there are gases in your vacuum, right, in that infinite volume that are clumped together and not forming a gas giant, or sometimes they do? But when does it stop? When does nature not abhor a vacuum?
Well, I'm not sure if, you know, like, is that some kind of law, or is that just an illustrative sentence regarding, you know...
Well, Aristotle came with that sentence, right? And it's true, because Where do we find natural vacuums that remain a vacuum, where nature doesn't move into the vacuum?
He's saying that most of everything that exists is a vacuum, but then he can't show us any of it.
Well, okay. So that's an Aristotelian postulate. Nature abhors vacuum. Horror vacuum. Okay. And that's a pretty old phrase.
And still true.
Well,
Yeah.
it doesn't change reality. Though. Like what we measure and observe in reality is what counts.
Okay, but what we measure and observe in reality isn't the thing that you keep claiming, which is that near perfect vacuum that you say encompasses almost everything. So I think his statement holds true to this day, unless you're ready with those measurements now.
Well, as I'm discussing with you, my time is limited to.
Okay,
research.
excuses. You have excuses. Well noted. Excuses instead of evidence. Got it. Thanks. Who's playing that? I love it. Sleepy, is that you? Nice.
Maybe. I'm just out in nature.
Is there a vacuum out there? Did you find a vacuum to help Hoimer out here?
Yeah, I ran into one and I almost died because it almost sucked out my insides, but I'll be more careful. Apparently vacuums abhor me.
That was just some sort of archaic phrase, nature abhors a vacuum. That doesn't hold true to this day. We know it doesn't. But those measurements, well, I'm really busy. I don't have the time to grab them yet.
I wonder if these cricket sounds are CGI. Well, not but computer generated. I can't tell.
CGA.
CGA, yeah. Is it are they real cricket? I think it's just CGA. Yeah, it's listening closely. It doesn't quite sound right.
It does sound a bit synthetic. Yeah, could be synthesized.
Perfect to accompany Globers. All right, let me know if you want me to turn this off.
It's hilarious. It's perfect. It fit the vibe. Fit the moment.
Synthetic cricket sounds echoing through the vacuum of the
The vacuum, the infinitely expanding vacuum that nothing can echo off of.
Okay, so what do you think about rockets going to high altitudes? Without burning out due to friction with, supposedly the gas that should be there according to flat Earth's pressure theory. What do you think about that?
I don't think that they're going to any 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum that you haven't demonstrated yet. I think that much. I think they take a parabolic trajectory. You probably land them out by the Bermuda Triangle usually. Pretty much that's what I think. Yeah.
What if I showed you a video of a rocket going to space?
Going to 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure adjacent to... Okay.
Yeah, from ground to orbit.
Yeah, it'd be great. Let's check it out.
Okay. Just posted it. It's 7 minutes long. You might want to skip over it quickly, but...
What did you post?
Live stream voice text.
You're going to need a measured radius for that, Homer.
Is this like fisheye Earth? It's like the Earth only exists in fisheye lens.
Yeah, it's. I think. Well, actually, that camera is. If you look at the first frame, the railings are pretty straight, so it's not. It's if it's fisheye, it's not very much of a fisheye.
Fisheye, wide angle, whatever. You're gonna need a radius anyway.
I'm already done. I think the timestamp was around 2:10 or something like that. Yeah, I saw the outline of the Earth bend. So it's going from, convex to sort of flat. So, yeah, you're just showing us lens curvature again. And there's also no pressure measurement there. And I don't know whatever the hell else, but that's all I need to say.
Yeah, at 120. Hold on.
The objective wasn't to show, camera may or may not be. I think it's not much of a fisheye.
Dude,
that wasn't even the
after
objective.
130, curvature is constant.
Well, Larry's trying to get a word in.
Sorry.
Yeah, at 120, you can already see the horizon, which means that the rocket is no longer going up.
Do you see the way the particles are coming off, like the engine bell?
Did you hear what Larry said?
No, I didn't. But that shows that there's no air that's dragging the particles away, right? So the rocket is obviously going very fast, as we can see when we look at the Earth.
Or it's CGI, or it's just like freaking TV
it's CGI. It's CGI.
Well,
it's fake as hell. What the hell?
How did you verify the authenticity of the footage, Homer? How did you verify the authenticity of the footage?
Well, I watched that launch live, along with dozens of observatories that track all of these launches.
Well, did you go with the rocket live into the adjacent vacuum they claim that they send that thing to? Did you go with it?
Right. How do you know that what the rocket is showing from that view is what you saw from the ground?
Well, I saw exactly that rocket taking off and taking exactly that
You
path.
saw a rocket. You saw a rocket taking off. How can you
How do you
verify
know
it with that
from that
rocket
position?
in the footage?
Well, anyway, a big problem is you guys are trying to show a curved Earth, but we measured it down here on the ground and found that there isn't any. So can you help us out there?
You've stated that previously, and I tried
I
to
keep stating that.
mount some measurements. You were just vaguely saying, well, we have laser tests. But
No, I'm not vaguely
far
saying it.
from
I'm directly
survey.
telling you that we've directly measured the surface via laser, transit, and horizon distance measurements and things like that, and found all of those things to be totally incompatible with the globe claim. So I was just hoping you could help us out.
Well, I mean, I can present a bunch of measurements that were done.
You're going to have to.
Hundreds of years.
You're going to have to, because you've said that your radius has been substantiated time and time again, but every single time we measure the surface of the Earth, we find absolutely zero drop over distance, which is the reason why we're here. So instead of just talking on and going like 500 steps down the line from the initial part of your claim, which is the curvature measurement, how about just that curvature measurement finally?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the thing is, when I present the measurement, it will probably take some time to explain what about it actually shows veracity.
It doesn't take us any time to explain anything. Well, I mean, I guess it just depends on the person who's listening. But, I mean, we can just post it right now and be through it in like 1 minute. So why can't you just do the same for what you're wanting to show us?
Yeah, sure. I can show you how surveyors measure when they triangulate, right? They measure angles between distant points. And
they use flat plane geometry. They used a curved plumb line. They do different things like that. They use instruments that are good for about 100 meters, maybe up to a kilometer, etc.
No, they don't. They actually don't. All they do is they use angle measurement devices to triangulate. So
Plain trigonometry. Yep.
Okay, but Hoymar, I'm asking you for direct drop over distance measurements. You know, like you put a ruler on top of a basketball, and then you see the divergence between the ruler and the basketball, right? And so then you can see that you can measure how much drop over distance, how much curvature it has. That's the same thing that we're asking you to do for the ball Earth that you're claiming.
okay, yeah, you want drop over distance measurements? Sure.
Yes, please.
Let's see some drop over distance measurements.
Great.
Just a second here. I have to look that up in my database of globe proofs.
Yeah, we gotta have it. Yeah, globe proofs.
So from 120 to 620, they're flying along the path of the Earth. You can still see the horizon, indicating that they're not heading away from the Earth. So this is no more than a high altitude flight, as far as I could.
Okay, so you're not claiming it's fake. You're just saying it's not that high of an altitude.
They're not going to space.
Mm-hmm.
It's either fake or it's not gaining altitude past 120, like what Hank said.
Yeah, personally, I never claimed that rocket launches or any of that were fake. I say they actually happen. They just don't go to that adjacent vacuum that you still can't demonstrate. That's all. Yeah, high altitude. Nobody here disputes high altitude, of course.
Well, I definitely heard CGI. So are you going to decide on whether the footage is CGI?
Well, we are individuals, so your mileage will vary.
We're not like you. We don't have to exist as a group because we're too afraid to have our own opinions. Like some of us have different opinions here. It's called the real world. Even admitting, let's say it's real. So let's say I believe you. And past 120, as Larry says, the curvature of the horizon, you can see it, past 120 is not increasing. For the rocket is no longer gaining altitude at that point. So already in space.
Okay, wait. So from 120 onward, the rocket is not gaining altitude, although its thrusters are like firing at full throttle, and we literally see it move away from the ground.
Okay, so yeah.
So, I go at Central.
Well, I don't know. I was just going to say that he has a curved Earth that just doesn't look any more curved past a certain altitude. It just gets to that point of curvature and just stays like that.
Further you get away from
let's just assume we have a fisheye camera or whatever. That wasn't really what I was getting at. What is much more interesting in that footage is the plume, for example, which keeps expanding, right, until it becomes invisible. And then later in the footage,
relevant to our discussion. That's the most interesting part. Got it.
I just don't see any adjacent vacuum. I don't see any proof of Earth curve. I don't see a globe. I don't see outer space. I just don't know what you want with this.
Well, I mean, you see the speed relative to the ground, just kind of estimating at the altitude we're talking about, which is way above 100 kilometers. That's a claimed altitude anyway. At that speed, if it was still in the atmosphere, it would burn up. And how do you see that it's not in the atmosphere anymore? Well, you see particles flying off the rocket that are not being dragged by any air surrounding it. That's a clear indicator of a vacuum, right?
Okay, but it's not a pressure measurement, and there are other things that could be in play. Maybe it's going at a different speed than you think it is. Also, the fact that we don't see any more curvature means it's not going any higher, which reinforces what we say, which is that they just take a parabolic trajectory, right? So I don't know where you're trying to get with this.
Well, I'll give you that. Yes, it certainly isn't a measurement, but all we can do is do some deductive reasoning from what we can see. As long as you're not claiming it's fake, we can at least talk about the footage.
Well, it just doesn't show the thing that we're asking you to show us is the problem. We just want the direct measurements of the vacuum. We want the direct measurements of the curvature. We want you to show us these things directly because we do that for you. We show you direct measurements of the horizon being too far for it to be affected by Earth curve. We show you direct measurements of the surface of the Earth using lasers, which find no drop over distance. So we're asking for that, but something that supports what you're saying.
Well, but I mean, you're doing that while conveniently ignoring atmospheric refraction.
No, look, atmospheric
Hold on,
refraction,
let me
you're begging the
address that.
question. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Larry.
Like every single
I'm sorry.
like
Yeah,
small
hold on,
observation
hold on.
totally
Hold on,
ignores
man.
the whole atmospheric effect.
Hold on. Yeah, see, the problem is that it was Alberuni that measured the radius with a refracted horizon, and now that you admit that the horizon is refracted, you have no geometric horizon. Bro, you're admitting defeat when you say that.
Well, geometric horizon is kind of a problematic term. A more accurate term would be an unrefracted horizon. Now, due to the fact that we always have refraction going on, the physical horizon is what we see, right? So, and the unrefracted horizon is
What the
theoretically.
hell, dude? The physical horizon is what we see. You mean as in physical Earth curve?
Can we have a citation for that? Saying that the horizon refracts? Because because I understand that refraction is about objects in relation to the horizon.
Not really. Refraction is just about the way light bends.
Yeah. So where's this? Yeah, I understand. Now is a good globy rebuttal, but where's that citation that horizons refract? We have different types of refraction that they all are in relationship to the horizon, not the horizon itself. Now, when you are saying we see the horizon further, for instance, than the oil rigs, then you have to believe that the light that is coming from that location, right beyond the oil rigs, is reaching your eyes sooner than the light of the leading edge of the sphere, which has moved back beyond the oil rigs. How is that possible? Is the light slowed down from the leading edge of the sphere, which we cannot see, and then is moved back beyond the two oil rigs?
Not quite. What it did change is its path. That's basically the only thing that did change between those.
So the light from the leading edge of the sphere is now moving slower because it's now beyond the two oil rigs, right?
If it changes its path to your eye, that means you will see different distances depending on the amount.
You understand what I'm saying, right? You understand what I'm saying, right? So physically, right, we have a basketball. And when this ant is standing on a basketball and he's looking towards the leading edge of the sphere, he sees the geometric limitation of that basketball. Now you're saying, well, if that ant is standing on that basketball and there is weather on that basketball, that leading edge of a sphere will now move backwards, right? So it will move further away. But that physical edge is still there. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not about like the physical, like the actual, geometry, like the matter.
So the light is hitting that. So that light is hitting that leading edge of a sphere physically, because when you're standing on the basketball, you will see that edge, right, of the ball. And now you're saying, well, there's no Atmos day. There's no Atmos day, so of course the horizon will be moved further away. But then we have this problem of the light hitting that leading edge of a sphere, which is closer to you, which should reach your eye sooner than the thing we are seeing beyond the two oil rigs.
I think you have a misconception of how refraction changes the path of light. Because
no, you have. Because the way that you think it works is in relation to R, the thing you have never provided us a measurement for. So it's definitely you who doesn't understand how refraction works.
No. Okay, no, hold on. You can actually derive refraction without knowing R. but using R is a convenient way of calculating the expected.
Well, that's how you look, Hoimar. That's how you fudge your geometric horizon distance is using R.
So if I give you a photograph of a boat, right, with a horizon, you could tell me the weather that day.
That's not really how it works.
No, so there is no predictive model of refraction then. It's all calculated backwards then.
That's not what I said. But you can't.
Well, that's what I said. That's what I said, right? So if it's a predictive model, if you use a model for refraction, then I can give you a picture and you can tell me the weather that day, right? The temperature and. No?
Well, I mean, we could, basically, we could solve for temperature in the simplified formula, but that's not what you use the formula for. That's kind of backwards.
The point is there is no predictive model or any model for refraction. It's all
are you sure
backwards engineered using the radius. And now you say, well, we don't need the radius. Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
right?
you do, man.
You do. But then somebody else came with a model and said, look, I've made a model which doesn't use the radius, but they build it off the radius, right?
Yeah, and Hoimar, what does a model that doesn't use the radius do to move the position of the geometric horizon, which is based on the radius?
It bends light rays according to.
That didn't answer my question at all. That didn't answer my question at all. So just start over. Do you know what my question was? How does a model? I'll ask it again. How does a model that has nothing to do with the radius move the geometric horizon around, which is based on the radius? The geometric horizon is based on the radius. If you don't use that radius, how do you move the geometric horizon around using refraction?
No. The horizon, the position of the horizon is based
on the radius.
The amount of refraction that is happening.
Yeah, okay, that's based on the radius, that's based on the radius, and you're
relying on the radius.
No. The geometric horizon is based on the radius, right? So to have that geometric horizon distance, you need the radius to say that it's not appearing where it actually geometrically is. Something has to be happening involving your radius. So tell us how you get that variable geometric horizon distance with disregarding the radius.
I told you don't need to involve the radius if you absolutely don't want to. You can do it to simplify your calculation, but it's not necessary.
No, I'm asking you how the geometric horizon moves. Specifically, answer that.
Okay. So let's talk about how light moves through a medium, right?
No. Listen, you are conflating terms. You use the term. You said the precision of the horizon. Can you define that?
Position?
What do you mean? No, precision of the horizon.
I think he said position. He said position.
Position?
He said
then
position.
I misheard.
He said position, which is based on the radius, and then he says he can use refraction to change the distance to the horizon without using the radius. And then he just starts waffling about how light bends, and he doesn't say anything specific that answers the question. So yet again, another failure for Hoimar.
He's going to refraction, but
he can't tell us anything. Yeah.
Can you explain to me what's the difference between refraction and refraction index?
Well, the refraction index is part of how you calculate refraction. You're probably talking about the refraction index of a material, like how strongly it will refract light that's entering it from another medium.
No, it doesn't say how strong it refracts light. Refraction index refers to the transparency of a medium. It's a means of measuring how transparent is a medium. That's what the refraction index is about. And refraction is totally something else. And
Okay,
when you talk about observing,
refractive
when you talk
index.
about observing things at very far away, you cannot invoke refraction in the black swan, for example, because you do not have two mediums to have refraction going on, explaining how you can see that far. You cannot invoke it because
Hold on, you were
refraction
saying
is the change of angle of propagation of light
index. The
when
refractive
it
index
changes.
is the light bending ability of a medium.
No, light, it doesn't bend. Yeah.
Yeah, but this
Light
is the same as
changes angle of
the same.
propagation.
This is
And
the same as his
water,
pressure. This is
in
the same as his
water,
pressure argument, though. Like he
Yeah.
gets to a point and then he doesn't finish, right? It's the same as his pressure argument. He gets to a point of high altitude where he records low pressure, like something in the ballpark of 1/10 of a psi, and then he just assumes, it fades all the way out to a near perfect vacuum from there, right? He's doing the same thing now. He goes, well, light bends, so it must bend like this, and makes an ultra-specific claim about exactly what kind of bending is going on and exactly what kind of environment that he's never substantiated. He sucks, and this is all he's going to do. Have you guys talked to Zol XOL? He's in here too, and I don't know if you guys want to talk to him.
Yeah, we can move on, sure. But just to finish this off, get, if you look at the video I just posted, light does bend. Just look at the laser beam. Thank
It
you.
does not bend. It does not bend. It changes the angle of propagation every wavelength. Yeah, that's a laser probably 450 nanometers or whatever. Yeah, so that means that every 400 nanometers, that wave, electromagnetic wave, is changing the angle of propagation. Yeah, it's not curving, it's not bending. The electromagnetic waves you cannot bend them. And I give you that. That laser is shooting downwards, but show me, and this is happening in liquids, but show me that happening into a gas. A laser beam curving downwards instead of upwards. Can you?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. So, you want to see a laser beam bending downwards as opposed to upwards?
When you are pointing it through a gas, when it's propagating through a gas. For example, the air that we breathe.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so why do lasers are curving upwards in air?
Well, usually they are curving
totally
downwards.
opposite. Listen, it's totally opposite of what you are actually saying. You know,
Unless
so when
you
you
have,
are shooting a laser,
unless you have strong temperature gradient inversions, lasers will curve downwards.
Listen. No, they don't. When you are shooting a laser parallel with the ground, far away in the distance towards the horizon, and you walk along that laser beam. After you traveled 5 miles or 5 kilometers, yeah, if you have a refraction index of the air outside, yeah, a higher refraction index, you will see that laser beam curving upwards towards the sky. The further you go, the further it will rise upwards. And this is totally opposite to how light propagates and behave inside liquids. Liquids and gas, they are both fluid, but that does not mean that light propagates the same way and behaves the same way. In liquids, yeah, it's curving downwards. Yeah, that's how you see it. But that is not happening in gases when light propagates through a gaseous medium. It will never curve downwards towards the ground.
Are you familiar with Snell's law? Light bends towards the denser medium, regardless of whether that's a liquid or inside a liquid or inside gas. Because that totally contradicts what you just said, I'm afraid.
Well, you show me, you take a laser, I mean, it's $5, yeah, a cheap keychain laser, yeah, but it's enough to shoot a laser beam and go wherever you want in this world and point that laser towards the horizon through the air and show me that it's going to be curving downwards. I want to see that.
The laser is curving downwards?
Yeah, when they are propagating through air. Yeah, through gas. Through a gaseous medium.
Well, I think the best demonstration of
do you
right now.
1 second. So do you agree what I just posted about Snell's law? When referring to light or other waves passing through boundaries between two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, and air, you said something different, right?
Yeah. Well, no, that's Snell's law. That's correct.
Right. So not one medium, but two, right?
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
Okay. Great.
And
glad.
When we look at the black swan, are we looking through 2 medium or 3 mediums, or how many?
As far as I know, per definition, the atmosphere is a single medium, but obviously a complex one because it doesn't have a uniform temperature, it doesn't have uniform density. So these things all affect light traveling through that medium. So I don't remember, but wasn't someone here, or I think they left already, but somebody denied atmospheric refraction, which is really interesting because it's just, denying basic properties of light traveling through a medium.
The air has a refraction index, and that is a means to measure the transparency of the air. Yeah?
Not transparency.
It's measuring the transparency of the air. That means.
Okay. Please give me a citation of that definition. Like any citation for that definition that you're getting this from.
Go ahead, bring citations.
Yeah.
Well, what he's trying to do is just flip the burden around on you, right? Get. He wants to take himself out of the defensive corner, which is the one that he's in, because he is doing the special pleading and making a claim that he has no evidence for, but he wants to trick you and think that you're.
I have the evidence. Don't get ahead of yourself. I have the evidence right here. But,
you do, but you've just been waffling for 5 hours, not showing it to us for some reason. Great, let's get to
it. Dude, be honest. We're talking about refraction, atmospheric refraction specifically.
You've got no. Wait, I'm stopping you right there. Atmospheric refraction, you've got the evidence for that. The first thing that requires is a sphere. What you needed for that was a curvature measurement. You folded on that every single time. You do not have any evidence of an adjacent vacuum. That's another thing that you need to have in order to have gas, spherical shaped gas conforming to the surface of a sphere. You do not have any of those things, so no, you definitely don't have the evidence. Please don't lie. We went through this in spades here with you.
So I'm dealing
even on a flat Earth, you will be expecting atmospheric refraction, and you know it happens.
There's no atmospheric refraction because there's no atmosphere. There's refraction, yes. Nobody here denies that. What we deny is this little fairy tale version of it that you made up to fit into your fairy tale globe story. We don't even deny that, actually. You would have to show it to us in order for us to deny it. We just say it's bullshit because that's what it is on its face without you being able to validate any of it.
Right. So you don't actually falsify it or anything. You just postulate that it's false.
No, we don't. Well, look, we do falsify it, but we actually don't even have to because you never validated it to begin with. But we go the extra step and we falsify your little fairy tale claim anyway. So yeah, we've done it all. It's trashed. It's toast. You have absolutely nothing to stand on. You can't start claiming atmospheric effects when you don't even have an atmosphere, i.e. spherical shaped air conforming to the surface of a sphere in a vacuum to begin with. You fool.
I'm really getting tired of these semantics games.
No, it's not a semantics game. We got to be specific here. What you are talking about when you say the word atmosphere, right? You are talking about a situation where we have sphere-shaped air conforming to your sphere, which you cannot show us a measurement of inside the vacuum, and you also can't show us.
You conveniently ignored the measurements of sphericity that I showed.
You didn't show any.
Zero.
You didn't show. We conveniently ignored the zero measurements of curvature you showed us. I told you exactly what you have to do is just look at the surface and get us a direct measurement, a drop over distance. That's all you have to do. You didn't do that. Now you're pretending you did that. All you do is you come in here, you fail again, and then you just lie after you failed, pretending you didn't fail. It's really just pointless.
Okay. Well, I posted measurements for sphericity. Here I'm posting a measurement of drop from horizontal, so that's a level surface that is dropping away from the horizontal plane. Then let me post the evidence for atmospheric refraction. You see star trails that are deviating from the path. Yeah.
Okay. So you want to say refraction? Okay. Maybe then in this case, atmospheric is a misnomer. There's air. I mean, you're using that term atmosphere, which is based on the whole spherical paradigm that you think that you're in. But I guess maybe you're just using it in the sense of air.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's probably best if you take a look yourself and make of it what you want. I think I've spent enough time for now here.
I think you should follow your own advice and post some of what we have given you. That sound fair?
I didn't get the second part. Follow my own advice and do what?
You should follow. You should look at some of the evidence that we've given you.
Which
what evidence? Several hours.
What evidence? Well, for starters, we got a 10-mile horizon at a 1-foot observer height. You've seen that one many times. That doesn't fit into your globe paradigm at all, even when you squawk refraction without being able to explain exactly what it does to move your horizon like that. So, I mean, that would be the probably absolute, starter level that we could work from here.
I try to explain what
you failed horribly because you have no idea what you're talking about.
You tried to explain. You tried, exactly.
Tried and you failed.
I didn't
and
really
there's no participation
get
trophy.
time to finish that point, though.
We gave you probably 4 hours. I don't know how much time we gave you.
About all kinds of stuff.
Hoimer, can I give you another chance?
You
Can I
haven't
give
been
you
able
another
to
chance?
vocalize a single coherent point. Sorry, go on, Central.
Well, could I give you another chance then, Hoimar? Maybe you're misunderstood. Maybe we just need to give you a little more floor time after these 4 or 5 hours or whatever it's been. Great. So I just want to know
Okay, let's talk
specifically.
about refraction one last time, and then I'll have to call it quits for now. Okay?
I need to know specifically what refraction is doing to displace the horizon, which you say is geometric like that.
Yeah. So, light is, you probably know the wave-particle duality of light, and thus it always bends towards the denser medium, which in the pressure gradient of Earth's atmosphere is always below the less dense layer, basically. So that means light that's traveling through the atmosphere is bending downwards. That means that it allows us to see further along the curved surface of the Earth. So if we have strong refraction, the horizon will be much further away due to... No, wait. If we have strong refraction, it will be much closer because the light waves are bent much more.
I love it. Well,
And
you
if we
just
have
collapsed
less
yourself right
refraction,
there with that, but go on.
If we have less refraction, then we see much further than what you would expect.
Okay.
If you use your
So refraction is doing so refraction is doing the opposite of what you need it to do in order for your claim to work.
No, refraction makes the Earth appear bigger, right?
You said yeah, I know that part, but you said with less of it that we see further, i.e. the Earth looks, your presupposed sphere Earth looks bigger with less of it. With more of it, it looks smaller, but that was the opposite of what you were trying to argue.
Yeah, I probably got that the wrong way around.
Yeah, you did.
Probably strong refraction.
Yeah,
strong refraction allows to see farther.
That's what it's supposed to do. God, you got to learn. You got to learn your own claim a little bit better. But yeah, that's what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
That's what it's supposed to do. Yeah, it is supposed to make us see further around this sphere curve that you guys are claiming, but there's so many problems with that. Namely, that curve hasn't been measured in the first place. And when I ask you for that measurement, you go into, well, here's why we can't measure it, because this refraction hides the curve.
I posted two measurements. One was measurement of sphericity, which allows to calculate the radius. And then the other one was a measurement of drop from horizontal.
Okay, but
you got a video. You just got like a shitty like little picture for ants. Do you have like a real video, so we know you didn't just like do your shitty like Photoshop or whatever? Can you get a video of this? It should be pretty easy, right? You should just be able to just go to the ocean, just like replicate this anytime, because right, this is the Earth's a globe. It should be really easy, right? Can you go into your Globe Proof Archive, and get a video, something like this?
Well, I mean,
no.
There probably is a video, but I don't have it at hand now.
So the answer is no.
So we have a 10-mile horizon. You say that light is curving around the surface of this ball through this density gradient along its surface in order to refract that ball to make it look like it's, I don't know, 6 times the size you think Jupiter is.
Not really.
Well, that's exactly what you're saying. Maybe you've never heard it in those terms. Maybe you've never heard it in those terms, but that is what you're saying.
I mean, there is a factor, yeah, which basically allows to see further around the curving surface.
Well, how much further
would you? It's not 6 times bigger.
No, it's way bigger than that. But how much bigger do you think that refraction is making the ball look like, say, in the Black Swan photograph? Like, if you were to put a number to the apparent radius, what would you say?
Well, the apparent radius is. I'm not sure what the factor is, but 6 times.
Well, you know, like they say, 7 over 6r, right? Like to multiply so that's what I mean by apparent radius. Like, how much bigger do you think the radius has to be to get that geometric horizon distance to where we're seeing it?
I mean, yeah, right. Like the formula is we have the effective radius, which is the actual radius divided by 1 minus k, and k is the refraction coefficient, which usually goes from something like -1 to +1. So at most we have double the radius, right?
At most, okay, I'll take it. At most, we have double the radius. You need a radius in the ballpark of six times the size you guys say Jupiter is for that Black Swan.
Can you show me that? Can you show me that specific example?
Yeah. So using reverse engineering the geometric horizon math, that is what the radius works out to, is something around 268,000 miles in order to have a Sagitta at the 10-mile position from a 1-foot observer height.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll post something right now for you to look at. It says 250,000 instead of 268, but same ballpark.
So if that was the radius, 250,000 miles, that's like the distance between the Earth and the Moon. And that would be the radius, meaning that, twice that, the Earth would be 500,000 miles in diameter.
Jeez, how did you arrive at those numbers?
Using your globe math.
Using math?
I don't think so.
Not that you wouldn't know anything about that.
No. That is how it is. I'm not on my laptop right now, but I can DM the equations and stuff to you if you want. In a bit.
Yeah, if you have that would be interesting.
These guys will swallow up any numbers they're given, and then as soon as it goes against their worldview, it's like, where'd you get that from? How can that be true?
Although, like, there's a lot of people in this chat, there's probably somebody else who can do the geometric horizon math for them. I'm out with my phone right now, but...
Pythagorean theorem. Pythagoras.
Yeah, I can't reverse it right now out here with my phone, but I do have the stuff saved on my laptop. I'll shoot it over to you later if you want me to.
Yeah, if you got that somewhere, I could take a look.
Sure.
There's no point providing this guy with anything.
This is like day 5 of like the new Matthew tryouts. Looking for replacement Matthew. You got Jesse.
Was that the previous Clover that got banned after having too many answers?
He wasn't banned. He kind of banned himself, as in he rage quit. But
okay,
yeah, we're like holding tryouts for him.
Right,
replacement for him. So
hey, Hoymar. It's sort of, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sort of sounds like you're saying that if you had a high enough ladder, a clear enough day, and a powerful enough optical
device
instrument. Yeah, what's the word? I'm blanking. Anyways, how far is it do you think you'd be able to see around this curve?
He thinks you could see the back of your own head.
Matt Willies, that is the correct answer that he thinks he can see. Is that correct, Hoymar?
That's not correct, no.
Well, how far can you see around this curve?
Well, that depends on your height and the amount of refraction that's going on.
That's what I just said. If you have a high enough, how high a ladder do you need? How clear a day, and how powerful an optical device do you need to see the back of your head? Because it seems. Well, you just told us that you can see around the curve, correct?
I'm not sure if light would ever, like, even if we had perfect conditions.
Well, but you were pretty certain a moment ago that light does curve around a ball, but now you're not, sir.
I mean, it does that. Yeah, I'm just trying to picture your scenario. I mean,
no, it's your scenario. I'm trying to like extrapolate it out to absurdity to point it out to the claim you're making is you can see as far as you need to see.
I'm not making that claim. Like, we have a range, of normal standard refraction, minimal reflection.
Okay, hold on. Anytime. I got to ask you this. I understand people learn new things their whole lives, but when is the first time you decided to start chanting refraction? How many years ago? How many months?
Sorry, doing what with
how long have you been using this chant of refraction?
The chance of refraction?
How long have you been using this word refraction, Hoymar?
For a few years, since I learned about atmospheric refraction.
Okay, so are you not going to need a verified radius value of Earth for this magical refraction formula? Yes or no?
No. You don't need. You can construct it completely without assuming or knowing a radius.
Then you can't move the geometric horizon without having any radius involved.
Yeah, how are you going to be able to tell us how far you're going to be able to see if you don't even know what you're starting with?
That's another misconception, because it's just refraction is concerned with the bending of light. It doesn't care about the radius of the Earth or the shape
You're
of
doing the same thing? Yeah, it does in your case, because you're doing the same thing that you were doing with the pressure, where you get down to about 1/10 of a PSI, and then you just assume it goes all the rest of the way down to zero. You're doing the same thing with this, basically. You're going, oh, light can be bendy, so it can be bendy in this very specific way that depends on all of these factors that I'm just invoking with no proof.
What do you mean, no proof?
Well, you have to measure the radius, right? And then you got to tell us exactly how light bends around it so that it makes that ball look like it's a 268,000 mile radius ball when it's just a 3959 mile radius one. Or actually, that's not even the worst observation. We got a 30-mile horizon from that Black Swan location in another picture. Now it looks like you got to have a 1.5 million mile radius ball. So what's refraction going to do to help you there?
If you can post the actual numbers for arriving at a 250.
All right. I'll go to my computer. I'll do it for you. 1 sec.
Because that's ludicrous, but yeah, I mean...
It is ludicrous. I agree. That's your claim.
Yeah, so to answer your question, I don't understand. Did you not understand my question? So you are invoking refraction, which holds a lot of different subtypes, right, Hoymar?
Yeah.
Okay. So you claim that the picture you showed of the casino was curvature. Now you will claim refraction with the Black Swan, the oil rigs being lifted up and the horizon beyond those two, right? Now, refraction is about objects in relation to the horizon, not the horizon itself. Now, when you show that casino, listen, when you show that casino, why are you not saying it's sinking then? Why is it not sinking? Why is it then curvature and not sinking?
You have several misconceptions in that. One is that refraction is somehow concerned with only the horizon, and everything else is built around the horizon and its position. That's all.
Buddy, the horizon is the thing that you need to address.
So it affects the whole all
There
of your
is no
visuals.
there. So as far as I understand it, refraction is about objects in relation to the horizon. We have looming, sinking, stooping, towering, right? Miraging. That's all in relation to the horizon, not the horizon itself. Okay, now you show a casino, and then you say, well, this has to be curvature, but you then, why are you not then saying, well, it could be sinking, right? Could be a type of refraction we are seeing. No, you are when we are talking about the black swan, it must be refraction, but when you show that casino, it cannot be refraction. Do you see the double think in your head that I'm now showing you?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay.
But what we are seeing there is not sinking refraction. That's not how sinking refraction works at night. Over
the casino, right? Is that at night? At 3 minutes across the hour? 3 minutes across the hour. Is that at night? Picture taking night.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like it's not, in bright day. So.
Are you serious? So I'm gonna tag you again because.
Sorry. Oh, the casino. Oh, you're talking about a different. Yeah, right. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously that's not at night. Yeah.
So why are you not saying this could be sinking? This has to be curvature. Because you are switching it around and saying, well, the black swan has to be refraction because of course the horizon is 10 times further. Of course that is obviously correct because of refraction. But now we are seeing a casino, and then you're saying, well, this must be curvature. Must be. Of course it's not a sinking refraction. Why are you making that conclusion?
Because sinking refraction, for one, will not hide 600 feet of a building. Secondly, you can repeat those observations. You can repeat those observations over and over.
So when we see that casino, right? When we see that casino in full, then it is refraction again, but not sinking.
No,
when we don't see it enough.
The full. Just a second. The full photo is taken from directly at the place where the casino is.
I understand. Right? But I want to show you your double think. Because when it's about the black swan, it has to be refraction. Lifting those oil rigs up and the horizon beyond the oil rigs. That has to be it, according to you.
Yeah.
Now we are looking at,
How do I know it's refraction? Because of this. One day the oil rig will sink into the water. One day you will see the actual water surface.
So now the casino, right?
Tell me why
is not that done. The casino has to be curvature there because the horizon is a physical location, correct?
It is. What I mean, a physical.
So the horizon is a physical obstruction, the leading edge of a sphere that blocks that casino. But it is not the leading edge of a sphere when it doesn't block the oil rigs.
Well, it's still the leading edge, but it's at a different position due to the strong refraction going on in the first image.
So your claim that it has to be curvature, that casino, cannot be substantiated because the horizon moves. So it can be it couldn't be curvature, right? Because it could be moving and then maybe the next day, it could be beyond the casino again. So I don't get
No, it
your
never
claim
is.
that has to be.
I can guarantee you that the 600
You can
feet
guarantee.
of
Right.
missing height of the casino will never reappear,
Yeah.
regardless of how
So-
strong refraction we have.
Yeah. So when we look at the Guinness Book of World Record longest distance photograph, when we see the mountains, they should be blocked by curvature for, I give you a mile, right? Let's give you a mile. I think it's 3 miles, but let's give you a mile. So that is then refraction moving the mountains up again over the physical leading edge of the leading edge of a sphere. So you can guarantee me that the casino, which is 600 feet, will not be lifted up, but mountains would be lifted up a mile.
Well, yes, in that case, I mean, obviously,
All
it's
right.
all about the distance, right?
Double speak, double think. That is what we are doing. That what we are exposing here.
Roger,
Okay.
your confusion stems from a misunderstanding about how refraction works.
No. It shows you that you at one point want to use the horizon as the leading edge of a sphere, blocking a casino, and then at the other time, no, it's an apparent location where the sky meets the water or the ground, and it's an apparent location which moves, right? That is the double think here. So again, why are you not saying it is a sinking refraction with the casino? Could be, right? Could be, maybe, instead of that has to be curvature.
Because we know how sinking refraction works.
Oh my God!
Who's we?
So, it's nuh-uh. We know how sinking refraction works, and I can guarantee you, sinking does not cover 600 feet of the casino, but it does. But refraction does move mountains miles up, because we know, right?
We know the range of values that refraction can assume. That allows us to know how much we can expect, like how much we can expect.
So let's look at the black swan. Would you see that as normal refraction or extreme refraction?
You mean the black swan?
The black swan, yes. Is that normal refraction or is that extreme refraction?
The normal observation is the lower image of the
extreme refraction, right? Extreme special pleading extreme refraction. All good. So now look at the casino. Could that be extreme sinking refraction? Because you know the variables. Now it's extreme refraction, but with the casino it couldn't be extreme refraction because we know the values, right?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
do you even know how many refraction types are there?
One second, because I can't get an honest answer at this guy, because he wants to use extreme refraction, looming oil rigs up and horizon beyond them. That is what he is saying. He wants to use special extreme refraction, but when we look at the casino, that could not be extreme sinking refraction, because we know the value.
That shit doesn't happen in Earth's atmosphere, Roger. I'm afraid you're on the wrong path here. Sinking refraction does not happen over hundreds of miles. If what refraction does is it allows us to see further because the light is bending downwards.
Keep chanting it.
Refraction.
So a sinking refraction, right, which hides, doesn't happen, right?
Yeah.
It does happen, right?
I'm not saying it does not happen.
Okay, so that happens, right? So when you say looming refraction makes the oil rigs move up and the horizon beyond them, that is extreme form of refraction, looming, right? That is the extreme amount of. We don't usually see that, but this is the occasion where it extremely happens. Now that casino, that could not be extreme sinking refraction because we know the values. And this is the double speak I'm exposing here, right?
Yeah.
And the way you are wiggling around it makes it even more ridiculous. I mean, of course you could say, yeah, maybe, of course, the casino could be extreme because that could be the extreme occasion of it. That guy got the extreme version of it. And the same you would say at the oil rigs. That guy took we have multiple observations, right? And the times the horizon is beyond the oil rigs, that is the extreme form of it. But the times it looks pretty close to the first oil rig, because that's also a black swan, but whatever, right? That is the normal thing would happen. I mean,
Roger. This guy is gonna make vein pop up, you know.
It's frustrating,
He's gonna
right?
make you have a vein pop up.
It's like, well, maybe sometimes it's the extreme form, but when we say the horizon is blocking boats and buildings, it must be curvature. Must be.
Well, if he wants to talk about the refraction, but Hoimer, can you answer me one question, please? Are you here, Hoimer?
I'm here, but actually, this will be the last question I'll answer.
Okay, how many refraction types are there in physics of light?
You want me to name them?
How many refraction types are there in physics of light? Do you understand the question?
As far as I know, it's just atmospheric refraction and terrestrial refraction.
No, I ask you how many types. This means that there is a certain amount of types of refraction. I ask you if you know how many are there in the physics of light. Because you coming here and giving us lessons about the physics of light refraction, yeah? And you seem not to know the basics.
Well, no, I'll stick with my answer.
How many types are there? Do you know or you don't know?
Yeah, you said you were an expert, Hoimar, and we didn't understand.
Yeah. It's a simple question, don't you agree?
And I'm also not, ready for a physics quiz.
So you do not know. As you haven't given me the answer, I will make the assumption that you do not know how many types of refraction are there in the physics of light. Correct? If you had a physics exam right now, you would fail. Because you haven't provided the answer. You haven't answered the question. So, this means...
I'm not giving an answer.
You don't know what refraction is. You don't know anything about refraction.
We're not talking about reflection. We're talking about refraction.
Not reflection. Refraction, I said. I never said reflection.
Okay, fair.
I never said that.
If you're the physics quiz guy, then you can enlighten us as to how many types of refraction there are.
Five.
Which would be?
Two of them you already heard in here. I never heard you saying them, but you heard them. Two of them.
Can you name them?
Well, can you name the two refraction types which were mentioned while you were talking with Roger.
Well, it seems
Roger
like we're not
mentioned
happy to
two
answer questions,
kind of
right?
them.
We're both not happy to answer questions, but sure. You're probably talking about the refraction phenomena in terrestrial refraction, which would be looming, towering, stooping, and sinking.
Okay, good.
And apart from those, apart from these atmospheric effects, I don't know. There probably is like normal refraction, like outside of the atmosphere.
Normal refraction
what is
outside the atmosphere.
Type according to you?
Where have you experienced this normal refraction?
Well, when shining a
So
laser
you
at a
are
glass.
saying that light propagating in a vacuum is refracting?
I didn't say that. When I say normal refraction,
you said normal refraction outside the atmosphere.
That's what Snell's law.
As you come from a global side, when you say outside the atmosphere, I know you are talking about the vacuum of space, because that's what globers mean.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. I said outside of the atmospheric refraction phenomena, there exists normal refraction that occurs between
in stones, in rocks, in which medium?
Any two mediums with different isotropic.
Yeah, can you tell me the refraction inside the rock?
Well, as you know, rock doesn't allow light. What's it called? Like light passage. I'm missing the term here.
Are you sure light doesn't pass through rocks?
Well,
how confident are you about that?
Are you talking about the rocks?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it depends on the kind of rock you have.
So, light refracting inside the rock, that's normal refraction, or what is it?
No, when light traverses one medium into another medium, it is refracted according to the refractive index.
Earth and rocks are mediums too.
Okay. Well, I'll call it quits here. So, nice talking to you. Have a nice day, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, and nice talking to you, Omar. Have a good sleep. Come back.
Flat.
Man.
Thanks for the conversation.
Gravity from special relativity of theory with Deus Vult, with, oh my god, this guy was like everywhere. I think that this was the first time he ever heard about looming when you, Roger, mentioned it. Or sinking.
No, he knows.
No, he didn't know how many types of refraction are there in physics of light.
He's always in the Flat Earth debate server, so he knows. Come on. I mean, it takes you a month max to get to if you. And Omar is not a dumb guy. He seems smart, so he knows, right? I can't. You heard this a million times, so I don't get it. Why these people always do act ignorant, because they know. It's what they do all day. They hang around in the
Roger.
debate server.
No,
argue.
Roger.
What they do all day.
He's learning computer science, which it's weird. It's not really a science, you know. And what he's doing, he's learning how to use some programs, how to use them, not to actually make them, you know. He's not learning programming.
Right.
Yeah. So when you want to become an expert in informatics, yeah, you learn programming, and you create operating system. You create all sort of software, yeah, like Photoshop, like whatever, algorithms and stuff. But he's not doing that. He's only learning to use paintbrush. That's what he's doing.
Hey, get. I'm still here. And you're talking bullshit. Sorry.
Well, I tell you what you are doing, you know.
You tell me what I'm studying, that's cool.
Yeah.
But probably,
if you have any questions, in my CV, I have hacked Korea Telecom. I have NASA servers hacked. I have Pentagon servers hacked. Yeah, in my CV, I haven't been to any university or informatics high school. Yeah, I haven't studied it. This was my hobby in my childhood. And I do know what computer science is. You are learning to use computer software, programs.
Yeah, I wasn't wrong. I wasn't.
Yeah.
I wasn't. He is in the flat Earth debate server arguing all day. So I'm confused, right?
Hey, Hoymar, since you learned about refraction 2 years ago, say 3 years ago, if someone would have walked up to you and told you everything I see is an optical illusion, what would you have told them? Because that's what you're telling us. You're telling us everything you see in the distance is just an illusion. That's what I don't understand. They walk around telling us everything's an optical illusion, and they act like that's completely, that's normal. Yeah, sure, of course it's an illusion. It's refraction. It's two, light bends around the Earth. Of course we can see it.
Just like when they say that the light comes in Eratosthenes at 90-degree parallel lights, it debunks, the whole thing that they say about the solar eclipse. Whenever they say refraction, they're debunking their own radius because they don't know that it comes from Al-Biruni, who measured with a mountain and a refracted horizon. So it's like, where's your geometric Earth curve? Where is your, Earth curvature caused horizon? Well, it's not there because of refraction. Well, that sounds like an excuse, but what it really is you shooting yourself in the foot or using the wrecking ball on your what's the rock that they build the whole building on? Foundation stone.
Cornerstone.
Thank you.
Yeah, I saw Dr. Bob explaining how Al-Biruni measured the mountain using a flat surface. And then excusing him from not using refraction. And still getting within 1 or 5% of the radius. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, if I was them, and I wanted to admit defeat, I would say, well, it's because of refraction. It's obviously not a geometric horizon, even though we've been lying to your children for the past 500 years, telling them that the boats go over the horizon, and now all of a sudden, that horizon it's not there due to refraction. So the boats are going over what? They're not going over anything.
Here, they get really good.
They just disappear because we don't have owl eyes.
Hats off to the room tonight, guys. You guys did awesome.
Yeah, I try to let everybody else get a chance to speak, and I try not to hog the mic because sometimes I get a little greedy. Yeah, it's supposed to be educational for everybody, I would like to hope, even the Glovers come in here and, Hoymar, I hope, you learn some stuff, bro, about your own model and the fact that it's just a model. It's not the real Earth. The real Earth is outside. So go check it out. That's the real thing. There's oceans and mountains and all kinds of weird shit to take a look at, So don't buy spinning rims and don't buy a bunch of stupid stuff you don't need. Spend your money on going places. If we can ever get, Ukraine to calm down and make food instead of war.
Hey, Hank.
So,
Yeah. No. Hold on. Sorry, bro. Here's the milk right there. You're welcome. Sorry about that. Hey, there's a video I'm gonna post right now, right? I was looking through my archives, and I don't know why I found this, but it was when I was at with Nathan and Renee, Renee, and NASA Nick at
no, I don't know who you're talking about.
At Griffith Observatory. And well, anyways, there's a guy. He's talking to NASA Nick, and NASA Nick has no shirt on, and he's wearing orange jumpsuit pants, and he has a Freemason medallion around his neck and a NASA thing on. And what he does is he impersonates a dude from SpaceX who's hiring people or who's handing out applications, right? Well, there's a dude in a blue t-shirt or a blue shirt who's kind of tall and he has a mask on the whole time, and he's talking to him. And right at the very ending scene, he's walking away. He's saying, I have to go. And he had a professional camera on his neck the whole time. And then the girl that he's with, I didn't notice till the very end of the video, is sitting there just taking pictures of us. But he sounds like somebody who's really familiar his voice who keeps coming on here. You know what I mean? But I just can't pinpoint it. But I'm thinking maybe if you watch it, it's only 3 minutes. You might recognize that dude's voice.
I'll check it out. And yeah,
Okay.
Hoymar, I hope you can hear me, bro. Anyway, I posted a video earlier that you guys might want to check out. It was a little while ago, but it was about the tether that NASA recorded. So it's really weird watching it because it looks like there's a bunch of microscopic, I don't know, single cell organisms. So yeah, it's at 39 after the hour. I guess I could just post it again.
Oh, shoes don't fit.
Give me just a second. Good. So where'd you post the video at? You just posted it?
Yeah, in the live stream. I'll send it to you too, though, if you want.
Yeah, there you are. There. I'm gonna watch it right now.
Okay, cool. Who's Sheeple? Is Sheeple muted?
Hey, Flatterday, your new Mentos Mason McDonald's commercial was pretty funny. I just saw
Thanks,
it.
bro.
You might have made it long. I don't know when you made it, but it just popped up in my feed. Hilarious.
Is it the one where I go into McDonald's and ask him what mask he has on?
Yeah. I was gonna say it's the one you're in McDonald's barefoot, but that probably doesn't even narrow it down.
I know, right? Yeah, no. That dude was he got real pissed at me.
That was something else. What in the world is that all about? My lord.
I know, right? That's weird, huh?
Yeah, it's not
You probably
weird,
said
but
his
it's
trigger word,
but it's
Flatterday.
really weird.
Yeah,
Flatterday said his trigger word, and he had an episode or whatever on camera.
Yeah, right. Yeah. He that's why I was kind of like clowning him. Like he's like, "What's the problem?" I was like, was that a McDonald's symbol on the mask? You know what I mean? It was funny. I'd never seen nothing like that inside any like fast food place or anything. You know, the only time I've seen people with masks like that is during like events and stuff like that. You know.
I don't know. Last time I saw masks, we were playing Mortal Kombat, dude.
Right. Yeah, with the masks with those symbols on them.
It's funny. Sub-Zero, Scorpion, Reptile, right? 20 years before.
Get over here.
Come here.
Fatality.
Finish him.
So how does this song sound if it starts out like this? I'm illegitimate. Ain't nobody iller than me. What's up, Roger?
I watched it. I couldn't hear the guy with the mask on.
You couldn't?
To tell you the truth, I could barely hear you. The audio was terrible. I think it was just a windy day or something. So if you got the pareidolia, I do too. I get it sometimes. Or maybe he's been coming in. I mean, seemed
Really?
like
You really couldn't hear it? You really couldn't hear it that well?
No, but I sure couldn't. Plus, I'm in between headphones. I'm borrowing headphones from somebody, so no, I couldn't hear. I don't have good headphones.
Yeah. Yeah, me and my chick were listening to it on Bluetooth in the car speakers right now. We heard him
Oh
good.
yeah, if you got some, that's different. I got one Bluetooth headphone in my ear, so maybe I'll check it out.
Yeah. All right.
Did you post it in the live stream?
Yeah.
I'm not okay. I guess I'll find it.
Hey, it looks like we got the next evolution of human 46 and 2 in here. Would
I'll
you like
repost
to go up and be VC verified 4602? Can you meet me in the VC verification? Or you can just stay in here and not be able to join the conversation, but that's fine. So, Octane Weasel, are you there?
Oh yeah, kinda.
So you're probably multitasking, playing video games, doing a little work, right?
Oh yeah, sure.
How long have you been listening?
Way too long.
So, do you think the argument is not as cut and dry as you thought it would be? Because you would think it's like 2022, the Globe Earth is like the supreme heavyweight champion, got all the funding, all the experts, the best thinkers. They got think tanks, and they've been doing space for a really long time, so they're like the king of the hill. So many ways to think, but really, flat earthers make a lot of good points. And just because you can't figure it all out yet, like, isn't it weird that the flat earthers make good points? Like, they're supposed to be like the dumb ones. Because we're not invoking some sort of magical force or, optical illusion like refraction to say, hey, guess what? That's why it looks flat. We're saying, oh, it looks flat. And the globe earthers are like, well, that's because of refraction. So it's like, should it be the other way?
And well,
Like,
I mean, because it is because of refraction, right?
Well, if it is, then there goes the whole globe Earth. Because what is the globe Earth other than?
I mean, can't there be a curve and can there also be refraction at the same time, or do they?
Well, it's like this: if there's refraction, then where's the curve? Like your math should be like
the horizon, but refraction can affect the horizon too. So that's why sometimes you can see things out a little bit further.
I don't know. That just doesn't make sense to me. You'd be able to see.
Yeah, sure.
It's not that you're seeing further, right?
It's like the explanation. That's all.
Right. The explanation is you see further, but the real explanation is you can see things that are restricted by physical objects. That's the real claim, right? Refraction allows you to see things that's restricted by Earth, like dirt.
Yeah.
Water.
Like dirt? Water, yeah.
Yeah. You can't see through dirt and water. So the claim
but
is...
we're not talking about seeing through something. We're talking about that the light's bending, like, so it can hit your eye. Yeah, right. Yeah.
So I've never experienced that. I've never, seen the deer over the hill. Like, I've always seen, the deer on this side of the hill, or on this side of the mountain, or the house. That's what they're claiming. The refraction allows you to see obstructed objects that are obstructed. And maybe that's true. Like, if you have, a mirror, right, just positioned, on the side of your house to where you can see, on the other side of your house that you normally can't see. But it requires, a mirror.
I mean, we do have evidence of refraction, like being able to show you something that is hidden.
So I get it through really thick media, right? If we're talking about glass and water, yeah, I could set up some really weird fish tanks that would, freak you out.
Well, because I would say the reason why we use water is because it's such a short distance. Unlike over long distances, right? It could be a lot less refraction, but since you have a long distance to cover, that makes sense. And
well, if you look at the difference between water,
use something really thick.
If you look at the difference between water and its two forms, the amount of refraction that it can cause in either form, that's what I want you to look at. The refractive index. It's not very much for temperature. And usually, what are the temperature differentials? It's not like the ocean's 700 degrees and the atmo is 100 degrees. It's usually within a few degrees of each other. So how much, bending would would you expect? And why is everything got to be bending with you guys? It's space time is bending and the light's bending.
I mean, I guess that's just the theory, right? I mean, I don't know. I didn't make the theory.
Yeah, I know. So either way, this is a pretty interesting conversation to have. I think. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, for sure.
If you're like into theoretical astrophysics or you just want to talk like planar geometry, and there's everything in between to talk about in this subject. And it's like, even though it seems like it's getting old, like to me, it's like showing people like the debate. Because after you hear the debate, you're like, wow, that's what the Globers got? They got like pictures and refraction.
I mean, that's not what I think. And I mean, from the people that I've talked to on the server, they don't.
Okay, well, let me explain.
I guess it depends who you think to, or who you talk to.
Let me explain to you. So, is there black holes and dark matter in the same universe, or is it a competing theory?
I have no clue, because I know some things don't work well together.
It's okay. Yeah, you're right. Some theories are they work together, and then some don't. Right? Okay, so these two theories actually work together. They say that there's black holes and dark matter in one galaxy. So you probably don't think about it this way, but when I hear that, that tells me that gravity is so messed up at the galactic level, it doesn't work, that they had to come up with two theories to make it work. Because what do both dark matter and black holes do? They cause immense
is there a problem with doing that? I mean, because the reason why people make theories is so that we can make like a prediction, right? That's all theories do for us, is that it helps us make predictions. And that's why new theories come out, because we get much better tools, much better instruments, better technology. So we learn new things, and we have to modify theories because we learn new information.
You didn't learn about dark matters and black holes. You learned.
I mean, because it doesn't concern
gravity.
me. That's for people who want to go deep into it. That has no concern with life.
Well, let me just go real deep, real fast. Okay, so it's one thing putting a few patches in a tire, right, to get you to the next city. That way you can get a new tire. But this thing is like 90% duct tape and patches and super glue, and this model,
So
right?
are you saying that theories are going to harm us in the future?
Could theories harm us?
No,
Yeah,
like, are you saying like that these theories are going to harm us sometime in the future because you're saying that they keep putting tape on a tire, eventually it's going to fall apart?
It already has fallen apart.
Yeah, mass formation psychosis.
Really? Going forward.
Yeah,
You know what
really.
mass formation psychosis is?
I mean, the technology has been getting better every year, to my knowledge, so I don't think it's really harming us. I don't see the evidence of that, anyways.
Okay, how much did we spend on like NASA? What do we got to show for it?
What do we have to show for it? I mean, for when we've been to the moon, I think that's pretty cool.
You just said that the people don't
we have
use
a lot
that
of
as a
satellites
reason.
that help us. For example, we have GPS, for example. We all use that.
Hey, Octane
I mean, yeah,
Weasel, your pseudoscience communication shtick is not going to work here tonight. Maybe try and be
I'm not really trying to
genuine.
convince you guys. I mean, I'm just giving you. I am.
No,
what do you mean being genuine? I'm a Glober. What do you expect me to
excuse
say?
me, excuse me, sir. You just said that technology is helping us. Do you think everyone's face glued to their screen, marching around like a zombie? You think that's A-okay?
I mean, I never said that's okay.
Well, you said you can't see it's harming us. To my knowledge, I think technology is just doing a dandy job.
No, sure.
Check it out, bro.
No, sure. You can harm yourself with technology.
Let me tell you something. Your pseudoscience communication shtick isn't going to work. So perhaps be genuine.
I am. I'm answering the questions. That's all I'm doing.
Let Octane Weasel answer the.
I mean, I'm being genuine. I'm a Glober. What do you expect me to say? What really?
If you're genuine, God help us all.
Yeah, I am genuine. So may God help you.
Us all.
Yes, may He help you all. I am being genuine. Like, surprised. Like, is a surprise?
sir, you're genuinely brainwashed. Have you examined the photographs from the Apollo missions?
Like how links on it?
Have you examined them?
No.
So you just told us that's what we've got. That's good enough proof, and then you fake laughed.
That's not what I've said.
Well, you told us we
Yeah,
had
no, that's
pictures
not
from
what I said.
space, correct?
I didn't. I don't think I said that today.
Yeah, you did. Okay, have
I'm
you
pretty sure I
examined
didn't.
them? Okay,
No,
do we
because I
have
trust
pictures from space?
institutions.
Do we have pictures
Yes.
from space?
Yes.
Do we have photographs from space of the globe?
Yes.
Have you examined them?
No.
Okay, well then how would you know if they're legit or not?
Because I have no reason to not believe they're not legit.
Okay, that's an appeal to incredulity. I'm asking you, you told us that they are legit proofs that we live on a globe and you've not examined them?
Say that. I did not say that.
Yeah, you
You're
did.
putting so many words into my mouth.
Okay,
We can go
what
back
proof
in
do we
lifetime.
have? What proof do we have that we live on a globe? What's your best proof?
I like to use the horizon.
Okay, define horizon.
The horizon is essentially where the curve starts to begin because it starts to obstruct.
No, you're attempting to define a geometric horizon that doesn't exist. Define horizon. The definition of horizon is where the sky appears to
Where
meet
the sky
land.
and land meet. Yeah.
It's an apparent position, correct?
So the sky appears to meet the land, yes, but the
That's
curve is very
horizon.
much physical.
And you chanted a definition of geometric horizon, correct?
Sounds like we're playing heavy semantic games now.
No, they're not heavy. I'm using your words. Did you or did you not just say, did you or did you not just infer a geometric horizon?
I was just giving you a definition of the horizon.
And it was a bad definition. You gave a definition of something. It was a
You asked
geometric
me-
horizon. Okay, what's
You
the
asked
definition? We'll
me
start
if I
over.
did
What's
use
the
it.
definition of horizon?
Okay. Where the sky appears to meet the land.
Okay, is that where the Earth curves away?
That's where the Earth curve begins, yes.
Okay, incorrect.
Okay. Well, it's correct.
No, it's not correct.
Why is it not correct?
Let me interrupt just for a second, if you don't mind, House. So, Arcane Weasel, do you follow Professor Dave?
Not follow, but I've seen a few of his videos. Like I've seen the Flat Earth one, and I've seen a few of the newer ones.
Okay. Do you respect him, like just as a YouTuber, just in general, like general respect?
He seems like a fairly smart guy. He seems like he goes pretty far in depth.
All right, cool. So he said during a debate when it was Dave versus Dave, I'm sure you can figure that out. And watch it, and he said you can't see the Earth curve from the Earth. He said, basically implying you have to be in space to see it. So you think you can see it from Earth? The curve?
Wait, like is he talking about left to right curve, like how a lot of flat earthers? Like I feel like that's how a lot of flat earthers picture it, left to right. Or are you talking about things being obstructed due to curve?
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. You know, if I was wrong, I'd hate to be using it like that and be wrong about it. So maybe I need to watch it because I never watched it before. I'm going to let him continue. He was asking you some questions about this horizon thing, and it's funny to me because we were told as a kid about the ships going over the horizon, and you know, it's like, wait a minute, we can see them way too far.
Do you understand the implications when you claim that there's a geometric horizon, Octane Weasel?
Yeah, that things appear obstructed, and that's what I appear to see.
Huh?
Yeah, that things appear obstructed.
So
by
boats go over curve? Is that where you're going with this?
Yeah.
They do.
Boats, I mean, yeah, 100%.
Okay.
I mean, because I can't see them.
100%.
I can clearly see with my eyes, and they're not disappearing into a uniform dot, which is the definition of perspective. If we want to be really semantic.
Have you ever been in a drawing 101 class? You've not studied photography, so have you studied drawing 101?
I actually did think I took actually a drawing class when I was
Okay,
younger, yes.
so your vanishing points, you get that right. That's an optical thing.
It disappears into a uniform dot. Top and bottom will shrink, and the sides, because they're all the same distance away from you. Yeah.
So you're claiming that the boat goes over a curve?
Yes, but it doesn't shrink into a dot. I can still clearly see it, and it's physically being obstructed by the water.
You can
It's like
see
the
it
last
as it's
thing-
disappearing?
You can see it disappearing bottom first.
Okay, and then when it disappears, can you pull out your binoculars?
Once it's behind the horizon, no, you cannot.
Yes, you
How
can.
powerful of a telescope?
Yes,
no,
you
because
can. Well,
those videos
yes,
that I know what you're
you
talking
can.
about, those boats
No,
aren't beyond
I'm
the
talking
horizon
about my
yet.
reality that I've lived. Observations I've made with my own two eyes, binoculars, and cameras.
Yeah, I've made them too. I have a video.
Well, you claiming that there's a geometric horizon in 2022, you're really setting yourself up for failure, because that geometric horizon does not exist.
Well, if it doesn't exist, then why do we get so many things being physically obstructed or appear to be physically obstructed?
Do you think you can see forever? Do you understand angular optical resolution limits?
So you can see as far as you essentially want to. What really matters is can the light reach your eyes? Can the light reach your eyes?
No. This isn't where you start chanting refraction.
I didn't say refraction. You did.
You're implying it.
No,
you just said that things appear to be physically obstructed by a geometric horizon. What are you talking about?
No, I
this
said
is where he has his cake and eats it too.
Okay, two people talking.
Can you have your cake and eat it too, Weasel?
Well, what are you talking about? Things appear to be obstructed by a geometric horizon. What? What does?
Okay, so wait.
He said he had a video. Can you share your
here,
video?
you want to see the video? Oh, hell yeah, dude. I think you guys have already seen it though.
Send it to me.
I have a lot of comments in it. And that's fine. I'll drop it in the old live stream voice text.
All right, I was gonna let y'all continue. Please don't talk over each other and don't repeat yourself.
Yeah, can I ask you one question, Octane? So, stuff disappearing bottom up is only possible on the globe?
Yes, because if something is flat, I don't understand how the ground can appear to obstruct something.
So I've posted you a video. It's a RC battleship, sails into the horizon. Can you explain to me what happens to the bottom of the boat? It's 11 minutes across the hour. What happens to the bottom of the boat? It's an observation of an RC boat. The distance to the boat is maximum 1,000 feet. So according to the globe dimensions, that couldn't be curvature. So what made the bottom of the boat disappear?
That can be refraction too. I mean, refraction can make things disappear and appear.
So bottoms of objects can disappear on both ideas, right? So it's not exclusively
to a certain extent. I mean, the reason why I don't like the RC boat example. Well, let me tell you why I don't.
You mean to a certain extent? You mean yes?
Because it debunks the globe. But yeah,
right.
Go on. Why you don't like it?
Don't double speak here, right? Don't double speak here, Octane.
I'll try not to.
So bottom of objects can disappear on both ideas. Yes.
I guess with refraction, yes.
Okay. So it's not exclusively for a globe, then?
No.
Okay. Well, there you go. Continue.
I mean, I don't know who I was talking to.
So for sharing, I want to say something real fast. I watched your video, right? And I fast forwarded and rewound it, and I noticed that when you first start the video, the ship is close, it's clear, you can make out individual cargo containers and the stuff that's going on top. I'm not really familiar with boats. No, live next to the ocean. But from what I can tell, it's like the further this boat goes out, like the more it appears to be stretched out. Because light doesn't travel straight through the atmosphere, does it?
Oh, the boat appears to stretch out. Oh no, because that boat was actually making a turn. It was actually turning.
Yeah, I could see that too. But the colors aren't as vibrant as they were in the beginning, correct?
Oh, sure, yeah, because it's getting further. It's being more distorted. Right. I won't deny that. Yeah, it's traveling through more of the air. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm betting the boat is being magnified by the atmosphere, because instead of the light traveling like down around a curve, Light usually spreads out in all directions. That's like the natural physics of light. Think of it like a grenade in all that explodes in the middle of the air. It goes out in all directions. So the light bouncing off of the ship, as it's like going across the water, it's spreading out, like up, down, left, right. But I want you to pay attention. If it spreads out down, where does the bottom of the boat have to go if the light is spreading out down? If you're talking about the words near the bottom of the boat, like the name of the boat or whatever, like if they can only go forward toward your eye and spread out in all directions, which is the natural physics of light, and down is one of those directions that it's spreading out. I mean, you could look up and see skyscraper forever, but how far can you look down? Only to the water, because if that light were to bounce off the water and never actually hit your eye because it was spreading out over what appears to be a pretty hazy day, then this would cause it to disappear from the bottom up. So I'm going to post something to show you what you're looking at, and it's the old atmospheric refraction Skunk Bay. Have you seen that?
I think I have. Pretty sure I have.
Okay, well
I just don't remember what it looks like.
here's another. I'll just post a real quick picture. That's another thing you can look at when you're looking at, atmospheric magnification. So you see how the rectangular box in the red, it's the same size on both pictures, but the oil rig on the right is the same oil rig, but in one it's stretched out and fills up the whole rectangle, but the other one, it's not stretched out as much in the image. So if you were to take the one that's stretched out and copy and paste it on the one that's not, and you were to like grab the bottom left corner and like stretch it out, I bet the bottom of those pillars would disappear bottom up. Because if you're stretching something out, it's like magnification. So it's like, think about it, when you zoom in to the middle of the boat, you can't see the bottom because you zoomed in too far. So I'm really struggling to find that Skunk Bay. Sorry for the wait.
Hey, Octane Weasel, in the meantime, let me chase you over the hill on this claim of boats going over the curve, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you, at the ocean, you see boats and those big cargo vessels, and you're telling me one of those cargo vessels disappears, it has gone over the curve of the Earth, correct?
Yeah, because I couldn't bring it back in with my camera. I would try to zoom in more.
Well, what excuse would you give me if I told you that I've witnessed a landmass far beyond this boat going over the curve? What excuse then?
I'm sorry, say it again?
If I were to have told you that I've witnessed a boat disappear, go over the curve, correct? And all the while, there is a landmass way, 20 some miles, 30 miles in the distance beyond that boat disappearing. What would you tell me then?
I mean, that's possible. I mean, because if it's taller.
No, what excuse? No, this is a landmass that doesn't have this. This is a landmass that doesn't have more than a 3-story building on it, 2-story building.
But it's probably taller than the ship, no? So you would be able to see it further.
It's around the curve on the globe model, way beyond the curve.
Taller than the ship, you can see.
It's you know what?
Hey, does he know how much curve there's supposed to be at about 20 miles?
I was just wondering what excuse he would give, and the excuse he gave was completely absurd. Completely absurd, for the record, for all the people listening.
Okay. Well,
does he know how much curve is supposed to be at about 20 miles?
No.
It's a couple hundred feet or somewhere around there. And do you know the distance that your geometric horizon is supposed to be, if it is geometric?
I might know it curves like 8 inches per mile.
Yeah, and then the horizon distance itself is 1.2 miles times the square root of observer height in feet. We know that it's not there, and we can post stuff for you to prove it if you want.
I mean, it seems like the approximation is pretty good for.
It's not at all. We have observations of a horizon at 10 miles at a 1-foot observer height. That would place the radius value at about 264,000 miles. Not even close to the 3959 mile radius claim.
Oh,
It's not even the ballpark. It's nothing like that.
Yeah, I remember that when you're talking to Hoimer, or how you say his name.
Yeah, I gave him the formulas and stuff in the chat if you want to go look.
No, I'm way too high for that.
Okay, but yeah, that's how big of a ball it has to be in order for that horizon at that distance to be geometric. So it's not like they're just sort of in the ballpark. I mean, they're just way out there. Plus, we know that there is no geometric obstruction of things that go further away from you into the horizon because, like you just said before me, there are things that are way beyond the obstruction point of the geometric horizon that we still see, and also we can zoom things right back in, like boats that disappear over the horizon. We can just zoom them back in.
Well, to be fair, because I just want to see if we agree. Let's say if we lived on a sphere, let's just assume we do. It would make sense that I can see a taller building further away than I can a shorter building, right?
No, time out. Don't double down on your lame excuse. Okay.
No, just please answer. Don't attack. Why are you attacking? Just
I'm not.
Just have a good faith
okay, sure. If it was the Empire State Building, sure. This is an island that.
Hold on, I gotta stop right there. The height does matter. It's one of the variables.
Yes, the height does matter, but if it's 20 miles beyond, and the land is not, there's not more than a 2-story building on the land, then it's inconsequential. It doesn't matter in this situation. I understand I'm giving him a hypothetical, but his excuse is absurd.
Well, the height does. I mean, so if we agree the height matters. Well, how tall is this island? I mean, because I can see it from the beach.
I just told you 3 times.
Yeah, 2 stories. That's not that much. I mean, at 20 miles.
Wait, that island
it's somewhere
is 2
around
stories?
a couple hundred feet of.
No, the island basically has the damn.
Because I could see that.
I wouldn't be surprised if the island's been covered with water on fucking stormy days.
Of the island in a very clear day, Octane. So don't even.
I'm not. Why do you guys think I keep being ungenuine?
Okay, stop. You're doubling down. It was. I shouldn't have had you announce your absurd excuse. But do you understand? I'll explain it to you. Why so defensive? I'll explain it to you. If you're telling me that a boat, say the boat's 6 stories high, if it's disappeared over the curve and keeps going over the curve to around the globe, right, Octane Weasel, and there is a landmass whose the height of the landmass is basically, I don't know, I'll be generous and say 20 feet above sea level at the max. And the buildings on it are no more than 2 or 3 stories. And it's 25, 30 miles beyond where this 6-story cargo ship. Okay?
It should be much more buried than the cargo ship further out there.
Okay, so I'll probably do my research later. I'm on this island. I'll see what the elevation is.
Did I even tell you what island it was?
I mean, I'm assuming which one it is because I live here. So there's 3 islands.
Live where?
Which one you're? Because I thought you were talking about my video. Because I thought you were talking about the video I posted.
You can pull out your map and find all over the world. There are places where you can stand at a beach, and there are land masses and islands in the distance, and you can watch boats disappear, go over the curve in between them all day long.
Okay, yeah, sure.
It doesn't add up.
And that's probably because I'm assuming because I don't know what examples you're talking about. No, not refraction. I'm just saying height matters. You guys must agree that hypothetically on a sphere.
Yeah, in the example that I gave, it's inconsequential.
So we always account water things. That's the point, Octane. This is an extremely short island in height-wise, and we can see it 29 miles away from 1 foot observer height. That's not possible on your globe model mathematics. Do you not understand that?
So can you guys link this island, or is this a hypothetical island? Wait, I'm
going to show you again. I'm going to post an image.
Fine, I just told
numbers on. I know numbers confuse you, but here we go.
I just posted one of the
You
newer
can find
black
your own examples anywhere you need on your own.
No, because I'm just asking because we're debating.
No, we're not debating.
Yes, we are. It's
No, you're giving your pseudoscience communication
oh,
rhetoric.
here comes the attacks. The gas.
It's not an ad hominem if it's accurate.
I just post. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Look. Yeah.
Sorry, Central. Yeah, I've just posted it again for you so you can see.
Thank you.
Where the island
yes,
is
I live next to
in relation to the rigs. And you can see that in your globe model, you cannot see past 1.22 miles if radius was 3959, but we're able to see 29 miles. Now, at 10 miles, your geometric horizon would move your radius to 266,000 miles, and now we're able to see 29 miles. So this is what we're trying to explain to you. Do you understand?
Yeah, I think so.
So this is why this debunks your globe model, because you can't have curvature.
So real quick,
well, for
so
the
you're
one we
making
just
the point
showed
that
you,
we
actually,
shouldn't see this island in the background.
Well, just so you know, okay.
Yeah, I'll show you that image too and the video.
Okay.
Just so you know, in the observation that we just showed you, you need an apparent radius of something like 1.5 million miles or thereabout. So that's bigger, like the 264,000 mile radius value that I'm talking about. That's about the first black swan. You know that one.
Mm-hmm.
This is a much further out observation. We're seeing the horizon like around 30 miles. That's like a 1.5 million mile apparent radius to get that.
So, okay. But so real quick, just so I'm on some base. So is that the picture we're talking about on the one that's supposed to be for the GIF?
Yes, you can see there the
Okay, so that's
zooming
the
in,
island.
You can see the island in the background, and you can see that the observer height, I think for that one, was 1.5 feet. But the point is that the geometric horizon isn't there. And without that geometric horizon, you don't have the radius of 3959 miles. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but can't something appear like over the geometric horizon?
No.
Like if it's tall enough?
No, because the island isn't tall enough. And you don't...
Wait, so how tall is the island? Just curious. Wait, do we know this?
It's a few feet tall, but the point is...
No, it's not. I live here. That island is fucking huge.
Tall.
Okay, I'm looking at this island.
But
I just get... Yeah.
The simple fact is that you're not able to see past 1.22 miles.
Yeah.
So the height of the island is an obfuscation. You're not dealing with reality.
Right,
Santa
because
Cruz Islands is what it's
Octane,
called.
here's the thing. The reason that you're supposed to only be able to see things that pop out over the horizon is because the horizon is supposed to be before them, blocking them. But that's the whole point. The horizon is seen way beyond all of these things that it's supposed to be blocking. So if it's way beyond them, it's not blocking shit. You get it?
You don't have the geometric horizon at 1.22 miles blocking things. If there's no GH at 1.22 miles, you don't have your radius. Your globe model's debunked.
Okay, I'll do more research in this topic because this is a relatively new one, and I'll have more.
Well, it's not new. We've shared it with you a few times.
Well, I mean the Black Swan, yes, but not the island one. I haven't been here for the island part. That's
we
new to me.
The island. Come on.
No, not the island one. I was here for the Black Swan. I remember no focus on the islands in the beginning, and that's when I was, I guess, really active on live stream.
And don't forget, there's also the Ice Swan as well.
Okay, but
and this isn't even the. I'm not even looking, but this isn't even the island I'm talking about. So you can find your own examples all over the world.
All you have to do is ask Octane Weasel, is the horizon physical?
What do you mean by physical?
Well, he already said there's a geometric horizon. Then he told us, well, the geometric horizon is the apparent horizon, and the apparent horizon is the geometric horizon.
No, the geometric horizon can be affected by refraction.
Where would you save him? Is the horizon physical? Yes or no?
There's no saving him.
Wait, what's the question? Say again. Octane Weasel.
I'm right.
Is the horizon physical?
Yes.
Incorrect.
Well, then why isn't it 1.2 mile the 1.2 mile distance necessitated by the globe model?
Why isn't the 1.2?
Yeah, why if the horizon is physical, why isn't it at the distance it has to be in order to be physical based on the globe geometry?
Because even though the horizon is physical, it can be infected by refraction.
You just canceled your
It can
claim out
change it.
then. It's
You don't have
physical,
refraction.
but it's not really physical.
What do you mean
It's
we
not
don't have
limited
refraction?
by the
Both models
physical
have refraction. Come on.
Look
It's
at
not.
it. Right,
it's
so
not-
with your own calculators, with 120% refraction rate, it moved from 1.22 miles to 1.8. You got 0.6 miles for 120% refraction rate. So unless you've got over 1,000% humidity and stuff, you got nothing. You don't have refraction.
Yeah, I mean, you're just
It's just a
canceling.
fundamental like disagreement. Like I don't think we can. I think
Well,
this
it's
is
not
like
a disagreement. It's based on the calculations. I put it up to 120%, and then I did the calculation with your calculators. Shall I show it again to you?
Yeah, actually.
There you have it. So it meant your refraction rate, even at 120%, which it wasn't, would only move it 0.6 of a mile. And the ice one, there's barely any refraction there, if any. Do you see how we've covered all of your points and debunked them?
If I'm being completely honest, no. But I do like understand you guys. I just
Okay, so
disagree.
which
That's
point?
all.
Which point have we not answered that have debunked?
No, like you guys have gave answers. I just disagree with those answers.
Well,
Why
on what basis?
Mine.
The answers are coming from you, though. The answers are coming from, globe earthers. So why are you disagreeing?
I mean, I disagree like with the conclusions you guys come to. I guess.
Oh, what the fuck, dude?
What,
So
the
the conclusion-
conclusions based on evidence and reality? We're going to ignore those, are we? Okay.
Well, the conclusion that you came to was basically the same one that we did. You're like, yeah, we're seeing way too far. There is Earth curve in there, but I'll just cancel that out with my refraction claim, and then we end up in the same place, but I disagree. Like, what are you even saying? And why are you adding all that Earth curve stuff in there just to cancel it out anyway? We're seeing way too far for the globe geometry, and then you go and you reify it with all this bendy light stuff that uses the radius as well, which is absolutely asinine because you need an apparent radius like 3 times the size that you think the sun is, but that's just okay. Like, you're just going to go with that. Like, you disagree with us and that's fine, that you can have a little 59 mile radius ball that looks like it's 3 times the size that you think the sun is.
I mean, because we have measured, that's why we came to that number, right?
Okay. How is that possible in light of what we're showing you?
You measured nothing. You
I mean, it's called an indirect measurement. It's called an indirect measurement.
Everything's been debunked. Every one of your claims, geometric horizon, debunked. Refraction, debunked. You got nothing left.
Okay. All right. Does some other glober want to take the stand? Or, like, am I the only one here?
Well, it's the same old story every time.
Oh, yeah, because it's
I
a
don't know which one it is.
consistent, well thought out theory. So you're going to get consistent answers from.
The globe is not well thought out. It falls apart on its
That's why I
very
get the same
well.
answers,
Actually,
'cause
I
it's
don't know.
consistent.
I'm going to backpedal from that. It's not necessarily not well thought out. They did a pretty good job with the lie, but it doesn't comport with reality at all, which is what we're showing you. And you guys can't really
No,
do
we
anything
just-
to come back.
We
from
just
that.
simply disagree. I don't know why you jumped to all these
Why are
conclusions
you
out. Like I'm like
disagreeing
a
with
bad
reality?
actor or something.
Yeah, but you're
I'm not
disagreeing with
No,
reality.
you're putting that in my mouth.
You're
I'm
just
disagreeing with
delusional.
you. No,
just
I'm
delusional.
disagreeing with you. Well, see, and then why the attacks?
Denying
It's like,
reality.
ugh.
If you deny reality, you're clearly delusional, right?
Sir, it's not an attack. Sir, it's not an attack. You just told us that you're here to recite the well thought out connected theory. How is it an attack?
Yeah, I mean, you started out saying, well, we know that the horizon's geometric because it's there and it blocks things the further away from you that they get. And then we showed you that the horizon is nowhere near the position that it has to be for that to be true. And so then you just canceled your whole argument of the geometric obstacle of the horizon at that distance and said that refraction just takes care of that. So it's a physical obstacle that you say exists that we also don't see, that doesn't obstruct anything. But you disagree with us.
To disagree with us is to disagree with reality.
I simply disagree with you guys. That's all.
It's just bizarre,
there's
dude.
No bad faith there.
You disagree with yourself. You say that there's a physical obstruction, and then the next thing that you say is that we don't see the physical obstruction. It's invisible because refraction. So you're not saying anything.
Double speaking fundy, bro.
I got to ask you, Octane Weasel. I know this is a saying from the past, but do you think you can have your cake and eat it too? Can you have your cake and also eat it?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, well that's where the disconnect comes. You've somehow slipped into some illogical fairy tale world. Do you think it's possible you could be a brain in a jar on a shelf?
Yeah, that may be a possibility.
Okay, well then why would we sit here and listen to you pontificate if you think you might be a brain in a jar on a shelf?
Because you guys originally asked me. I did not start saying anything, okay?
Well, Octane,
you guys asked me. I just answered. That's all I did. And you guys are angry that I answer.
Can you answer this? Do you think it's possible to have a physical obstruction that doesn't physically obstruct anything?
Oh, that sounds like a contradiction. Wait, a physical obstruction that doesn't obstruct.
Yeah.
No, that sounds wrong. But I guess if
Okay.
you add in refraction, then...
Okay, then I guess it's not us you were disagreeing with all that time. It was just you, because that was what you said.
I don't think that's what I said.
That is what
exactly what you said.
Is it?
Yeah, exactly.
I disagree.
Don't disagree. It's recorded.
Disagreeing with yourself then, bro.
I mean, like, if we're just talking like a physical object, and you, like, if you put that physical object in front of something, it's now a physical obstruction, right?
You said the horizon would physically obstruct things, and then you claim that it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It does it to the moon, the sun, the stars.
No, it doesn't.
It does it to boats, people, cars.
We've just debunked that.
Yeah, the horizon's too far to be Earth curved, so it doesn't work that way. It's not a physical
that's
obstruction.
what I see. I mean, like, you guys keep saying it, but it appears to me that the Earth is physically obstructing objects. That cannot be denied.
Yeah, but
that's
we
like
checked
one of
it
the most
out.
basic observations.
We looked at the math. We looked at how far away it has to be in order for it to work that way, for it to be physical obstruction, and it's way too far for that. So there's no Earth curve factor in the horizon. So it's not a physical obstruction. It's an apparent location.
Have you looked at your other options, Octane, or are you just believing in physical Earth curve?
I'm pretty strong in the Earth curve.
You understand there are other possibilities.
I mean, sure, it looks flat, and it appears flat. I won't deny that.
You just said the opposite. You just keep contradicting yourself.
No, I don't.
You just said, I see Earth curve. That's the way it looks. And I say, well, it looks flat.
Because it does appear flat, but a curve can still obstruct things. Okay, so real quick, when I say Earth curvature, when I'm talking about like sea level Earth curvature, I'm not talking about left to right curve. I'm not, like, I feel like we're getting two different pictures. I'm talking about things appearing obstructed because of the curve. I'm not talking about like we're literally going to start seeing like the bulge, whatever you want to call it, of the two sides coming in. That's not
obstructed like a 8 inches per mile squared type of curve obstruction?
Yes, that's what I'm. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that would have to be at the 1.2 mile distance. It's way too far for it to be that. So yeah, it's not that.
Okay, but I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I'm not talking about left to right because I feel like a lot of people think that's what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about.
I wasn't really talking about
because we can't see that at sea level. I completely agree with you guys. It appears flat. I'm not going to disagree with that. I mean, that's why so many people in the past believed it was flat, right? But now that we have the technology, yes. Well, no. Well, they thought it was flat. Well, now we know they're wrong.
They knew it was.
No, they were
But
right.
they're wrong. So
You're the one with the belief. No. You're the one with the belief, and you're the one here who's
But now
wrong.
that
Octane. Oh, with
But
all
now
this
better
new
technology has
technology,
came
with all
out.
this technology, and you're still here chanting refraction. Riddle me
Got
that.
nothing, bro.
Well, because I personally like debating, and I kind of like it here.
Well, you're not debating. You're chanting
Wait, what would you call this?
heliocentric
You're
rhetoric.
parroting things from your religion.
You're
Yeah, you-
reciting theocratic edicts in the face of a reality that is the complete opposite of that. You're displaying cognitive dissonance.
Does
you
level
guys
mean
started with the
curved,
questioning.
Octane, if you've
You
got
came to
something
the
level, does
server.
it mean
Would you like
curved?
to? Would you like to just listen? Just put yourself on mute.
Well, that's what I was doing. You asked me.
No,
Well, I was just listening.
When I repeat your claim back to you, you think it sounds crazy.
Are you
I
high
said-
enough to think
yeah.
that level means curved?
That level means curved.
Do you think that?
Well, I mean, there's different definitions of level, right?
Nope.
You think the definition of level means curved?
I mean, because when you guys say level, I know you guys are trying to mean flat, but things can remain level and so.
So you think curved things are level?
I believe they can be.
You think curved things can be level?
Yeah, I mean, because we can have things on the Earth that are level and it's curved. So
It's not curved. That's what we keep showing you. And every single time we show you that there is no curve, there's no curve obstruction where it would have to be in order for that to be true, you go, oh, yeah, that's just because the curve is invisible because of what light is doing. So you can't show us a curve. You admit it yourself with your own refraction cop-out.
So
Why
when
do
I
you
put a straight on my shelf, it's curved, is it?
I'm sorry, say that again.
When I use a level on my shelf, it's curved, is it?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, it's possible there might be a bend, right?
So there's nothing that's ever straight in your world.
Well, like, how level, like, can a level make something, right? I mean, because it's giving you approximation. It's not, like, perfect, right? Like, when you level something out, it's always going to be... It's never truly flat, if that makes sense. It's like you don't know that. You're just making an approximation. That's what a level does.
So,
when
is
you
it
guys say
possible for
it's
anything
perfect...
on the world to be flat?
Say again?
Is it possible that for anything on the Earth to be flat?
I
if
mean,
you're saying
well,
things that appear
so-
level aren't level, like shelves and things on shelves and things.
So can something be flat, is what you're asking?
Yeah, dead straight flat.
Like dead straight perfect? I mean, probably if we got enough scientists to work on the flattest object known to man, maybe.
Scientists. Wow.
Yeah, scientists.
People who do cause and effect experiments?
Yeah. I mean, they're
Why
pretty
is
smart
that?
people, aren't they?
Okay. Well,
I mean, are they not?
Anyway.
They're generally pretty, pretty smart. Saying.
So you're priests. He's got to refer back to his priests.
They're generally
they're
pretty
priests.
smart. Cut that out.
They. I mean, are they not? I mean, I don't meet.
Well,
too
they
many
confused you,
scientists.
clearly.
I don't know. I would probably get somebody into carpentry or something like that instead. But anyhow.
I mean, are we talking about making like the flattest object possible, like to like zero, or like are we talking about like just trying?
Good thing Git's not here.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
Yeah, because
why
a
don't
few people aren't here to be honest.
So what do you think, though, that you do not have a geometric horizon? I mean, it all started out with your claim that you do have a geometric horizon blocking things as they go away from you. That all disintegrated, and it basically just ended up with you saying, yeah, I do have a geometric horizon, but it's just invisible. So what do you think of that?
I love how I never said that. You keep trying
That
to
is what you
add
said.
words.
So many words. That is what you said in so many
Go
words.
back and live
because it
stream, see if I
started
ever
with
said
it's-
invisible.
Well, okay,
Pretty sure I
I'll
didn't.
just read. I'll just
Hey, Octane, hold on here for a second. I understand. It's kind of like it's hard to keep track of everything when everyone's talking to you at once. Okay, just let me ask you: are you under the impression that we're living on a sphere, spinning and orbiting and flying through space? Are we on a spherical object?
Wait, I'm wait because it sounds like there's two questions in there. So wait,
No, there's like
Okay, so what's
six,
the
but
question?
I'll ask one. Are
yes.
we on a spherical object
Yes.
known as Earth? Yes. So it's curving at all times. It is curving if it's a sphere, correct?
Yes, and that's why the horizon depends
So
on
where?
further
So what's up with sea level? You're just going to tell us that sea level is also curving around supposedly 70% of the globe is water, and sea level is actually sea curve.
Well, they call it sea level because the water line where it meets the land, I believe, is generally the same.
What?
But it's always a little bit different. I think that's what sea level is. I don't think.
Yeah, sea
level
level
doesn't
is
mean it's
sea.
flat.
Okay, sea level is. I know. What is sea level in Peru? Sea level in Peru and sea level in Hong Kong. That's sea level, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and it's curving.
Yes.
Around a globe. Yet
Yes.
it always measures flat, and water seems to seek and find its level. Correct?
Flat. Wait, flat. Or
Okay.
level?
Okay. Does water seek and find its level?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. But what we disagree on is.
I know you're telling us that level is curved. That's absurd. To anyone who's listening,
that's fair.
It's absurd. Even more absurd than your previous absurd claim. You forget, Octane Weasel. It might be 2 or 3 or 400 people listening to this over time, but anyone who listens to any of you people who chant this, no offense, BS, it makes people wonder about this whole BS model. I know you're sort of, shoulders deep in it, chin deep in this model, but you have to realize we all were. And I'm not trying to like change your mind about anything, but dude, you're saying some things that are really absurd in order to reify the model that you're believing in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, okay. I don't think I am. I'm trying not to.
Well,
I know, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. I'm talking about the people who are listening.
Oh, okay.
They're like,
Okay,
wow.
You started
They're
with
like,
a claim.
Octane Weasel's off the hook.
You started with a claim that there's physical Earth curvature that blocks things the further away from you that they get, and that just disintegrated completely as we handled that, and it just ended up with it's invisible, but it's there, basically. I know that you don't think that you said that, but you did. That's what you say when you invoke refraction. You're making an excuse for this thing that you claimed is physical, that does physically obstruct things in the distance, but then you don't see it at the same time. That's what you're saying.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Well, you said there's a physical obstruction, and then by way of refraction, you said that physical obstruction is invisible, so therefore it doesn't obstruct really anything.
No, it still obstructs because, I mean, even on days where there's a lot of refraction, things could still appear obstructed. I mean, it's not like you can see on like a different, city or something. I mean, obviously it stops at some point.
There's no physical curve obstructing things. That's the point. We showed you that we did the math. It's not at the position it would have to be for that. You claimed refraction.
Yeah, and we showed you the examples of it occurring on a flat surface.
And there's no measurable drop over distance. So we know that way, by way of laser transit and so forth, that there is no drop over distance of the Earth.
The laser test is so... I don't want to get into that. That's too many.
Yeah, it's another thing that doesn't find the curvature that you want to believe is there.
No, it's not even a measurement.
Yeah.
No, it's not even a measurement. I mean, it's just like, I see light far away.
No, it's a direct measurement because lasers are straight, right? And
Wait,
if there was any drop of the Earth, let me get through it. If there was any drop of the Earth, right, if there was any curvature over the distance, the Earth would diverge from the laser, right? And you would see the drop, right? You would see the divergence between the laser and the Earth, and that would be your curve. We don't see that. It just stays level with it the whole way. So then you go, lasers, I don't like them, because they don't show the thing that you want to believe in.
I mean, I don't think we need a laser. I mean, we have the sun, and that still gets obstructed. That's much more powerful
Stupid.
than a laser.
You're trying to measure curve. What are you talking about?
Octane, why did you tell me that boats obstruct? I thought you said the geometric horizon was obstructing things.
Yeah. I mean, I must mistype if you're reading...
Well, which is obstructing, boats or the geometric horizon?
The geometric horizon is obstructing
The one that you don't have.
The one that's refracted and invisible.
Well, the one that we're debating, sure.
Well, no, your model needs a physical horizon at 1.22 miles from 1 foot to claim
Right, and I agree we have
3959. And you agree that doesn't exist?
No, I agree that we have one.
It's not there though in reality because it's been tested and debunked.
Yeah, but then why do things appear obstructed on a flat surface?
It doesn't matter about your other questions. What matters is, do you accept reality? When the reality of the camera at 1 foot is not seeing an obstruction at 1.22 miles called the geometric horizon, can you see the issue there?
I really can't.
Did you hear what he just said, by the way? He said that if the Earth isn't curved, then why do things appear obstructed on a flat surface?
Oh, wow, that's easy. It's called perspective.
Yeah, but things don't shrink uniformly into a dot.
Yes, they do. It's called the vanishing point.
Yeah, but that's not what we see. Have you seen my video? The ship gets obstructed and I can still see it. It's not a dot.
Yeah, it's not obstructed by Earth curve. It's obstructed by...
It's obstructed by the water. Right?
Atmospheric lensing.
No, it's obstructed by the water. Did you see my video? The water.
Atmospheric lensing. Did you see the Skunk Bay one? Did you see the Skunk Bay one?
Wait, about my video.
Yeah, I'm explaining to you your video, which has also been observed by the Skunk Bay works. Have you seen that GIF?
Yeah, what is that the small... Wait, is that the small, like, boat?
It shows the water level rising and falling across the course of a day.
Oh, that one, yeah.
So if the water level rises and falls, then of course things like what you observed are going to be observed. Agree?
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
The reason the water rises and falls is why you think that obscures boats, correct?
No, it's the curvature of the Earth.
But we've just debunked that.
But you can't just put words in my mouth and say, this is my argument. No, I'm saying that's not my argument.
Donato just posted it again for you. Can you look at that and observe what's happening and explain to the audience?
I mean, there's refraction happening.
No, explain about the horizon line and what's happening to the water. Is it going above the horizon line?
No.
Well, he's lying to everybody because clearly it's going above the horizon line.
Wait, so what's going above the horizon? Wait, I don't understand what I'm trying to look at.
You see the white line?
Which white line? There's two.
Yes, well, there's one that moves and one that doesn't.
Nope, they're both.
So why does the water move above the white line?
Oh, you're saying the bottom line then? Is that what we're talking about?
Which one is the water at, the bottom line or the top line?
I mean, it looks like there's water at the top line too.
You think that's water? You know, the sky and mountains is water to you, is it?
I mean, wait, is that mountains? This is a bad GIF. What is that in the background?
It doesn't matter what it is.
Doesn't it matter? Wait, what? No, you can't just say it just doesn't matter. Wait, is that water too in the background or no? I'm confused.
No, that's trees.
No, I'm talking about the blue stuff that's on the left. On the top left, what is that?
That's called haze.
So that's not water, 100%.
No. That's not the ocean, no. The ocean doesn't exist hundreds of feet above our
Okay, man, I'm just making sure it's such a...
I know it's complicated, isn't it? I thought ocean
No, it's a bad
feet as well. So have we established that the ocean isn't at 300 feet?
That it's not 300 feet?
Yeah, we can see that the ocean is at the first line and not the second, correct?
Okay, sure.
And what is that ocean doing to that white line? Is it going above it?
Yeah, it's going above it.
And that is why things disappear. That's your obstruction right there. It has nothing to do with Earth curve.
I mean, I already agreed. I think like when we started this conversation, that refraction can make things appear and disappear. To my knowledge, I think it could do both.
No, we're talking about a physical obstruction, and you claimed that ships disappear over the physical geometric Earth curve horizon, and that's just been debunked a second time.
Well, no, because I agree that we can have both refraction and the curvature of the Earth.
There is no refraction. I've just told you. You don't have a physical
Wait, so you're saying
Earth curve.
there's no refraction?
I'm saying to you that what you said about ships going over a physical Earth curve has just been debunked.
Okay, well maybe it has, and I just don't understand. So,
Well, you can see the ocean going above the white line and then back down to the white line. So are you telling me that's Earth curve raising up 15 feet and coming down?
no, like I said, to my knowledge,
Hold on.
I
So
can be.
water
Can I answer?
can rise and fall, and water rising and falling is not Earth curve, correct?
No, it seems like it's refraction.
So water rises and falls because of Earth curve refraction. Gotcha.
I mean, the curve always plays a role because the Earth is always curved.
So that's water curving, is it? Right in front of you.
I mean, it is technically curving, but
Could you draw that on the GIF for us?
No, again, I'm not talking about left to right. I'm talking about that water that like it's able to obstruct something from a different perspective.
So why is it rising 15 feet and dropping 15 feet?
Because of refraction.
So that water doesn't rise and fall, it only refracts.
Right, it just looks like it's rising and falling, but it's...
Okay, so there's no such thing as tides. Gotcha.
I mean, sure, that plays a role.
No, you just said there was no such thing as tides. Water does not rise and fall. Those were your
I didn't.
words.
You mentioned
just said
tides.
that.
I never even mentioned tides. We can go back in the live stream again.
No, I said, does water rise and fall? And you said, no, it's Earth curve and then refraction, which means you're denying tides now.
Which means I'm denying tides.
You just said that water doesn't rise and fall. You
It seems
said
like you're
that
trying
was
to
an
come to
optical
conclusions for me, so it's kind of like you're putting words in
Well,
there.
I'm following your logic. You claim that water rises and falls because of Earth curve and refraction, and not because of tides. You're claiming that the water level doesn't actually rise and fall. It's merely an illusion based on Earth curve and refraction, correct?
No. So
go ahead.
The horizon is due to the Earth. Is due to the Earth being curved, and refraction can allow you to see things sometimes further away. Or
Yeah, we've heard this babble several times. I'm asking you about the GIF. Does the water rise above the white line and go back down to the white line?
Yeah, I said yes already.
Okay, now what causes that? Is that Earth curve doing that?
That's refraction.
So that's refraction and Earth curve.
I mean, it seems like in this instance, it seems like it's refraction.
You're basically saying that the water rises and falls because of refraction and not tides.
In this GIF, in this one specific GIF, it appears to me that this is due to refraction.
So
in this one GIF
tides don't
that we're
exist.
talking about.
So that explains why things appear to disappear bottom up.
No.
So you're claiming that refraction doesn't make things disappear bottom up.
Refraction works alongside the horizon.
So you're saying that's a physical place.
The horizon is a physical place. Yes, that's when the curve begins. That's why things appear obstructed at such a close
So
distance.
the
I mean, 'cause I would
water
think
the water line is Earth curve and it's moving up and down.
due to refraction, because it's bending light.
You think that's light bending and not tides
That's what
raising
refraction
water
is.
level.
Okay, in this one, okay, I don't know if someone could back me up here. Does this not look like refraction? Wait, is this really tides doing all this? This looks like refraction to me.
So if that's refraction, then you don't have a physical Earth curve. You can't have both.
Yeah,
Why can't
you
Wait,
insist
wait,
on
why can't you have both?
You can't have your cake and eat it too.
No, okay, no, but answer the question.
You can't have
like,
it both ways. You can't have boats
Don't give me
going
the cake
over
analogy. Just tell me why can't I have
will.
both?
You're at the same time saying that everything's refracted, yet boats go over the curve.
You're talking about something physical and then something not physical. You can't have both.
Why can't you have both? I still haven't got an answer. Why?
Because something is either real or it is not. Your imaginary friend is not
a
real.
curve can be real and refraction can be real. Why can't these two things be real at the same time?
Because you need the physical horizon at 1.22 miles, which you don't have.
What does that mean? What does that mean? No. Why can't I have something curving and refraction? Like you're saying these two things can't physically exist together?
Okay, if a hill is in front of you, okay, so if I placed a 2-mile hill in front of you, and then beyond that, let's say was a town, okay, and you're basically trying to look at the town, you can't see it because there's a hill in front of you, correct? So you're claiming there's a hill in front of you, but then you can see beyond it. You're trying to do both at the same time. Clearly, there is no hill, there is no curve. That's what the geometric horizon is.
At this point, Octane, you just need to come to the realization that's what you're doing. It's no big deal, but you need to examine what your own claim is.
But I still don't believe that I even really got an answer to why
Belief
these
is not
can't physically
evidence.
coexist together. Why
Because
cannot
it's been
a
debunked by
curved
reality.
plane and refraction exist? I mean, so like, are you saying hills and refraction can't exist? Like, I don't, because hills are curved.
So basically, do you understand that you can't see forever?
I mean, again, it depends. Can the light reach your eyes? So, for example, we can see another galaxy pretty far away.
No,
because the light is strong enough. You can literally go ask people. You can see it with your eyes.
Yeah, I get that,
dude.
I'm asking you about reality, okay? When you look out across the ocean, can you see 10,000 miles?
Can I see 10,000 miles?
Yes.
I mean, I guess I can at night because I can see stars.
No, I'm asking you when you look out across water at other continents. Can you see other continents across the water?
No.
Why not?
Because of the Earth curving.
No, there are other factors at play. What are they?
I mean, the main one is Earth curve, so I would list that as one. I guess you could say the atmosphere because at a certain point you're.
But your problem with the Earth curve claim is that once I put binoculars to my eyes, I can see further, and then if I put another optic to my eye, I can see even further. So we know it is an Earth curve that's obstructing and not allowing us to see. It's other things at place, like our eyes. Our eyes only have the ability to see a certain distance, correct?
I mean, sure, because I mean things will appear to shrink, but as long as the light is strong enough to reach your eyes, you can see that object.
Time out.
We can see further. Go ahead.
No, he's hand wave dismissing the significance of the ability to bring it back into view using more powerful optics.
So can someone link me a video of someone doing that?
Yes, we posted them already.
And then I want to go step by step to show you why it's not working. If that's
we posted them already for you.
Oh shit, how far do I have to scroll up?
We'll post them again.
Thank you.
And I just got to ask you, Octane Weasel, how is it that you know when you look up into the sky that you're seeing 40 billion light years away?
He got told by...
Yeah, no, it just amazes me that he says it with such confidence, acting as if... Well, okay, you said when he asked you if you could see forever, there was a long pause.
Because I have to think about
it. And then you started talking about stars, and he said, well, gee, I guess it just depends on how far away that light reached me. How do you know that those lights? How do you know that those lights are as far as away as the heliocentric myth claims them to be?
Because we have pretty smart people in our.
Oh God, dude!
You're asking me for the answer. I'm giving it to you. You get angry.
That's not an answer. Because we got pretty smart people.
Yes, I trust NASA. I trust the space institutions. They're pretty smart people with math, way smarter than me, probably everyone here. And
Pretty smart people in here, though.
they're pretty trustworthy.
Oh, dude.
That's
Hey, Octane. Octane Weasel, is there a workshop full of elves at the North Pole?
I'm pretty sure there is not,
How do you know?
because I haven't seen any evidence of it.
I trusted everyone who told me about Santa Claus.
They were smart people telling me that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, are you sure?
I like how you think
I
none of us are smart, Octane.
I've seen the smartest people in the world celebrate Santa Claus.
I like how you think none of us are smart and you're not smart. And
Wait, I didn't say you're not smart. When did I say that?
You said, and probably smarter than anyone in this room.
That doesn't make you, just because someone's smarter than you, which you must admit someone in the world is. I can't believe you could be that, like, you can't be that.
Yeah, and some people
But
are better
it
at
doesn't mean you're
basketball than
dumb.
me.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
smart
I get
people
it.
can't be fooled, Octane.
Of
Smart
course smart
people are
people can be
infallible, are they?
No, I'm not saying
Octane,
these
do you
things. guys
consider
keep saying
yourself
these
to be a
things and saying
smart
that I'm saying
person?
them.
Octane,
No, we're not saying you're
Say again?
saying them. We're pointing out to you how illogical your thinking is.
Yeah, Octane, do you consider yourself a smart person?
I have to say I'm fairly smart. I mean, I'm
Okay,
not the
well,
brightest.
can you consider that since smart people can be duped, that possibly you have been duped as well?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like probably
Yeah.
tons of people in history have been.
No, we're just talking about you. Is it possible
me?
that you've been duped, like the rest of us were, with the globe?
With the globe, just talking about the globe and
Model.
nothing else.
The globe model, the solar system, the globe, the spinning, the orbiting, the hurtling through space, the black holes, the quasars. Is it possible that it's just a fairy tale? Yes or no? Is that a possibility? Is it in the realm of possibilities?
Is that a possibility? I'm gonna be as
Yes or
charitable
no?
as possible. Yes. It's
Okay.
a possibility.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Been here for.
DJ's taking requests. Don't forget to tip your bartender.
Snacks in the back.
Snacks in the back. That's it.
It's only taken him 5 years. He got there eventually.
No, not yet.
And I hate to break it to you, Octane Weasel, we don't care. I mean, we chanted the same solar system BS our whole lives too. I mean, not our whole lives, but it's quite a story they told. And several times here, you paused when someone asked you if you could see forever. You told us
Wait, can
that
I not
flat.
pause?
Yeah, but. But don't bring up stars after a 7-second pause. You told us that flat is curved. Level is curved, is what you told us.
Yes,
And
level,
at one
not
at one point, you said technically it's curving. What were you talking about? Technically, it's curving. The globe or the water on the globe, or both?
I have no clue.
Yeah, you said it like 10 minutes ago. You said, well, technically, it's curving.
Yeah, that memory is gone by now.
Oh, jeez. Great. Well, good luck in your studies. I don't know what to tell you, brother, but
Yeah, no problem. I mean, it was a good discussion. I mean, I'll probably just go on, let someone else take over.
no, stay. I just you seem to be failing to realize that not only is it a possibility, the whole thing is a myth.
No, I mean,
you yourself are pointing out. You yourself are pointing with this double speak and wanting it. You have to have it both ways. You yourself are pointing out the inconsistencies and the ridiculousness of the model. I just don't think you've actually examined it.
So I think our main disagreement is that one can have a curved surface and refraction working at the same time. Right? Is that our big contention?
Well, I would ask you, how would refraction move a physical horizon 28 miles?
Because light works with things that are physical, and it will.
Well, according to the professor,
Bounce
it
off of them.
angles upwards towards the eye. So the professor at Rochester explained how it works. The light comes down, there's a mirrored surface, and basically the light then gets refracted up to the eye. It's an angle. It's a measurement of angle. That's what refraction is. You're claiming it's following Earth curve, and it doesn't do that. Light does not behave in the manner in which you're speaking. It does not follow around the fictional curve. I'll post that for you.
Alright. Wait, how could we come back if we're moving at 1.2 million miles per hour? Because you're also moving that fast, because you're moving with the Earth. Probably be my answer.
Right, can you see what I just posted?
Which one did you post? Oh, these two?
So the professor is telling you that it curves upwards, and that's how refraction works at distances.
Well, so light bends towards the denser medium, right? I mean, I guess it would depend on that, right? Is that how that works?
Two mediums. But then you'd have to know how much refraction there was on the day, you see, and that's the thing that you never answer. But if you actually go and look at it, there wasn't enough refraction to do what you're saying.
Wait, so you need two mediums for something to refract?
Yes. Also, your bendy water claim is debunked by the ice one as well, as is your refraction claim. As is your light bending around corners. You see that?
Oh yeah,
That's the ice
laser.
one. That's the ice one that destroys your three fundamental claims.
So, so I got a question about this laser test. So, how are they?
That's not a laser test. That's not a laser test. Shall I explain it to you? Because you clearly are not understanding what is going on.
Nope.
So, this chap drove out to a frozen lake. He placed lights. He drilled down into the water. He placed the lights at different distances, different coloured lights. He then placed the camera at, let's say, 5 inches, 6 inches, and he was able to see 8 miles. So there is no curvature at that going on. Water is not bending. You can't claim refraction because it's ice. There's barely any humidity going on, so it's not refraction. Your claims are just absolutely wrecked. You see that, right?
Oh yeah, I see it.
And you see how your arguments are debunked.
Not necessarily, because I would have to look more into this test. Because like the original source video, that'd be cool. Or if you want to tell me the
Yeah, I've got that. I'll link you to it.
TY.
How much do you look into the claims of the scientists you believe, though? Or do you just believe them off the top?
I would say I believe. I mean, like I just trust them. Yeah, that's why I just believe them.
Do you understand? You've been indoctrinated into trusting them from an early age.
I mean, I guess one can make that argument, and I see how you can, because I mean, like they constantly say, you know, these are the smartest people. These are people who you want to be. Blah blah blah. I mean, I can understand the argument, but I just
you trust that high school teacher, and you go trust that elementary school teacher.
I mean, it's good to trust someone eventually, right? I mean, you can't do it all.
So, Octane, I'd like to ask you, 8 inches per mile squared, how many feet of curvature should there be at 8 miles?
I have no clue on the calculator on me.
Jay's just posted it, should be about 42 feet. Okay? So, we can observe the light at 8 miles from, let's say, 6 inches. So if we can see the light 8 miles away from 6 inches, there's no 42 feet of drop. Is that accurate?
I mean, I guess it sounds okay. Again, I'm going to look into it.
Well, I'm not asking if it sounds okay. I'm asking if you understand what's happening here. Do you understand that the rate of curvature should be 8 inches per mile squared, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so you understand, based on the video, that there is an 8-mile distance between the camera and the farthest red light, I believe. It's a red light at 8 miles, okay? So if we have 8 miles of distance from 6 inches and we're able to see everything, then there is no curving, correct?
Possibly, but just a question. What happens if those lights were to be moved back further? And what happens if you couldn't see them anymore? What would the conclusion be then?
Well, you could obviously see them if you had binoculars or telescopes. You'd have to.
What if you go back further though, and you can't see them with binoculars?
How far would you want it? The fact is, we don't need to go any farther.
Well, how far? Well, like, I'm like, because I know there's like a math equation for this, but how far can like you see a bright light or like a light that's at like 600 lumens or something? Like, what's the?
Yeah,
because that would be the ultimate test.
No, the ultimate test is at 8 miles, you are missing 42 feet of curvature. Therein lies your problem. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I understand.
So why are you missing 42 feet of curvature?
For sure.
Well, what's going on there? It's clearly flat and level.
Well, I wouldn't say it's clearly flat and level because there's no measurement for that. I mean, again, it's just I see a light far away, so this is my conclusion. Right? It's not a measurement.
Yes, it is. It's 8 miles. There's the camera at 6 inches. There's the light at 8 miles. What if we been told? 8 inches per mile squared. So Jay has done the maths for you, right? 8 inches per mile squared at 8 miles is 42 feet. And there is no 42 feet of drop.
Okay, so look at this. So here's what I'm getting confused on. So if this was a measurement of the flat Earth, like what equations did you get to find that there was 0 curve per mile? That's a measurement.
What do you mean that's a measurement?
Because just saying that you see a light, and this is the globe math, that we measured the flat Earth, you didn't measure anything because you didn't get a number at the end of it. You just made a conclusion.
No,
there was no measurement.
We had the measurement. No. It's 8 miles.
No, that's the globe Earth measurement. I'm saying how flat is the Earth per mile? Is it truly 0?
What are you
I'm asking for the measurement.
It's 8 miles. You don't have curvature.
No, that's just the distance. I'm asking, how did you measure the Earth itself? Like,
he probably did it on his car, I think. He got out of his car and he placed a light at every few miles.
Right, so then where's the equation that shows this is why there is 0 curve per mile? That's a true measurement. Because
you don't need to measure something that doesn't exist.
Well, you probably should measure, because that would be proof of a flat Earth if you could measure.
You should measure things that don't exist to prove something.
But you probably should if you want to convince the masses, which is what you guys want to do, right?
No, we're trying to help you understand why you're being illogical.
No, you're trying to convince the majority of people.
You don't
That's why
care
you guys do
about
this.
convincing people of anything. We're here to learn and understand ourselves, and if people want to learn and understand, we can try to help them do that with the resources and knowledge we've gathered. And you've been told many times that this is 8 miles distant, and you do not have.
But that's not a measurement of the
42
Earth.
feet.
That's just a distance.
Okay, so the measurement I think that you're looking for is based on, and I've thrown this around for the last 2 days on this chat, based on a 65 kilometer distance, so a radius spread of 65 kilometers around you. If I'm standing on a point, which you say I'm on a curved Earth, so on a 65 meter radius distance, the land around me should be at a depression, that means a negative, according to your globe model, of approximately 900 feet. So that means if I'm looking out 65 kilometers, that land that I'm spotting should be at a depression of 65 or should be at a depression of 900 feet. That's something that you're actively witnessing in your purview, in your world, my round guy. You asked for a measurement, I just gave you one, and I'm asking you, are you witnessing that?
No. What I'm asking for is your
I just gave you, no, you asked for the measurement, I just gave it to you, and I asked you if you're witnessing it, and you said no, therefore, I rest my case.
He's
Wait,
claiming
no, sorry,
that
wait,
the
no,
ice
I think
lake is an
we're
Earth.
speaking past each other. No,
Okay,
no.
how is the ice lake
What?
not Earth? That's a measurement of Earth.
Wait, real quick, let me just say it. I'm just asking, like, did anyone actually measure the surface of the Earth, and did they come to the conclusion that it is in fact 0 curve per mile? It's perfectly 0.
That's been done, yes.
And I'm just asking, for that equation or that
Take the
experiment.
Pyongyang Bridge. Use the Pyongyang Bridge as your model, right? That is a long enough sample set for you to be able to abstract, because when they lay the piles for the bridge that they're installing, they're all laid with a level, and the only curve that you detect, even when you're using a level, is the meniscus of the water touching the surfaces of the enclosure that it's in. Everything else is flat. That may have been too much for you to consume that I threw at you, but think about the piles that they drive in when they're installing this bridge over water, as an example. That is a long enough sample set for you to determine a curvature. Pyongyang Bridge, China.
I mean, a bridge, isn't that a relatively short distance? I mean, look at per mile. Per mile, there is 0.000126 miles of curvature. That's insanely small. This is why I feel like you guys think it's like something.
Can you
insane.
Google?
It's
Why don't you
not.
Google the Pyongyang Bridge and tell me how long it is, and then you can calculate it based on that ratio and tell me what the overall curvature should be based on the distance of the bridge. You just gave me a variable. You can plug it into the distance of the bridge.
Wait, so why do I have to do this? Wait, what did I ask? What?
Because you're the one that's trying to prove a curved Earth. We're all standing here stating that we're on a stable plateau. We're not witnessing, because in our purview, the only thing that we witness that tells us we're moving is sky science or sky stuff, right? I'm not looking at the sky.
I agree.
Hold on. I'm not looking at the sky. No, wait. I'm not looking at the sky stuff right now. I can't consider that because I don't read books. I only look at numbers. And the numbers in my observation in my purview tells me that we're on a stable plane. The only thing that I look at is a plane that flies above me that tells me that it's moving and I'm not. You can plug that number in, that constant ratio, into the distance of the bridge and observe if there's a curve or not. Is that not that? I think that's a fair statement, is it not, or a fair request?
I mean, I think it's a fair request, but I don't know why I have to do it. I even asked for it.
Well, I'll leave it with you for homework. I got to get ready. Bye-bye.
All right, fair enough. See you.
So do you understand that the ice lake is connected to Earth?
Yeah.
We measure the ice lake. Are we measuring Earth?
So, can you guys just show me that?
Yeah, I linked you to the video and I linked you to the photograph.
No, right, and that video shows the lights and then it makes the conclusion, but I didn't see the measurement being
It's
done
in the video. He shows you how he gets in his vehicle, he drives 8 miles, puts his camera down, turns it around, boom, there it's the red light at 8 miles.
I mean, I think we... Let me see. So like, okay, so my example of a measurement, and this is of and this isn't a direct measurement because let's be real, you can't directly measure the Earth. That's insane. You would need like the world's longest fucking ruler, and that's just not possible. But we can do like indirect measurements, for example, and we have, and I know you guys have heard it before, but that's the shadows and sticks through it. That's an indirect measurement of the Earth.
No, I'm talking about a vehicle. How does a vehicle measure distance? Do you understand a vehicle?
But we're not debating distance of Earth, right? I mean, I agree. Yeah, that's 8 miles. Sure, I don't disagree.
Is that a measurement
of just distance? Yes, we're just talking. Yeah, distance, but
right. So we have a
we're talking about curvature or non-curvature of the Earth.
Hold on. If we have a distance of 8 miles from the camera to the red light, and we see no 42 feet of curvature, what do we conclude?
I mean, that's a pretty flat area.
So water is flat and level, exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, again, I was beating a dead horse here, but I think we're talking past each other when we talk about measurements, because I'm talking about a measurement of the Earth. So, like, for example, we have one, and it's an approximation. It's not perfect. It's an approximation because Earth is not a perfect sphere. So it's an approximation, but we have measured it with sticks and shadows. Multiple people have done it.
No, you're using Eratosthenes and his 5 assumptions. What were Eratosthenes' 5 assumptions?
That the Earth was a sphere. I know that was one of them, and I don't know the rest.
That the Earth was the same size as Venus, that the Sun was 3 million miles away, and he made up some other crud too. The fact of the matter is that actually proves Flat Earth just as much as it proves Globe Earth, because again, you just change the assumptions around. So again, you're not actually dealing with measurements, you're dealing with crap made up. I'm giving you a real world exercise that you can test, verify for yourself, right? And guess what? It debunks the globe model. Doesn't matter what Eratosthenes' sticks and shadows did, right? What matters is you have 8 miles without curvature across water, right? If you've got 8 miles of water